Hello, welcome to the Normal America Show. I'm your host, robnoerr. I am beat. I'm absolutely beat today. Hi, Money Pit. You sound like someone that would be cool to meet in real life. I'll be right back. Work thing. Business. What can you do? I've had a long work day. A lot of computer paperwork. God, I hate staring at a computer screen. Is my volume low? Let me see if I can fix that. Open sound settings. Input. Let's do that. Hopefully that's a little better. Yeah, it's one of those days. Like, I don't know. Sometimes I feel like the movie Office Space where it's like, I just wish I was digging ditches. I like working with the people I work with, people with disabilities and stuff, but man, the paperwork side of things, sometimes, like, certain times of the year, you got a lot of paperwork you got to do. This is one of those times, and it's like, oh my God, I've been in front of a computer for 4 hours. I feel like I got a migraine, but it's over with now for the night. So, actually, I do have to do one more thing on the computer. I'll keep talking to you all while I'm doing it. But I do have to do one more thing. Unfortunately. Let me turn this down just the slightest. There we go. But yeah, it's been a day, man. Sorry that the show's starting off with this. What's up, Gizmo? What's up, Brownie? I know Money Pit. How are you doing? I know Andrew's doing a super show over there. So I know a lot of people will be over there watching it, which is perfectly fine. I've never been one of the people that was really jealous if other people I like have people watching their show. I really don't. Oh, for God's sakes. It really doesn't bother me at all. The reason I'm also a little disheveled is my wife just called. And I was FaceTiming with her and my son. My God, is he the cutest. That's the worst part of doing the block shift. I came in Saturday. I haven't seen my son since Saturday. It sucks. It's horrible. But I also fucked around a lot in college. And so now I have a job that doesn't pay that much, so I have to work crazy hours. So that's what it... sometimes you gotta suck it up. It is 5 o'clock somewhere. I'm okay. I think I probably am coming off more morose than I actually am. More than I'm morose. I miss my wife and I miss my son, but I'll get to see them Wednesday, so that's cool. But more than I'm morose, I literally, my eyes are blurry. I got just the slightest headache. I've just been staring at this computer too long today. Doing all this paperwork, so there we go. Alright. Finish that up. I forgot there was one little thing I had to take care of. So, taken care of. Now we could talk about the show and what we're going to talk about tonight. So, I've got 2 stories that I'm going to cover. It'll probably cover the full 2 hours. I'll probably go to 11 o'clock. We're going to talk about Atlanta and about the Democrat-incited insurrection that occurred last night against a police facility by members of Antifa. You might be saying, members of Antifa? What is Antifa? Isn't that just an idea? Well, that is what our FBI leadership has told us, that they're not an actual group, there's not actual members, it's just an idea. So imagine my chagrin when I saw video footage of this idea throwing Molotov cocktails at a police facility and trying to overrun it. It was very, 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 very strange. I've only had the new image rolling for maybe 2 weeks. Do I by any chance miss my sister and brother-in-law? My brother-in-law is cool. The sister-in-law, though, I don't know about her. I mean, she's okay, but I just hang out with her to hang out with him, so, So I have a diet soda from McDonald's to help get me through the night. I figured having a cup of coffee this late at night probably wasn't good. So that's story 1. We'll talk about the idea. Story 2 that I want to talk about is An FBI whistleblower has came out and said that after the Dobbs decision, the decision that overturned Roe v. Wade, and it was leaked, they still haven't found the Supreme Court leaker. No shock there. But after that leak, and we saw an assassination attempt by radical left-wingers that were incited by Chuck Schumer to go after Brett Kavanaugh and other right-wing members of the court. After all that, and we saw the people harassing them and intimidating the justices at their homes, which is illegal. After all of that, the FBI decided to act. And they had a special code name for their actions and cases that would go after that header. And an FBI whistleblower says, well, he didn't see the problem with that, seeing as how there was a lot of talk of violence, including an assassination attempt against the justices. But it was to his chagrin that he found out instead of targeting pro-choice people, it was targeting pregnancy centers and pro-life people. Now, I remember a time, you're not as old as me, probably, most of the people listening. I remember a time, it must have been decades ago, when we were told that whistleblowers were the bravest, they must be protected, their names must be redacted, you can't say one ill thing about them, right? You remember that? I remember that. That was like decades ago. Oh, no, wait, that was just a couple years ago when whistleblowers were coming out against Donald Trump. And we were told that they were so sacrosanct that you couldn't even mention their names on the news or it was threatening to them. We couldn't know who they were. Now, when there are whistleblowers that come out from the FBI about the corruption and things like that in the FBI, the media could care less. Whatever. Oh, well. So, we've got some articles to read on that, and I figured that's where we'd take it. But before we get there, hello, everyone. I hope everyone had a fantastic weekend. Saturday, I streamed until 4 a.m., which I shouldn't have done. We did another episode of The Arena, and it had to do with fat shaming. You could find that on my Rumble channel. If you head to my Rumble channel, you could find that episode. It was 8 hours in total because after the 2-hour debate, there was an hour of audience questioning, and then I did an after show for about 5 hours. It was incredible. The after show, it was a roller coaster of emotions, is the best I could put it. Some fucking lunatic that's a mod in someone else's channel called in and had nothing to say, and then was really pissed off in DMs that I banned him from my community. I did not. I asked for callers. I had a line of people that wanted to ask questions, and this guy called in and was muttering about some personal feud or something that he had. And I was like, do you have a question? And he asked a question, and I answered the question, and he said I was unintellectual and all the interesting people had left. And I was like, okay, we'll see you later. And apparently that was that was something. And then we had a gentleman call in, a younger gentleman, and try to put forth some insane definitions of terms that have to do with transgenderism and biological reality and things of that nature. And as fun as it was to make fun of him for how insane his worldview was, he started to explain that he came to that worldview because he had a teacher that convinced him of this. A very friendly teacher. I won't go into much more detail because I'm on Twitch, but you can check that out on Rumble and see how me and a member of the Crucible community, Richie, kind of talked to him, and it was actually very serious. And it's actually very serious. I don't think that there was any physical abuse or anything like that, but to see how teachers can emotionally manipulate young people and how it could stick with them to the point where they're so manipulated, they're calling in shows to advocate for ideologies that it doesn't even logically make sense to them. It was not a good look. But Rob, that was a panelist? I don't know what you're talking about. He was not a panelist. He wasn't a panelist. He was a caller after the fact, but he was not a panelist. The panelists, there were only 6 panelists, and he wasn't one of them for the original. So, anywho, I hope everyone had a great weekend. If you didn't catch the arena, this weekend's arena this Saturday. The after show was people called in, but they weren't like Richie that was there. He wasn't a panelist. The only people that were there, like on the after show, that were panelists were Nina, American Nacho, and Big Wally. Wicked Wally, that was it. The other ones were all just call-ins. This week's show is, what's up, Wolf's Rain? this Saturday. The topic is, should we have a national divorce? So I think it'll be a good topic. We're in the process of working out who we are going to get for that. In fact, let me check my DMs real quick. I got a couple messages out. What is this nonsense? Huh? The subscription. What? Huh. Weird. Just got a weird message. Let me... Oh, must be some bot thing. Alright, well, not too worried. Anywho. Yeah, adolescence. I don't give a shit about any of that. I'm not buying followers. Go to left-wing Twitch. I don't do that shit. See ya. Maybe if I'm doing a terrible job. Don't piss around with that stuff. So. Just... lawyers' fees would be atrocious. You're not wrong. So that'll be a fun topic. We'll see who we could chum in to be on that show. Other than that, I'll be streaming tonight, tomorrow, Thursday night, and then we'll see. Maybe I'll pick up a debate or something this week. I know that's what most people want to watch me do. Last night I called in. Nina was actually in a debate with Andrew about feminism last night. I have to admit, Andrew was kind of, I don't want to say being a troll, but sometimes when you know you could outclass the person you're debating, you could kind of just make, I don't want to say outlandish arguments or arguments you don't believe, but you could control the debate as such that it's quite baffling to the person you're debating. And that was about what happened last night. How did I feel about vegan gains? The only time I've ever even heard the person speak was when I debated him the other day. I thought he was terrible. He wasn't terrible in the sense that he couldn't form a coherent thought. Like, sometimes you debate people and you're like, holy shit. Like, poly people, it's like, I don't know if they understand, like, the structure of a discussion or an argument, you know. Vegan Gains wasn't that, but, I mean, he requested the topic. If you missed that debate, the topic was the Tyre Nichols death was racism, that the 5 black cops that were involved in his death did so for racist reasons or something like that. So I thought that he, you know, I'm game. I'll have that debate. I thought that it would be more of a systemic racism. The cops are always racist, and so there's subconscious racism and blah, blah, blah. He had some of that, but the majority of his proof, he flat out admitted it, was because the black cops used the N-word. Which it's like, that's a tough sale. Have I heard of Mike Gill of NH? No, I don't know who that is. It's like, that's your proof? And even he admitted it was like, at most a 20% chance racism had something to do with it. He just felt that no one has the conversation. What? That's all anyone talks about is racism. What the fuck are you talking about? And then, you know, so it was kind of laughable to me. I'm like, in the context of the topic of this debate, you've conceded defeat within 10 minutes. And you didn't sound very good anyways. But once it got into the realm of him recommending that if a black person's pulled over by the police and they feel threatened, they should flee, that's nonsensical. Not only is that nonsensical, that's dangerous. That'll actually get people harmed. And I think before you make that sort of legal advice to someone, that you should fucking really think about what you're saying. So I was not all that impressed. You know, depends on what you mean by national divorce too. If you mean like the Confederacy splitting from, you know, the states, yeah, that's gonna be hugely problematic. If you mean balkanization, and like there's not an official on paper thing, but basically red state people move to red states and blue state people stay in blue states, and we have more of a return to federalism, maybe more doable. Not saying that I advocate for that, but I understand that more. What's up, Aftershock? How you doing? So yeah, I didn't think much of Vegan Gains on that particular topic. Maybe he sounds better on other topics. I don't know. Everyone told me that he was like going to threaten to kick my ass or something. He didn't do that. I mean, I think we sniped at each other, and I was seriously thought it was dangerous that he was telling black people to run from the police. But other than that, I wasn't like personally offended or anything by him. He wasn't overly rude or anything to me. But all right. So, I don't know, between the crazy terms of services of places like YouTube and Twitch, what I'm allowed to show when it comes to actual acts of violence. Now, the footage on this attack last night in Atlanta, for those that didn't hear, I gotta be honest, I didn't know about this till today, but I have heard of what's going on in Atlanta. So you have this Antifa type group that's like set up camp basically in the wilderness, and at some point the police have partitioned off a zone that they are going to use as a training facility. And of course, the existence of police are antithetical to Antifa, and so they don't want the police to sanction off this section of land, which I'm not quite sure if they're claiming that they own this land or that it's public land that everyone owns because they're anarchist or whatever the fuck they are. But I think the problem is more that it has to do with the police, that the police are going to do this. Wolf's Reign says, how do you think leftist states would frame red states? They quickly start calling it new Confederate states as a means of characterization. Yeah. I'm unimpressed by, like, not shitting on you, Wolf's Reign, but I hear this a lot, right? Like people be like, well, if Trump would have did this, the media would have jumped all over him. Well, if Republicans do this, Democrats will accuse them of X. Right. Like they do anyways. I don't give a shit. They're already calling Florida a racist fucking Nazi state. So, like, what's the harm of them being like, oh boy, a bunch of people moved to Florida and Alabama, but now they're the Confederacy. Right. That's, in debate, we call that non-unique. Right? That means it already occurs. Right. They already call everyone racist they disagree with, and if we all gather in one area, they'll say, now they're all racist together. The whole state's racist. Yep. Yeah. I don't give a shit. Don't care at all. It does. My advice is this: when they call you a Nazi or a racist, introspect on yourself. Are you a Nazi? Are you a racist? If the answer is no, you say, fuck you. You have used that claim against everyone for everything, so it means nothing to me. Sorry. Don't give a shit. Right. Put yourself. Exactly. The word's meaningless at this point, as we'll get to. So, anyways, this Atlanta situation, there is footage out there that you could easily find on Twitter and other places that shows fireworks being launched at police and police scrambling. The police ended up fleeing the area for a time being. There were Molotov cocktails thrown. I haven't found exactly. Sometimes you hear things, like people will be posting stuff on Twitter, and sometimes Twitter and like independent people are the best source of information. For example, we would have never known that when Joe Biden had egg on his face because the way that he withdrew from Afghanistan was a disaster, and then he bombed ISIS-K. If it wasn't for social media and users on there, we'd have never known that it wasn't ISIS-K that he bombed. It was a person that was an assistant of the U.S. or assisted the U.S. in some sense as a translator or something, and his children. That's who Joe Biden's administration bombed. They killed a bunch of kids. And then they said, yeah, it was ISIS-K. If you're waiting for Fox News to tell you that, or if you were waiting for CNN to tell you that, or the New York Times, you would have been waiting a long time. So I'm not saying always discredit people that you see posting on social media, but you just sort of get a gut feeling for this. So, for example, I saw people on Twitter, thank you, non-smoker. I appreciate the raid, man. I really do. We'll have to bullshit sometimes. We're talking about the Democrat-incited insurrection in Atlanta last night, where a bunch of Antifa people attacked a police facility, a training facility from police. Thank you, Nyan Cat. Really appreciate it. They did. They burnt down a bulldozer and things like that. So I'm not going to show the footage because I'm not sure what the terms of service are. It's not that impressive anyways. It shows, I'm basically describing what it shows. Throwing Molotov cocktails, fireworks at police scrambling, fleeing. Anyways, I had heard somewhere, someone said that there was potentially a couple hundred people from the Antifa side that were involved in this, but I've not been able to confirm that. So it's as far as I'm concerned, that's just a rumor. What seems to be agreed upon is that about 35 people were rounded up eventually by the police, and then I think like 28 had charges pressed against them. And all but 3 or 4, I believe, of the people were from out of state, which would qualify them for a terrorist organization. People from out of state, remember, that's what we heard about Rittenhouse. That's a big deal. If you're coming from out of state and doing this shit, that's a big deal. So, not my standard, their standard. In fact, at least one of the people were from France. So, that's international terrorism. 33 to 35 detained, 23 charged with domestic terrorism. There you go. That's what seems to be reported. Of course, that could always be fluid, don't get me wrong. But that seems to be in the thrust of what everyone's agreeing occurred. You know, mid to low 20s, people arrested, charged with domestic terrorism. You could see their mugshots. They look almost exactly like you would expect. A bunch of people from Antifa. And then, you know, a handful of other people that weren't charged, at least not yet. Yeah, Andy knows a great place to look. Of course, the story that everyone's talking about is, allegedly, and I say allegedly because even though it seems at this point I'm 90% confident this is true, I am open to new evidence coming to light. One of the people is a lawyer, allegedly, for the Southern Poverty Law Center. Now, I did check, and I was able to find someone with this guy's name who was a lawyer for the Southern Poverty Law Center, but it wouldn't be the first time that someone shared a name with someone else. But it seems pretty likely that this is true. 2 of them are SPLC lawyers? Okay. Well, I heard at least one. Now, the irony of this is, of course, that the FBI utilizes the Southern Poverty Law Center when they're designating people domestic threats, hate groups, as does the mainstream media. Think about this for a second. The group that the FBI uses to assist identifying domestic extremists has lawyers for them that are in fact domestic terrorists. For over a decade, when most mainstream propagandists were telling you this is a hate group, they were using the Southern Poverty Law Center, a group whose members, in part, are domestic terrorists with a domestic terrorist group that the FBI claims doesn't exist. Following this? You get this? Because it's just an idea. That's what you need to understand. And that's what freaked me out this morning, right? Now listen, let me grab some water. The soda's not doing it, so I'll be right back. Now, I'm a former alcoholic, and I'm not going to bullshit you. I've dabbled in substances in times in my life, not for years, but they're a little more extreme than alcohol. So let's just say I've had my fair share of nights not having my faculties about me. But I'm stone sober, and I was at work, and I woke up, and I'm checking my phone, and I'm seeing these videos. And there they are. There's fireworks being launched, Molotov cocktails, bulldozers being lit on fire, police fleeing. And I have never in my life seen an idea do that. I have ideas. For example, I have an idea. Am I in recovery? No, I don't think so. I was more of a social drinker. Once I met my now wife, my girlfriend at the time, we spent about 1.5 to 2 years both kind of going out a lot. She wasn't an alcoholic, I was. But I just dwindled down, and it's just not fun for me anymore. I'll still drink. I probably get, legitimately drink enough to be inebriated 4 or 5 times a year now. It's not very common. The 7-hour video won't play. Have you checked it lately? It needed a long time to buffer, but Rumble's the only place that it is. What time do I think the kid was, where the kid talking about his teacher confusing him? Like the final hour? Check around there. But it's very strange. Let's think some ideas I have. I have an idea let's think. I used to have an idea to open a restaurant where everything was a kebab. So you'd have like cheesecake, put a skewer through it, cheesecake kebab. That was an idea I had. Now that's not a particularly good idea, but that is an idea. It's an idea, right? And I have ideas all the time. I'm willing to bet everyone in the chat has ideas. And I have this idea and I'm like, kebab, a restaurant with kebabs. That sounds great. That sounds like a really great restaurant. And then never once have I thought that, and then all of a sudden, poof, a Molotov cocktail appears and just lights police shit on fire. It's never happened to me. I kind of thought ideas were like these ethereal things that couldn't actually put gasoline into a bottle, light said bottle with like a shirt or something in it, some sort of ignition source, and then throw that at police. I didn't think that ideas could do that. But I was wrong. That's what happened yesterday. Ideas attacked. Ideas had an insurrection. Democrat ideas committed an insurrection last night. I was shocked. There's the fire. There's the bulldozer on fire. There are the police fleeing from an idea. Amazing. I was stunned. How could this be? And I thought, surely this will be all over the news. I mean, imagine how big of a story it would be if, aliens landed in Central Park in New York. I think that'd be a huge story. I think it's an even bigger story that ideas have been held throughout all human history. Billions upon billions of ideas. Every single person has multiple of them a day. In fact, try to go 10 minutes without having some sort of idea in your head. And for the first time in human history, one of them has managed to create a Molotov cocktail and attack police. For the first time, ideas are manifesting on their own and just launching attacks. I couldn't believe it. And yet, no, I didn't see anyone talking about it. I expected Chris Wray, the head of the FBI, to come out and say, holy shit, now we have a war on ideas. My goodness. Try to keep your head completely empty at home, because if you have any sort of innocuous idea, I think I'd like pizza tonight. Holy shit, that idea is attacking people. The idea that I want pizza. Oh my God. What'd Money Pit do? Oh, he's just thanking Robert Whaley. I know Money Pit in real life. Huh, isn't that weird? No FBI special meeting or anything. Yeah, the ideas, man. If the pandemic doesn't get you, the ideas will, right? So this is a whole fucking thing now. Now I'm trying to sit here and keep empty-headed. And that's tough for me as a right-winger. The left-wingers got it. I know they're used to that. They just repeat shit. Got it. But for me, I'm like, oh my God, I don't want to accidentally have an idea. And the next thing I know, my car's running me over. I don't know. Holy shit. What is the advice? What are our leaders telling us? Trust the science, right? Can Dr. Fauci weigh in, perhaps? How do we protect ourselves from ideas now that they could just spontaneously attack you? And then more to the question, what are the bigoted police doing arresting people? That seems ridiculous. People? No. People didn't do this. Idea did it. How can you blame people? The people must have just been... Are they even real people? Were they manifested by the idea? I don't know. Yes, no, I'll try. It's so strange, though. I'm baffled. I'm absolutely baffled. Now, listen. I know that the left-wingers, and if anyone from Destiny's audience here, they're going to be like, here this fucking guy goes. Here's a conspiracy. I'll admit this is a fucked up conspiracy that I thought of. And here's how fucked up this was. While I was thinking of this conspiracy, I had the realization that this thought is an idea. So I'm chewing my nails fuck,
The mere thought that I'm thinking an idea about this conspiracy to explain this is itself an idea that could literally attack me. So if I combust here, please let the FBI know it was an idea that combusted me. An idea manifested. He was talking about things. He had an idea, and then he just lit on fire because the idea got him. But as dangerous as this may be, I just can't be a stupid lefty and empty my head of all rational thought and idea. I can't do it. So, disclaimer, you're all about to hear an idea. I don't know. I know throughout all human history that ideas couldn't create Molotov cocktails and attack you, but I don't know. So I just want to give a trigger warning to everyone. This idea could manifest Molotov cocktails anywhere. So please, I'm going to give you a chance. If you don't want to hear ideas, please go over to Dylan Burns' channel or Stardust or Destiny or something like that where you won't hear any. Try that. Okay? Or pick your favorite stupid fucking lefty. Head over there. Okay? All right. The rest here. Say it in the chat. I'm so bad. The ideas could try to manifest itself. What's the deal with that? I'm the worst at impressions. All right, here we go. I assume everyone left. So, okay. Sunflower doesn't even know what the idea thing is. All right, you ready? Here's the crazy conspiracy theorist in me. I'll let you in on something, Sunflower. You ready? The head of the FBI, when asked about left-wing violence in places like Portland and the Chaz Zone, where groups announcing that violence on social media and going under the name Antifa, such as Rose City Antifa and Antifa organizations in Atlanta and the John Brown Gun Club, and that you could see the material flyers they were making, and you could find their sites on social media. When asked about this, because Chris Wray and the FBI definitely is targeting right-wing groups. They're not ideas, they're people. So you could target people, and they're like, we have to investigate these groups because the groups are composed of people, and we think the people are dangerous. And so they were asked, Christopher Wray was asked, was like, but what about these Antifa groups? And Chris Wray said, Antifa's just an idea. It's not people. It's not like groups of people. It's just an idea. So we can't target ideas. And I thought that's reasonable because ideas can't target you. But now they can. So I was thinking, how can this be? Now this is the crazy conspiracy part of me. You ready for this shit? I know all of us are scratching our heads like, how can ideas create Molotov cocktails and attack police? You ready for this? This is going to blow your mind. You ready? What if there are people in Antifa? What if, hear me out, what if Chris Wray was full of shit? What if there was always provably people in Antifa and they announced we're in Antifa and they had groups and websites and they handed out flyers and they announced that they were going to commit acts of violence and they had a Chaz Zone and they attacked people in places like Portland and shit all the time? What if it always was people? What if when Christopher Wray said, no, ignore all that shit you saw, ignore all that violence and riots, that was just an idea. That was just an idea. What if he lied to us? Yes, Sunflower, a bunch of fucking idiots told you that Chris Wray's a right-wing crony. Whoever those people were, they're not very bright. Or more likely, they're propagandists. Sunflower, you seem like someone who's honestly asking questions, so I'll answer this. One of the things you hear when you talk about the deep state or the establishment and establishment corruption, which is the issue that I'm most concerned with. I think that it is the foremost threat to our country, whether you're a right-winger, a left-winger, straight, gay, atheist, Christian, man, woman, trans, or cis. It doesn't matter. If we have a system ran by corrupt people that are picking and choosing winners, then our opinions don't matter. They only matter insofar as the people that are really running things give a shit. And spoiler alert, they don't give a shit. They say what they have to say to stay entrenched in power. And right now, they know that the best way to do that, because the culture wars were won, at least for the time being, by the left, is to pay lip service to the causes of the progressive left. But they don't give a shit. The CIA doesn't give a fuck about Black Lives Matter. Joe Biden doesn't give a fuck about lesbians in the Air Force. They don't give a fuck. They don't care. They don't give a shit at all. They just pretend. Because they know they could keep dropping bombs and fucking being corrupt and consolidating power and fucking over all the people of this country as long as they say the right things. Because half the country are lefties that go, yay, yay, most diverse administration ever, yay. That's why they say it. So, let me explain one of these arguments that lefties make. They will say, because someone has an R next to their name, or because someone was appointed by Donald Trump, then that proves that that person cannot, in fact, be corrupt against Trump or against the types of people that are Trump supporters. That is fucking stupid. Well, James Comey was a lifelong Republican. So was John McCain. So was Adam Kissinger. So was Jeff Flake. And they hated Trump more than most Democrats. Does that mean Trump's without blame? Of course not. Trump was braggadocious and himself said that one of the best things he did was pick the best people. And he literally was the opposite. I understand that people that want to defend Trump, and don't get me wrong, I still like Trump. One of the things that people want to defend Trump say is, but the deep state's so vast, how was he to know? And that might be true, and that is true. But he didn't know John Bolton? He didn't know Mike Pompeo? He didn't know Lindsey Graham? He didn't know Mitch McConnell? He just didn't know. Didn't know that those people were corrupt. Okay. So when you're like, let's look at the FBI's Russiagate, let's look at all the ways in which this was corrupt, and the FBI sought to keep a legitimate elected president from being able to successfully be a president and enact his agenda by launching years-long investigation, which they were leaking constantly to the press. And let's look at how the State Department did that. And let's look at how the other intel agents did it. And let's look how they colluded with people in the tech world and people in the mainstream media. And let's look at how academia and the entertainment industry, all the institutions that shape our culture and public narrative, how they all went in the same direction predominantly. And when some lefty goes, oh, but some of those were Republicans. January 6th committee, Adam Kissinger and Liz Cheney were there. It was bipartisan. Trump appointed Rosenstein and Wray. Therefore, they could never do anything corrupt against Trump. Got it? It's stupid. Doesn't mean that there's not criticism of Trump for relying on and appointing shitty people. But that doesn't mean those people couldn't be corrupt. Anyways, back to Antifa, the idea. What would that mean if Chris Wray lied to us? And actually, Antifa is an organization with actual people. Well, that would mean one of two things. That one, with all of their vast resources and budgets, and being the most sophisticated law enforcement agency in the history of the world, with the biggest budget and the biggest tech and the biggest investigative tools, somehow, I don't know how, but somehow the FBI was unable to find what anyone with two fucking sets of eyes and access to a computer could find. And that was that there are people in Antifa. Thank you so much for the follow. I missed your name, but thank you so much. Thank you for the super chat, Sunflower. I admire and respect my honesty and integrity. Thank you so much. Even if you disagree with me, you're welcome here. I might make fun of you, but that's okay. You should make fun of me too. I yell too much. I got a big fucking whiny voice. I swear when I shouldn't be. My mustache is crooked. There's a lot. Let's not even get in to my ample bosom and overweight nature. So there's a lot to pick on. Nonetheless, but I do appreciate the super chat. Thank you so much. What are the rest of you doing? I know you aren't being sarcastic, Sunflower. I do. I honestly appreciate it. What are the rest of you people doing that are regular followers? Are you leaving some newcomer donate more? No, I appreciate everyone. Times are tough. I wish I had money to donate to people. So I totally get it. What's up, CTV? How can that be? How is it that me and CTV and Ogre and Luigi Strike and Fun One, all these other people in the chat, how could we know? How could I be like, wait a minute, I can go on Twitter and I can find accounts from Portland Antifa saying, we're meeting here. We're going to go to this street. Make sure you wear all black. I could see that. I could see flyers that said Rose City Antifa posted. I could see video of people saying, in groups saying, we're going to do this. We're going to engage in active violence. I could see it. I literally could see it. I could just go on. I still do one finger typing. I could go on and be like, check this out. And I could find this shit. I'd find Facebook pages and people screenshotting Telegram messages and Twitter. I could see it. But the FBI couldn't. They couldn't figure it out. You know what it was? Now I know. Okay. Here's another idea. Damn, an idea. No. Remember, ideas can now spontaneously create Molotov cocktails like they did last night in Atlanta. So I apologize for this. Here's another idea. You know what it is? Antifa probably only meets at night. And as Merrick Garland told us the other day, well, we can't do anything. If there are crimes being committed at night, we just don't know. You see, it's like the FBI are reverse vampires. They literally can't exist in the evening. And so if there are people gathering criminally or elsewise in the evening, the FBI would have no record of that. So that's probably what it was. All those Facebook posts occurred after sundown. They occurred at like 9 p.m. So the FBI, they shut all their computers off at 8 p.m. Eastern time. They're just like, boo, power down, They got to do fucking, their Windows update or whatever for the evening. And they missed all those messages, Yeah, well, there you go, CTV. That must be what happened, right? Thank you, Gizmo. Thank you for the sub. Oh, they had the whole thing under control from the inside, yeah. It must be what happened, right? Unless, I don't even want to have this idea. This couldn't be true. Because I'm just a crazy fucking conspiracy theorist, right? And like, when Merrick Garland sent out that memo based on, the largest school board association that said we should use the Patriot Act to go after parents and blah, blah, blah. And Merrick Garland was like, yeah, based on that letter, I got the FBI involved and shit like that. And I was told, like, by all the lefties, like, Rob, you're fucking crazy conspiracy theorist. The FBI's not biased. They're totally legitimate. And, come on, Rob. Come on, man. You're a crazy conspiracy theorist guy. You're likable. You're like a big, cute teddy bear, but you're a crazy conspiracy theory guy. That's what they told me, right? That was the narrative. That's what I was told by the left, right? Just crazy conspiracy theory guy. Right? But there's part of me that's like, maybe, just maybe. I know this is crazy. This is a crazy thought. It's crazy. Maybe they are biased. Maybe the people in the organization that we found their private messages saying things like, we need an insurance policy to prevent Trump from winning. Maybe those people actually are biased? I know, it sounds crazy. It sounds absolutely crazy. It's crazy. I'm sorry I even had the idea. It must be that ideas just spontaneously cause Molotov cocktails to come into existence now and attack police. That's the only explanation that makes sense. That's it. That's the only thing that makes sense, right? Destiny has to be right. Pisco has to be right. I'm Really Important has to be right. Vaush has to be right. Like, the FBI's either crazy right-wingers or there's no way they could ever be biased. Right? So the only possible explanation is ideas now create Molotov cocktails on their own and attack police. So crazy story, I know. And for whatever reason, no one wants to talk about this metaphysical phenomenon that's never been experienced in human history. Pretty strange, huh? Oh, well, I guess it's a brave new world. Your FBI fucking lied to you. Chris Wray lied to you. In the most obvious of ways. Antifa has always been a real group. They have always been easily identifiable, at least as a group. There have been people that have publicly acknowledged being parts of the group. The groups have always been involved in all sorts of domestic terrorist activities, such as the Chaz Zone, such as attacks on Portland, such as attacks on police precincts, such as attacks on ICE facilities. And the FBI chose not to do anything because Antifa is useful as the brown shirt fucking thugs of the Democratic Party. That's the fucking truth. And the FBI exists as a corrupt entity whose first agenda is maintaining power. And right now, the party that exemplifies the maintaining of power for corrupt organizations like the FBI is the Democratic Party. Now, it is true that there are Republicans that are just as bad. But at least there are a few Republicans that are willing to call this shit out. The Democrats are 100% on board. That's what's happening. And the people that follow the left and the Democrats are either too fucking stupid to realize it, or what most of it is, they're willfully ignorant or intentionally lying to you because they don't give a shit, because they think that you're morally inferior to them. Now, Michael Knowles gave a speech at CPAC, and in that speech, he said, we need to eradicate transgenderism. I'll be honest with you, I do think that that goes too far. I really don't give a shit if an adult decides they want to be transgender. I disagree with the politics that they're pushing about it, but if an adult consults with the doctor and the doctor is honest about the possible ramifications of the whatever medications they're taking or whatever surgeries, and they still choose to do it, I don't give a shit. I'll go a step further. I'm not going to treat someone like shit just because they're trans. I'm not. For me, I think it's an illness. I know loved ones that have all sorts of illnesses, physical and mental. My job is working with people with developmental disabilities. I don't treat people like shit based on that. But it is clear what Michael Knowles was saying was transgenderism is an ideology that embraces an illness for political purposes. And I do agree that the political nature of transgenderism does need to be defeated. I don't think that I would say it in those terms. But he was not advocating for the eradication of people that identify as trans. No more than if you say, we need to eradicate childhood obesity, are you suggesting killing fat kids? Now, I don't want to talk a lot about this topic, and you might say, what does this have to do? Now, with the topic we're talking about, with Antifa and this attack in Atlanta. One of the more prominent left-wing political streamers on Twitch goes by the name of Vaush, or whatever the fuck. He's some guy that runs from me from debates because he knows he'll get crushed. The only time he'll debate me, like Destiny and other prominent left-wingers, is once in a blue moon if it's on a panel so that they can do a little 5-on-1 thing and they can meme their way through it or have constant interruptions from other people so that they can hide the fact that they know they would get crushed. And they can say, I debated him. I did it. That's who they are. Vaush will do things like pretend he doesn't know who I am, and then when I come on a stream that he's on, go, oh, fuck, like he did last time on The Crucible. That's who he is. Now, Vaush is very upset because he's been claiming there's a trans genocide occurring. That's what he's been saying. And so he took Michael Knowles' statement as proof of the incoming trans genocide. And this language that Michael Knowles is using, that's dangerous. You see how horrible this language is? You see how dehumanizing? Next thing you know, people like Michael Knowles may be calling for violence. Now, I don't see that. I've already explained what I think Michael Knowles was saying. And even if you say, I think this is a dog whistle for violence, it's clearly not an explicit call for violence. He didn't literally call for violence. But you know who did? Vaush! That's who called for violence. Who I've showed you several times, said on a stream when talking to a left-winger, that there is a trans genocide occurring, and that we should stop them just like we should have stopped the Nazis before they came into power, and then literally said on a stream on Twitch, said, you know what kind of world I want to see? A world where we could shoot at Patriot Prayer people in Portland out of windows. Now you might be like, well, that seems like an insensitive thing to say, seeing as how that someone did shoot at one of those Patriot Prayer people and fucking murdered him. And you know who that was? It was an Antifa member. That's who did it. And so while the left wants to get on their soapbox and they want to say, we think that there's stochastic terrorism from Tucker Carlson and from the Daily Wire and people like robnoerr, that's stochastic terrorism. What they're saying will encourage people to violence. Look at this. Here's a right-winger that did something shitty. We blame anyone who's right-wing. When the left goes out and enacts violence in the ways that the left have suggested they do so, all of a sudden they're real fucking quiet, aren't they? What do you think the chances are that left-wing streamers like Destiny and Vaush or Dylan Burns or etc. are tonight streaming about the left-wing violence in Atlanta and saying, geez, much like we said right-wing rhetoric was responsible for January 6th, we think that our rhetoric's responsible for this. What do you think the chances are? What do you think the chances are that they're saying, geez, maybe the all cops are bastards thing led to this? Maybe some of them are, but I'd say the chances are pretty low. Well, that's what I'm saying, Colin. He was empathizing with trans people to some degree. When he said eradicate transgenderism, he did not mean individuals, he meant the ideology. This is the same game that they've always played. I've showed you. Congressman Gifford gets shot in Arizona, right? The left blamed Republicans. They blamed Sarah Palin because the district that Congressman Gifford was in, Sarah Palin put out brochure on how to take back certain seats, and that district had a target over it. And so they were like, oh, that was stochastic terrorism. That was a dog whistle that someone should engage and shoot Democrats in that district. Now, we later found out that the person that shot her didn't do so for political reasons. It seems like he was an unhinged person that had mental issues. No evidence of political motivation discovered. But that didn't stop prominent left-wing figure Bernie Sanders from sending out a letter fundraising off the shooting of Congressman Gifford. Didn't stop him. I'll try to do my bad Bernie impression here. One of the things he said was, is it even safe to walk down the street in Republican areas as a Democrat anymore? Oh boy, yeah, good point, Bernie. When Charlottesville happened, Bernie and many lefties were quick to blame Donald Trump. Now, it might shock you to know this. This might shock you. It's an idea, so be careful. Ready? Did you know that a Bernie supporter shot Steve Scalise and tried to kill a bunch of Republicans on a ball field? Did you know that? Do you think that Bernie Sanders said, is it even safe to be Republican anymore with my supporters shooting at you? Do you think he said that? You think that's what Nancy Pelosi said? You think? They blame, when left-wingers get attacked, they blame right-wingers. Their rhetoric caused it. But when left-wingers attack right-wingers, do they say our rhetoric caused this? Do you think they did? Do you think they did when one of their people that they incited tried to assassinate Brett Kavanaugh? Do you remember hearing Bernie Sanders or Nancy Pelosi or Chuck Schumer saying, oh shit, this was our rhetoric, or Maxine Waters? You remember that? When lefties were lighting cities on fire across this country, day after day after day after day after day, in the summer of love, when the Chaz Zone sprung up, and apparently there were sexual assaults, theft, strong-arm robbery, and the murder of a young African-American child in an Antifa-controlled zone. Did the left stand up and say, our rhetoric caused this? Did they do that? Did they demand the mobilization of fences to be erected, patrolled by the National Guard? Did they tearfully go on television saying, my God, we just don't feel safe as congresspeople because our rhetoric has caused this? Did they do that? Stop taking these fucking people seriously. The double standard proves two things. They don't give a shit about what they say, but they know you do. They don't give a fuck about kids in cages. They don't care. They pretended to care because they know you do. They know good people on the left, right, center, or any political persuasion doesn't want to see kids detained. You might understand, like I did, that there's no good solution to that problem, but you still have empathy for those children. And so, they say, look what your side did. And they know that you'll be like, yeah. They know that that's effective. They wouldn't bother to engage in the double standard if they knew people didn't give a shit. So they're not going to engage in a double standard on jaywalking because no one gives a shit. They're not going to put ads out like, Republicans are jaywalking. God, my God, it's horrible. Because it doesn't resonate with people. They don't give a shit. But children being detained, that resonates. Political violence, that resonates. I don't want political violence. And so, millions of people like me that are centrist or right-wingers agree. They don't want political violence. So that when they say, see, here's violence done in the name of politics, and the right-wingers did it. They're doing that because they know it will be effective. But they don't give a shit. They don't care. And not just the leaders, which is true. They certainly don't care and they know what they're doing. But many just run-of-the-mill, average, everyday followers. From streamers on YouTube and Twitch that are left-wing, to people that are typing on Twitter, right down to the people that never talk about politics that much. Not every left-winger, but a huge amount of them. They don't give a shit. They don't care. And you know how I know they don't care? Because when the left was engaged in violence, and we heard people like AOC saying, we need more distrust in the streets, more disruptions. When Maxine Waters was in Minneapolis at the trial of Chauvin saying, we need to have more of what we've seen. Or whatever the fuck she said. If we don't get the verdict we want. When Chuck Schumer was saying, the justices will reap the whirlwind. And then someone tried to assassinate Brett Kavanaugh. They didn't say a fucking word. They didn't say anything. A few handful did, but almost none of them. So when they start saying, oh my God, right-wing violence, oh my God, they don't give a shit. They don't care. They're only bringing it up because they think that they could make political points with it. That's it. Do I, in my standard, because I know that some smug asshole, your keyline platypus or something like that, some lefty that's usually in my chat will do this, like, Rob, he says that he don't blame the rhetoric when a right-winger says something, he says he shouldn't blame the rhetoric, but now he's blaming the left-winger. Rob's a big phony. He's a hypocrite. Let me spell it out clearly for you. My standard is, I don't blame Bernie Sanders for what happened in Atlanta yesterday. I don't blame Nancy Pelosi. I don't blame Dianne Feinstein. I don't blame Joe Biden. I don't blame Kamala Harris. I don't blame AOC. I don't blame any of them. But my standard doesn't matter. I'm some guy with 60 people watching him stream right now. I have exactly zero political power. But what's the standard of AOC? And Joe Biden and Kamala Harris and Chuck Schumer and Nancy Pelosi and Dianne Feinstein? They actually have power. Even the ones that have left office, like Pelosi, will still have power. What's their standard? Oh, that's right. Their standard is that we have to blame rhetoric. If someone of a political persuasion that's right-wing commits violence, then we say, wait a minute. Did they espouse ideas that Tucker Carlson said? Or that right-wing streamers online like robnoerr said? Well, then those people are responsible. Okay, if that's the standard. I blame the right winger that attacked Mr. Pelosi. It is absolutely amazing to live in real time and see how effective control of a narrative is as a form of propaganda. Of all the lies that you see, people that control our narrative, people in tech, the mainstream media, politicians, etc. Of all the types of lies, slander or libel, flat out telling the opposite of the truth, telling unsubstantiated rumors is absolute truth. Probably the most effective lie that they tell is the lie of omission. And it's just like, we're just not going to cover that. Leave the people like robnoerr scream into the ether. Something fucked up will happen next week. He'll be talking about that. And this story will go away. And you know what? They're right. It works. How's that Twitter files shit doing? Any hay there? They still keep releasing them. They're still fucked up every time. Media's just like, we're just not going to cover it. Just, nope, won't talk about it. It's time to forgive people about the pandemic. It's time to have forgiveness, those that were wrong. Time for forgiveness. Yeah, we called you liars. We refused to allow you to even talk about things. We didn't talk about things that ended up being right. Oh well, our bad. Anyway, it's time to move on. Yeah, apparently there's some... I don't look... I'm trying my best to ignore the fucking shitbird... I'll talk to lefties, I will, but I try to my best to ignore the shitbird trolls. Unless the gentleman wants to call in. What's his name? Creel? Creel, would you like to call in? I can't see his post. I didn't kick him. He's free to communicate with my chat. But a Creel? Someone let me know if a Creel would like to call in. I would absolutely take that call. Other than that, I'm not going to read the chats. I don't even know who this person is, but if I... made it so I couldn't see their post on Restream, it was for a reason, so we'll see. So I'm not going to hold my breath. We'll see if he call in. We'll have a discussion. So Aftershock, let me know if he says if he'll call in or not. He won't. He'll string it along. He's one of those people that don't own a cell phone or doesn't have... He's too busy. He can type in the chat, but he's too busy to call in. You know, I've seen all the excuses. So, I'm just going to move on with the show. Aftershock, you let me know. So, just like with the George Floyd riots, remember the John Brown Gun Club, where that guy attacked an ICE facility with guns and Molotov cocktails and was shot and killed? Like a day after that Antifa successfully took over parts of an ICE facility and removed the American flag and stomped on it? Remember that? Remember that image of our flag? Remember that? Oh, okay. Join the Discord. Oops, we don't need this. You hop on in, Akrill. You let me know when you're ready. Can you hear me, Akrill?
Yep.
Okay. Now, I couldn't see anything you're typing, so you go ahead and tell me. Apparently, you have a burning question that you want addressed.
No, I asked Aftershock, not you, but
well,
he said that Democrats were fucking evil and vile for putting kids in cages at the border. I just pointed out that Biden's border policy is the same as Trump's, except we don't separate every child that comes through anymore.
We're more or less... Real quick,
other than that...
Real quick. We're more or less children separated under Biden than Trump.
I have no idea how many children
Four
Biden
times
separated
more.
At this point.
4 times more.
I assume more unaccompanied minors have come through because we do have that policy.
What was Joe
Where
Biden...
unaccompanied minors
What did
are
Joe
allowed
Biden and Kamala Harris call the detention of minors when Trump was doing it? They had a very specific thing that they called
I don't know.
They called
Putting
it
kids in cages, right?
They called it a human rights abuse.
Okay, potentially.
Let me ask you a question. Let's say that there's an action that you think's immoral and I don't. Like, for example, let's say eating meat. Let's say I say eating meat's not immoral, but you say, yes, it is immoral, right? So then Aftershock starts eating a burger, right? You would say that's immoral, I'd say that's not immoral. You following me so far?
I'm with you so far.
Okay. Let's say then that you eat a cheeseburger. Which is worse, you eating it or Aftershock?
I don't think either of them is any worse than the other.
Well, here's the thing. Aftershock...
The hypocrisy of one, I guess.
Well, here's the thing. Aftershock isn't doing an action that he intentionally knows is immoral. But you are. You know that it's immoral and you're doing it anyways. Aftershock's committing a sin. Let's say that you're right.
You don't think they knew it was immoral to put the kids in cages?
Let me finish. Aftershock is committing a sin, if it is a sin, of ignorance. He didn't know that it was a sin. You are committing an intentional sin, correct?
In this instance, yes.
Okay. Similarly, the Trump administration, because of a decision by the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals, the most left-wing circuit in this country, the court ruled that you could no longer detain children at the border with adults. And it sort of makes sense, because you don't know who these adults are that are coming with children, and if you're detaining them in facilities with adults, something terrible could happen to the children. Following me so far?
Right.
Now, the Ninth Circuit Court probably thought, aha, this means that once we institute this ruling, they'll have no choice but to leave people that come with children across the border without detaining them. This decision occurred during the Obama administration. Much to their chagrin, you know what Obama did?
Go on.
He built cages that they put kids in. Now, I wouldn't call them cages.
Yeah, I know they were built during Obama's administration.
Right. That's what he did. Now, Trump, now, if I'm steel manning Obama, do I think that Obama was like, kids in cages? Do you think that's what he thought?
No.
He probably thought, fuck, this is a very difficult situation without an easy answer, right?
Right.
Okay, so what are your decisions? Well, you could leave anyone who comes with a kid across without detaining either the kid or the parent. That seems to be a bad decision, because if we're stopping people, for example, at airports because we're worried about terrorism, this seems like a pretty fucking big loophole that ISIS or some other terrorist organization or cartel members, etc. Oh, we just have to show up to the border with a kid? No problem. So that seems like...
We did stop them.
Well, you can't detain them.
If we had reason to stop any of them, they were stopped.
How could you detain them if they had a kid? Listen to me. You're not listening. You're not listening. If we said you can't detain the child under any circumstances, right? Are you going to send the child into the United States without its parent? You just send them on their own?
Detain the child.
That's
in terms of just keeping them
the
somewhere.
Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals said you could not. If a man and woman come across with a child, you cannot put the man, woman, and child in the same detention area. Right?
So what? You just separate the family then? What's the problem? That doesn't mean you can't detain a child. It just means you can't detain them together.
That's right. It didn't mean. So if you're thinking through your options, now what are our options? We can't detain them together, so we could detain them separately, or we could leave both of them through without detention, or we could just leave the child through without detention. And all three of those options fucking suck. Right? You can see problems with all three of them, right? No?
I don't know where you're going with this.
Where I'm going is, so if you are Obama and you choose one of those options and say, look, I think all three of these options suck, what we'll do is we'll detain the children temporarily in one facility and we'll detain the parents in another. We'll detain the adults in another. I don't think, and you correct me if you think otherwise, I don't think that makes Obama evil. Do you?
Not necessarily, no.
Okay. So when Trump does it, do you think it makes him evil?
Evil is a hard one to say that anybody
Immoral,
is.
A human
I
rights
mean, if you want to
abuser.
go down the road of like the worst of humanity, you could say they're evil. I don't know if I would say Trump is evil for the one action. but it certainly was not a good action.
I don't understand why you didn't take
and
homage.
It was the wrong decision.
I don't understand why you didn't take umbrage with the word evil when I brought up Obama. You're very quick to say he wasn't evil. But then when I ask if Trump did the same thing, does that make him evil? You're like, well...
I'm saying why the action itself, the difference... Okay, yes or no. Detaining children and parents separately may result in cases where a mistake could happen and the children can get separated.
Absolutely.
Detaining every single parent and child that comes through the border is going to result in more children being separated from their parents, just by nature of statistics.
I don't know if that's true, but let's, for the sake of argument, say sure.
That's the problem. We didn't stop and separate every single person that came through with a child. Trump did.
So Obama didn't do that?
Obama did not separate every single child. No.
Okay, so can you show me some sort of source that says that Obama was letting people through unvetted without detaining them, and that's better? Can you show me a source that shows that? Meanwhile, while you're looking that up, I can play this game.
Trump changed it.
While you're looking that up, I can play this game as well.
And we lost quite a few children.
Let's play this game with you.
I think would you admit
that more sex traffickers, cartel members, and terrorists would come through if we're not stopping people at the border than if we are?
I mean, yeah, obviously.
Okay, so then you're cheering for a system where more sex traffickers, cartel members, and terrorists can get through the border. That's what you're cheering for?
No, I'm cheering for a system that intelligently separates those that clearly should be separated. That's what we were doing to the best of our ability.
All right, so let's say there's two people. There's you that comes through the border with a child, and there's me that comes through the border with a child. Explain why one of us are detained while they research us and the other's allowed to freely go through. Go ahead.
Fuck should I know? I don't work at the border.
Well,
there could be a million reasons why they'd stop somebody.
But you seem to have a criticism, right? When Trump and Obama had the same policy, you, without any evidentiary proof...
Yeah, because Trump lost significantly more children that got separated from their parents.
You seem to not have any evidentiary proof whatsoever that shows that this was applied in disparate ways. And even if it was applied in disparate ways, you have no evidence whatsoever to show that somehow the way Obama was doing it was competent enough to stop cartel members, sex traffickers, terrorists, without detaining children, but Trump wasn't that intelligent. You have no proof of this. You're just making the assertion because you're a fucking hypocrite Democrat. That's what you're doing. Orange man bad, so when he did it, it must have been bad, but I'll make excuses for Obama. That's what you're doing.
No.
Okay, then show me the proof. You came to this conclusion somehow. Where did you hear this? Where was the evidence that you used to say, even though I know that the policies were the same under Obama and Trump, right? I think when Trump did it, it was immoral, and when Obama did it, it was okay. Show me the evidence that led you to come to that conclusion.
The United States family separation policy under the Trump administration was presented to the public as a zero-tolerance approach intended to deter illegal immigration and to encourage tougher legislation. In some cases, families following the legal procedure to apply for asylum at official border crossings were also separated. It was officially adopted across the entire U.S.-Mexico border from April 2018 until June 2018. Under the policy, federal authorities separated children and infants from parents or guardians with whom they had entered the U.S.
Did that occur under Obama?
They did not detain everyone, especially not those who were entering the country legally by applying for asylum.
Show me that evidence.
More than 5,500 children, including infants, were removed, and hundreds have still not been reunited.
Emotional appeal. Got it, right? Show me the evidence that wasn't occurring under Obama. I can show you evidence, if you'd like. I'll look for it and I can pull it up. I could show you evidence of the official Democrat Twitter. They've deleted this, but hopefully the Wayback Machine has it. Official Democrat Twitter putting a link to, I think, the UN or the European Union or some, maybe Amnesty International, some international group. And that link said that the United States was the worst developed country in the world for the detention of children. Right? I remember when the Democrats did that. And they were like, see, Trump. Problem was, that research was compiled in 2014. So that means that international groups were saying how bad Obama was for this very same thing. Why didn't you speak up? Why didn't the Democrats? Why didn't the media?
What do you mean, why didn't I speak up? You will never see me praise Obama or Biden's border policy, ever.
Okay, so how did you have a social media presence while Obama was president?
No, not really. I don't have a social media presence now, other than Twitch.
Were you calling into any shows to talk about kids in cages while Obama was
No, I didn't really get into politics at that point.
Would it surprise you to know that literally 95% of the people I talk to on the left, when I ask, okay, well, when this same thing was happening under the previous administration, they say, I just didn't talk about this until right around the time that it's completely convenient for this argument. Would you believe that almost always happens?
That is not the case here.
Well,
I
as
didn't
always,
agree with it
you
then. I don't agree with it now.
You like everyone else,
But my point to Aftershock was that if he can say the Democrats are pure evil because of that, then the Republicans did the same thing. So, and arguably worse because they separated everybody and lost more children. So therefore, you would have to say,
would you agree?
Republicans are evil then.
Would you agree then if that's the metric we're using, what we're doing, do you think the act of the children being detained itself is something that we should struggle to avoid?
Ideally, yeah.
Okay, so then if the metric is those that detain more children were more evil, if it's true that the Biden administration detained 4 times more children, then they're more evil.
Depends on how many they lose.
Why is it just the losing that's so? It's okay.
I mean, if he's detaining enough that we're losing more than Trump, even with his policy,
so I just want to clarify. It's okay to detain children as long as you don't lose them. That's the argument.
I mean, yeah, it's okay if we're just processing them and they're sitting somewhere for a few hours. Okay. It's shitty
so
that it's a cage, arguably.
Okay,
it certainly doesn't sound like the conditions are very good, and I would not approve of that.
Can you explain to me, then, why there were more under Biden? You seem to suggest that it was different. The types of children that were detained under Biden were different. Can you explain that?
As far as I know, it was mostly young men from South America that were coming here to work, that were 15 to 17, I think is the most of the youth that was taken in the border.
Can you show me evidence of that?
Or seen in the border? Sure. You can go look it up.
The argument that I usually get from the left is this. The difference was the children Trump was detaining were people that were coming across with children, and he separated the children from the family. That's the argument I normally get. But with Biden, the majority of the children were detained were coming across without parents. Without adults.
That is the case as well, because, again, I mentioned before, we have the policy now where unaccompanied minors can be sent through.
Okay.
So you're going to get people that are just sending their children, unfortunately.
Okay, so how many of those children do you think were successfully reunited if they came across by themselves?
I don't know if they even had anybody here at all. It could just be the parents were willing to take the risk,
right?
To protect their children.
So then, when you say when the problem is that children were separated from their parents, right? It seems that you're admitting, well, shit, there were 4 times more under Biden, and most of them probably didn't have parents to go to. So by default, these were children that were no longer with their parents, separated from their parents, correct?
I'm sorry, what? I missed that part.
By default, if you're saying, well, these children probably didn't even have families to reunite with. By default, they've been separated from their families.
I don't know. It's hard to say.
Well, it seems to logically flow. It seems to logically flow. No, maybe you could... Here's what you could do. Here's what you should do. Why don't you look up, video of journalists that went to these detention centers so we can see the types of children they are? Can you look up some video evidence of that? Or pictures or something?
What would that do?
Well,
that would make sense,
right? Like, if we're
what specifically am I looking for?
Well, let me tell you, right? If we're going to talk about the types of children being detained and the conditions in which they were detained, it would seem to make sense that we would, as best as possible, go directly to the source and see video and pictures of those children while being detained, right? Like, with Trump, for example, we saw AOC go through and took pictures and talked about the terrible conditions, remember? And that is something that I'll actually throw you a bone on. If we have to detain these children, it should be done in a fucking humane way, right?
Right.
So it would definitely make sense that it's a good thing that we have people, particularly opposition people, checking in to be like, look, we're going to fucking bring cameras and make sure everything's okay, right?
Yeah.
Would it shock you to know that the Biden administration, unlike the Trump administration, did not allow that sort of photo or video evidence? They didn't allow journalists in?
I would need to see that. But it wouldn't shock me, really, no.
Huh. But that seems weird. So there's 4 times more under Biden, and probably those kids don't even have families to go to, so they've been separated, and we weren't allowed to see the conditions that they were held in. But we just know he wasn't as bad as Trump with it, right?
He doesn't have the same policy.
Why does it matter? Why did Trump... Let me ask you this. You just read an article that gave the reason that Trump gave for his harsh policy. Do you remember what that reason was?
To try and, deter illegal immigration or something?
Right. So in other words, he was trying to send a signal that said, don't even fucking try to come. You're not getting in here illegally, right? Now, you might disagree with that, but that's his stated intention. You agree?
Yeah.
Okay, so whatever the possible motivation was for the Biden administration, it's indisputable that his policies reversed that signal. Probably has something to do with every Democrat, including himself, raised their hand to say that they didn't think illegally crossing the border should be viewed as a criminal act. Repeatedly, when they ask illegals that are coming why they're coming, they say because they feel the Biden administration will let them in. So whatever you think about these two policies...
because we heard the border is wide open.
Right. So
where do you think they heard it?
From the Biden administration.
No, they heard it from
the right. They heard it from
Fox
people that...
News.
No.
You guys have been crying it from the rooftops that Biden has a wide open border.
They heard
despite no policy changes at the border.
They heard it from Democrats who said it shouldn't be a criminal act, that humanely we should leave all these people in, that they should get benefits like education benefits, food stamps, welfare bonus.
They stated what they were arguing, what they want in the country.
Over and over, they have said over and over that they think that Biden will let them in. That they've heard things from Biden. It is left-wing groups that have been left-wing NGOs have been facilitating this. Democrats have publicly said these things, and you, just like the good little fucking shitlib that you are, go with the right-wingers pounce narrative. It's not that Democrats said this shit, it's that Republicans are complaining about them saying it. That's what caused it. That's your argument.
It's that Republicans have been saying the border is wide open nonstop since he took office. Again,
because of what they said.
Because of what they've said to the border, to immigration.
Because of what they've said. So you're legitimately saying that Biden's out there saying, no, the border's closed. Don't come. And Democrats are like, for God's sake.
The border's wide open purely because
that's what they're saying.
Biden didn't say, hey, I might want to shoot you if you show up.
So here we go. So let's leave the audience know what you're thinking. The mainstream media, which we could show study after study have showed not just cable news, but also network news like ABC, CBS. The vast majority of newspapers, the New York Times, the Washington Post, vast majority of cable news, CNN, MSNBC, places like that, right? They clearly didn't like Trump. Right? They clearly were giving more airtime to arguments that were anti-Trump and beneficial to Biden. We can see all this. Do you disagree with that?
No.
Okay. But despite that, right? For some reason, inexplicably, they're either A, saying the border's wide open, or B, they're not saying that. The Democrats are saying, no, the border's secure, the border's closed, we're not letting these people in. But somehow, millions upon millions of people are only watching Sean Hannity?
They are hearing.
From who?
From wherever they hear it from. Coyotes, maybe. So, the people that are willing to smuggle them across the border.
So you don't think when every Democrat that was running for president said on the debate stage, when they said on the debate stage, we don't think it should be a criminal act to illegally cross the border, you don't think they heard that? And they didn't hear when the Democrats were saying, if you come to the border, we'll let you in, we'll give you all these benefits. They didn't hear that. They just heard Republicans saying,
if you come to the border, we'll let you in. I distinctly remember Kamala Harris saying, do not come to the border.
What? Did they say that they would give them benefits?
I have no idea what benefits
did they constantly call for things such as amnesty for illegals that are already here?
Doesn't mean they've achieved any of it.
But they're saying it, right? And if you were an illegal, let me ask you this. If you were an illegal and under Trump, you heard him saying, like, we're not going to fucking let you in. In fact, we'll even consider deporting illegals, right? And in fact, and then the lefties at the same time, you have them saying, we're going to be sanctuary cities. We don't think it should be a crime. We need to be humane. The United States is responsible for this displacement. We need to give these illegals benefits. They should have the right to vote in our local elections. It shouldn't be a criminal act to come here illegally. And then their party gets control of the House, the Senate, and the presidency. Which time would you feel more comfortable coming?
obviously under Democrats, more
Right.
people would show up.
Okay, so the question then comes down to, if what we're really concerned about is the detention of children and those that are no longer with their family, and we could conclude, based on the numbers and reasonable conclusions that we're drawing based on the type of children that we're now detaining, that more children now are displaced from their family under the Biden administration than under the Trump administration, how does that not mean that the Biden administration is more unethical?
But is that a direct result of their policy or circumstance?
So with Trump, it's he's to blame, the buck stops here. But with Democrats, it's not their fault. They're helpless. They're incompetent. They couldn't control it.
No, I'm saying policy hasn't changed at the border. It's the same as it was.
Let me ask you this.
Something else must have changed. Again, you mentioned the president switches to a Democrat. That's going to increase people. There's huge economic destabilization in South America. That's going to cause people to flow up.
That destabilization wasn't there under Trump? So Trump was doing good when it came to
No, it was. I think we still had people
so it was.
But we had like a special amnesty, I think, for people
so there was
Venezuela
still economic
destabilization
in South America, but for some reason there were less people coming. You've already said why, right? We're not idiots. You're just trying to deflect now. But let's take a brief sidestep here. So the argument is that the policies are the same. It's just the signaling that's different, correct?
Right.
And we blame Trump for the signaling that caused displaced children, but we don't blame Biden and the Democrats for the displaced children.
No, I blame Trump for his policy.
So you blame Trump for his policy.
You blame unnecessarily so.
Okay, so we don't blame the signaling of Democrats, right? Because the policies have stayed the same. That's your argument?
Yeah. Okay. Again, there's not a whole lot of, hey, the border's wide open, come on in, guys, from the left.
Would you take a little detour with me for a second? Now, we can see that there's not only has there been record numbers of illegals coming to the borders, but there's also been record numbers of people making it through not being detained. You're aware of that, right?
Sure.
Okay, so that means that you might say, well, fuck, I got a 1 in 5 chance of making it through or something like that, right? Way more people are making through now than there were under Trump, correct? And let me ask you another question. Do you feel if you were an illegal and you got caught during the Trump administration that you would be treated more poorly than you would under the Biden administration?
Probably. I don't know. If policy hasn't changed, you might get treated the same. It's hard to say.
But if you were an illegal, what would you think?
I have no fucking idea.
So more are getting through now, and I'm guessing more would think that they would be welcomed more or treated better, at least, under the Biden administration, right? But let's take a brief sidestep, because what you're saying is the signaling doesn't matter if the policies have stayed the same. Did you think Trump did a good job for COVID?
I think he did a good job on the vaccine. Otherwise, no.
Okay. Do you think Biden did a good job?
Yes.
What were the policy differences between Trump and Biden when it came to COVID?
Besides taking it seriously and making sure
the policy. Can you show me what was the executive order?
The states. So
wait. Can you show me the executive order that said
there's another round of stimulus checks?
Can you show me that real quick?
Was there a $2 trillion
I understand
bill
you're filibustering. I understand. You know you're not looking good here. Can you show me the executive order?
Listing everything Biden did.
But can you show me the executive order that was the Taking It Seriously Act? Can you show me that?
You don't think that the president standing up in front of a camera and saying that the virus is nothing and it'll just go away with warm weather is going to affect how seriously people take that illness?
So what you're saying is that even if the policies were similar, the signal was different.
Their policies were not similar.
How were they not similar?
What do you mean?
Like, both pushed the vaccine heavily, right? Both signed stimulus and things like that. How are the policies different? What it seems that you're suggesting, like most lefties suggest, is, well, the problem is Trump just wasn't signaling that it was serious. He wasn't signaling that masks were important. He thought it was more important to call it the China virus, right? And his supporters didn't take it seriously. But Biden, even though he just pushed, basically as his policy, the same vaccines that Trump was pushing, the difference was he took it seriously, Right? That's what I hear from almost every... That's what I hear from Dylan Burns. That's what I hear from Destiny. That's what I hear when I hear like Don Lemon or Rachel Maddow talk. And it seems to suggest that that's the first thing you said. Biden took it seriously, right?
That was a big deal.
Okay, so you're saying that the signal that Biden sent, even if the policy differences weren't that great, the big thing was that Biden signaled that he was taking it serious and Trump didn't. Trump downplayed it, correct?
I think that was probably the biggest difference, yeah.
Can you explain to me?
I mean, Trump did some lockdowns early. That was helpful.
Very bad. Not only was it not helpful, that was probably one of the worst things that Trump did. But I digress. That's a conversation for another day, right? All that just goes to my point here. So then let's go back to the border, the kids in cages. You said that the signal doesn't matter because the policies are the same. That's what you said. Right?
Yes, the signal it matters less in this case.
Oh, so now on this issue,
less,
even when we have illegals coming in record numbers saying, well, we think that Biden will let us in, you're like, it doesn't matter. The policy's the same, so the signal doesn't matter. But with COVID, even though the policies were demonstrably pretty close to the same, the signal really mattered. That's your argument?
A pandemic is completely different. The vaccine only works when a critical mass of everyone gets the vaccine. To do that, you need people to think this is serious and to think that the vaccine is going to help.
When was the vaccine brought online?
I forget the day.
Was it before or after the election?
Probably after.
It was right around the time. Can we say that?
Somewhere around there. I don't
know the exact. Of course, I'm not. Come on, dude. I'm not that fucking ready. I'm not asking the exact day. But the point is, it was late into that first year of COVID, correct?
Yeah, it took a little while.
Do you think Trump was taking COVID seriously at that point?
I think he was taking the vaccine seriously.
Well,
I thought Project Warp Speed was a good idea.
Right, and he was talking about it.
Ultimately, it wasn't American companies or Trump's influence that got the vaccine done.
It's a red herring.
It was a good idea.
You're talking. Okay, so it was clear.
I think it was great that he did that.
It's clear if he was repeatedly talking about the vaccine and saying that he did it and he was great, regardless if you think he's how much credit he deserves or whatever, right? I'm not talking about that. But it's clear he was at least signaling that this is a big fucking deal, right? Which would mean that he probably knows that he's signaling that COVID's a big deal.
He heavily downplayed the virus.
When?
But wanted credit for
when? When was he downplaying the virus? Go ahead, tell me.
When he said it would go away with warm weather, for one.
And
that wasn't a big deal.
Okay, when he said that, that would imply it was before warm weather came, correct?
Yeah, it was in like March or something, I think.
Right. Okay, so in March he was downplaying it.
April, maybe.
By the way, did you expect Trump to come to these conclusions? You don't think that Trump's like a virologist or an epidemiologist, correct?
I expect him to listen to the people.
So like who? Who are some of the people he should have listened to?
Any of the virologists in his administration. I know you want me to say Tony Fauci.
Who else? Dr. Birx?
Oh. Fauci was the one that got the most press. I don't know the others.
Fauci. Would it surprise you to know that as late as February, Fauci was saying the flu would be worse than COVID?
No, we didn't know much about it in February.
So how much did we know about it in March?
Quite a bit more than February, but still not nearly enough.
So then your argument is, in March...
We knew it was going to be a lot worse than we thought.
So your argument is, in March, Trump was downplaying it, but he wasn't downplaying it once we got to, like, October.
We downplayed it after that, too.
Okay, so show me evidence of him downplaying it in, say, October. Or any time around the election. Show me him downplaying it once he was touting Operation Warp Speed. I seem to remember the opposite. I seem to think Trump understood that people understood that COVID was a big deal, or at least, if not everyone thought COVID was a big deal, they at least thought that COVID or the reactions to COVID were a big deal. Because there's a lot of crazy fucking insane
September 21st in Ohio, during a campaign speech, Trump said the virus affects virtually nobody.
Let's see it. Post the link.
It affects elderly people with heart problems. If they have other problems, that's what it really affects. That's it.
That's basically true. It's not that's it. He's wrong about that. But that's the vast majority of it. Sure. If we would have listened more to... And if Trump would have listened to his own rhetoric there, we'd be in a far better position because we wouldn't have...
Take your hat off to the young because they have a hell of an immune system. It affects virtually nobody. It's amazing. Open your schools.
True. He was absolutely right.
That downplays the significance
of the virus. Wait a minute. So you think that closing schools was a good thing?
In some cases, yeah.
Can you give me any evidence of that from any group outside the United States? The World Health Organization, the UK, Scandinavian countries that we're told have better healthcare system. Can you show me one study in any of those international communities that said locking down schools was a good thing?
I'm not going to litigate.
Spoiler alert, they all said it was terrible. And now we know that it's settled.
I know.
So
COVID
then you're
denial.
one example.
I don't want to get too far into that.
It has nothing to
dude.
do with denial. I'm saying that the science has settled that it was a disaster. That locking down schools harmed kids emotionally, intellectually, and physically more than their risk of the virus was.
It was better than killing their grandparents.
How would locking down schools prevented their grandparents of dying?
It doesn't spread.
How? If the kids aren't contracting that much at school.
If the kids aren't standing around together at school.
Show me the evidence that showed that lockdowns prevented transmission with children.
Again.
What I've seen was because children were less likely to...
I prefer we get off COVID.
I'm sure you would. The point I'm trying to make is this, right? If you think... Let me just ask you this about COVID. Do you think that... What do you think's the number one thing we need to do to fight COVID? What's the best weapon we have against it? Lockdowns? What do you think?
The vaccine at the time, but now with all the variants, it's hard to say.
Okay. I don't want to get in a debate with you about vaccine. My stance on vaccines, just so you know, is for some people they work. For other people, maybe not. We're all unique people. You should consult your own medical professional. You shouldn't be listening to me or you. Would you say that's fair enough? We're not trying to give medical advice or any shit like that, right?
Yeah, I'm not going to go down this vaccine shit.
Yeah, I don't want to, right? So we're good on that, right? So let's just, for the sake of argument, say vaccines are good, right? I'm not saying that the vaccine's the best thing. I'm not saying I agree or disagree. I'm just saying for the sake of this discussion, that's what you think, correct?
Yeah, vaccines are great.
Okay, who's been more consistent on thinking the COVID vaccine was a good thing, Trump or Biden and Kamala?
I don't know. I mean,
can you show me one speech that Trump has ever given where he seemed to cast...
Trump is pretty pro-vaccine, but again, his base is so against it. It didn't really work out for him.
Forget about the base.
Take credit for it,
we're talking about the signaling of the Biden administration, which you said took it seriously, and the Trump administration, which you said didn't. That's what we're talking about. So not their supporters. We're talking about the two presidents, correct?
Yeah, but I said before, he didn't downplay the vaccine, but he downplayed the virus, which
for the sake of this argument,
had the effect of people not taking the vaccine seriously.
Hear me out. For the sake of this argument, we're saying the vaccine's the best thing. Now, with Trump, you've admitted, I can't think of, in fact, much to the chagrin of many of his supporters, they think he supported vaccines consistently the entire time. I would agree he has, because he's taking credit, rightfully or wrongfully, correct? So he's going to say, this is the greatest thing ever. We're doing great. Take the vaccine, right? That's what Trump said the entire time, right?
I think so.
What about Biden?
I think the same thing.
Really?
I'm sure you'll find one.
One?
Maybe.
What if I was to tell you that Biden...
Sounds like you got something maybe lined up.
Yeah. What if I was to tell you that Biden and Kamala, and in fact many, many Democrats...
Oh, was this when Trump was saying he was going to rush the vaccine through and everybody was a little bit nervous about the Trump vaccine?
So when they were saying things like, I wouldn't trust, Trump's rushing it. Well, do you, like Biden said, do you want to be the one who takes it? Or, I'm sorry, it was Kamala.
Everybody at the time, or a lot of people at the time, were rightly concerned that he would cut corners.
Did he? Did he cut corners? Did he cut corners?
Evidence bore that out. So
so he did cut corners.
People were fine with it.
So
no, he didn't.
Oh, he didn't. So what was
people were worried that he would.
Okay, but what was the evidence that he was going to do that?
I didn't say there was evidence he would. I said they were worried he would, rightfully or wrongfully.
They speculated. Look,
yeah, they didn't trust him.
Do you think that many Democrats don't trust Trump in addition to just the leaders?
I'm sure most Democrats don't trust Trump.
Okay, so do you think then that there were people that didn't trust Trump that said when the vaccine came out, I don't think I'm going to take this because I don't trust Trump?
Yeah, I remember there were people at the time.
Oh! So then
I thought about it at the time, but
so if
again, the evidence bore out that he didn't cut corners. The vaccine was done properly. They just found a way to optimize it by parallelizing some of the tasks. So
let me walk you through it. Let me walk you through it. You say the difference between Trump and Biden was the signaling, right? You say the most important thing to fight COVID was the vaccines. More important than masking. More important than lockdowns. Right?
He downplayed the virus.
Please. Who cares if he downplayed the virus? By the time the
It's a big deal. You say the virus is nothing, why would anybody go out of their way to get a vaccine?
Okay, let me ask you this.
Most people don't get the flu vaccine.
Let me explain.
And you're telling people it's going to be worse than the flu.
Let me explain something to you, right? I used to debate in college, right? And there are stages of an argument, right? Usually these are from what's called disadvantages, but you have uniqueness, link, and impact. So uniqueness will be like this. The way things are now. The economy is good. Link is how your plan changes that. Your plan hurts the economy. And impact is why that's bad. A downed economy will lead to a war. Got it? Now, the reason this matters is because if you successfully take out one plank of that on the other side, then you've beaten the argument. For example, even if it's true that my plan hurts the economy and a hurt economy causes war, well, if the economy is already shit, that means the impact is going to happen inevitably, correct?
I'll give you it, sure.
Okay. Now, in between, the problem is, impacts could always go further. For example, you could say, well, war's good. War's good because humans are bad. And so we should have a war to kill more humans because there's overpopulation, and so it'll be good in the long run. What those are called are internal links. Internal links are a bridge between the link and the ultimate impact, right? Follow me so far?
Yeah.
Okay. Your impact to what solves the virus is vaccines. Correct?
Right.
Not lockdowns.
Solved.
But is the best defense to it. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
Not lockdowns, not masks, correct? The vaccine.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
You say, well, I challenge the link. You're challenging the link. You're saying Trump said that the virus wouldn't be that bad in March. He said in September that we shouldn't lock down schools, that it was primarily affecting the old. But when it comes to the impact, the end of the road, he touted vaccines consistently the entire time. When you say, well, the internal link, one of them would be he downplayed the virus. That only matters if that leads to then he didn't advocate for the biggest defense, which was the virus. But you're concluding that he did. The Biden administration, Biden, Kamala, and many, many Democrats did the opposite. They said the virus... First, they didn't say the virus is serious, by the way. Around the same time Trump was saying that, they were calling him xenophobic for wanting to stop travel from China. They were saying that you should go to...
By that point, it had spread outside of China, so stopping travel from China, it didn't do anything.
Neither did school lockdowns, but you criticized Trump.
It kind of was xenophobic because it
wasn't xenophobic.
It just attacked China for benefit.
It was not xenophobic. Okay, so your argument is the cat was already out of the bag, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so then did you support lockdowns?
Yeah.
The cat was already out of the bag, so why'd you support them?
Because people need to stay away from each other.
But wait a minute. If you said it was already too late, the virus was already out there.
Yeah, it had already spread to America.
Okay, even if it did, do you think bringing more people in that were likely infected to the United States was beneficial in stopping this spread?
Well, then it doesn't matter. It's already
so let me get this straight.
Population.
It's already here, so we could just bring in anyone, even if they have COVID. But healthy Americans need to lock down.
I mean, ideally, no, don't bring in anybody. Everyone should. That's the lockdown. That's
okay.
The point. Nobody goes near anybody.
If there was a country that you knew was a hotbed for this, even if the virus was already
but
here,
targeting specifically China didn't help anything.
Why?
You would have had to stop travel from all the other countries that had it too.
Eventually, we did. China, at that point, when the travel ban was instituted,
yeah, eventually we did.
Right. So when China was the hotbed, we stopped travel from there, and then when it was other
it already
countries,
left China.
So,
it didn't do any good.
If it was already here, why would we later stop travel from somewhere like the UK? Did you support that?
You should stop any way you can from spreading the
Let me get this straight, just so the audience understands this line of thought here, right? So when initially, when China was...
out China is the problem.
The reason China was singled out was because it was the worst country. If your argument is, yeah, but at that point it was too late, the virus was already here, then why would we stop travel from any country? Why would we institute lockdowns? It's already here.
Because it was spread to more than just China. I mean, Again,
Okay, you
stopping
clearly
just
don't get
one
We'll move on
doesn't
from
help
that.
stopping it from entering from everywhere else.
Let me ask you this.
And he only stopped from the one source.
Okay, let's say that there's an outbreak of highly contagious measles that's a new strain that we're very worried about that comes next year. You following me?
Yeah.
And let's say that the hotbed, the first place we've seen this, is South Africa, okay?
Okay.
Now, we see 1 case in UK and 5 cases in New Zealand and 3 cases in Australia, but South Africa has 10,000 cases. Follow me?
Okay.
Now we see that there's 3 cases in the United States. Should we stop travel from South America or South Africa?
Yeah, and everywhere else, it sounds like.
So you would
The other two.
stop because 3 people had it in Australia. You would stop travel from Australia as well.
Measles is incredibly contagious. If we're assuming it's going to spread like COVID
Okay,
did, then yeah,
so
that would
you're-
be the play.
I mean, that's fucking... So then you're still, to this day, would you acknowledge that there's probably 3 people that have COVID in Australia right now?
Yeah, but COVID's not the same as it was when it launched.
Oh, so COVID's not a big deal now?
No, it lost a lot of its potency.
So we shouldn't worry about stopping countries that have COVID from getting in?
Not anymore.
So would you say, like, for
Stopping a
example...
spread is from
Would it
now.
surprise
Like,
you
what
to
are you
know?
going to do? It's
So
everywhere.
would it surprise you to
How
know
would you
that...
stop it?
But would it surprise you to know that the Biden administration is still preventing international travelers that aren't vaccinated from coming?
No.
Do you
I think we're still preventing immigration in general
Do you
from
think
anybody
that's
that's
stupid?
I don't like that policy.
Do you
No,
think that's...
I think it's
so
stupid.
you think
Yeah.
that's stupid? There's no reason for it.
No, I don't think so.
Do you think that there's been a problem with fear-mongering over COVID?
Now, I don't think so.
You don't think there's been a problem?
I don't think so, no.
So you don't think that there were...
I mean, it killed over 1 million people
Well,
in
okay,
America alone.
but you're saying it's not a big deal now. Do you see potential
I'm
implications?
saying it's not nearly as dangerous as it was. I think
Okay,
we're still having
so then
a
if
few
you
hundred
had
Americans
some
die a
sort,
day.
if you still have on the books a policy that is completely nonsensical because you're still fear mongering about COVID, you'd say that's a bad thing, and that could lead to real physical, economic, or emotional damage to people. Correct?
What, the policy?
The idea that you have this bullshit policy fear mongering about COVID, which you're admitting is not a big deal.
Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't want that policy in place. I don't want it in place.
I'm wondering, would you say then, when it comes to signaling not being as important as policy, now we've acknowledged that part of Biden's policy is causing
36.
the intentional fear-mongering of COVID when it's no longer something to be fearful in that way. You would say then, when it comes to the policy, Biden's doing worse.
What? Which policy? The Title 42?
The policy of specifically not allowing non-vaccinated people into this country from international communities?
I think it's Title 42. Yeah, I'd say it's worse. I think he tried to get rid of it, though. Or did he extend it? Somebody extended it.
Okay.
Either way, yeah, I do not like...
So
I'm not going to say a nice word about Biden's border policy.
Right. Well, it's not just border policy. For example, Novak Djokovic, the greatest tennis player in the world, is not allowed to compete despite the fact that he's had COVID several times, has natural antibodies, and has...
Well, that's up to the tennis association.
No, it has nothing to do with it has nothing to do with the tennis association. He's not allowed...
Is it the country?
Yes, he's not allowed in the country.
Oh, I gotcha. Okay.
You think that policy then is worse than the Trump policies, correct? Surrounding COVID.
I mean... What, you mean all of them?
Like, what policies of Trump's did Biden do differently?
As far as immigration, I don't think he has been doing much differently.
Right, so surrounding COVID, if you said when it came to immigration that you were only concerned about policy, now we're talking about COVID, right? You're saying the signaling is less important than policy, and we found one considerable policy difference, that when Trump, even if you thought, the travel bans weren't good or whatever, at least it was occurring while COVID was serious. But Biden is intentionally fear-mongering by maintaining these policies when COVID's no longer serious, which is causing people to be more fearful of COVID, which you can admit that's a problem, right? People's mental anguish, stress, things like that. Shouldn't we be calming them down instead of still having policies on the book that say their relatives that are unvaccinated can't come here?
Probably.
Do you think that it's causing economic stagnation? Because there are people, probably millions of people that aren't vaccinated that are no longer allowed in the United States that want to come here for business reasons?
Maybe. It's hard to say because you're going to
Millions is
exacerbate
unfair.
the
Millions
existing immigration problem once you remove Title 42, which I assume is probably why they're keeping it in
But Title
place.
42 is not what we're talking about specifically. Title 42 has to do with sending people back that come to the southern border. Right? That's different than
Yeah,
not
because
allowing.
of the...
Right,
but it's up because of the virus.
So my point is then, when it comes specifically to this policy on COVID, the only discernible policy difference that we've been able to isolate between Trump and Biden, Biden is worse than Trump.
Did Trump not have the same thing in place?
Yeah, but you admit, when Trump was there, COVID was a big deal.
Yeah.
Okay, so then taking it seriously, even if you didn't agree with the policy, is better than now still keeping this policy when you admit that it's bad policy and it's causing fear-mongering.
Probably, yeah.
Okay, so then we could say that Biden is demonstrably worse in maintaining this policy than Trump.
Yeah, probably.
Okay,
At least from my
glad
point
to
of
have
view.
that admission. So
Again,
there we
it's
go.
not something that I like.
Okay, there we go. Biden's
But
worse on
again,
COVID
getting rid of
policy.
it,
Thank
you exacerbate the immigration issue.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Rock in a hard place, probably.
Appreciate that admission. Now, getting back to immigration, now that you argued that the difference was the signaling when it came to COVID, and I think you're failing to understand why that signal would be important. At the end of the day, I care about outcomes, right? And if I truly think that it is really bad to have kids in cages and be separated from their families, I don't give a shit, right? If it's because the policy changed or it's because of the signaling from the two administrations. Surely you would say the buck passes with Trump if you're blaming him for kids in cages under his administration. Why wouldn't you say the
And
same
yeah, I
thing about
absolutely
Biden?
blame Biden for him doing it. I blame Obama for him doing it.
Okay.
I blame Obama for his drone strikes. I blame
Gotcha.
Trump for his drone strikes.
Absolutely
etc.
great. So it took us a long time to get here. So you're admitting then we could blame Trump, we could blame Obama, we could blame Biden. That's actually fair. That's all I'm asking for. We may disagree on how bad we think the things are, but what we should agree on is if it's bad under one, then it's bad under the others, correct? That seems fair. And if it's not bad under one, then it's not bad under the other, correct?
Yeah,
Seems
that
fair.
was my whole point.
Okay, if that's the case, right, and there's 4 times more under Biden, doesn't that mean he's worse?
The outcome's certainly worse.
Okay.
Again, is it because of his policy or because of circumstance? If you can
just-
link it to a
we
policy,
just-
a change
now
Biden
wait,
made, then
now
yeah,
wait.
absolutely.
You just,
I
we
certainly
just,
blame him for
listen,
maintaining
I thought
the
we
existing
overcame
status
this.
quo.
You just said buck stopped with Trump, buck stopped with Obama, buck stops with Biden. And I said, what we're concerned about the outcome. Yep,
Trump
and if it was
deliberately
bad on one, it
changed
was
a
bad on
policy,
the other.
And it made it worse.
It made it worse. Then what was the exacerbation of 4 times more under Biden?
Again, that's what I'm asking. If you
Okay,
can link
who
it to
gives
a
a
policy,
shit?
sure.
Okay, let's say it wasn't a policy, it was just rhetoric. And? Doesn't the buck stop with Biden? He's still detaining them, right? He had the option of saying, well, we're not going to detain him, correct? But he chose not to. And now there's 4 times more. So you just saying, well, he's maintaining the policy of Trump. Okay, if he maintained that policy and there's 4 times more, then it's worse under Biden, correct?
Yes.
Okay, then my question to you is this. Why
Again,
does
the
it
only
seem...
policy
Now,
didn't
this all...
separating everyone, which
Now-
if he was still doing that, Jesus Christ, there'd be a lot more.
So let me ask you this. I don't know exactly what your conversation was with my chat, but the thrust of what we were talking about that led into that was this. The Democrats are hypocrites. They don't give a shit about the things they claim to, but they know you do. And I said that's what's going on with the political violence, and I said that's what happened with kids in cages. Would you acknowledge that many prominent Democrats and media members were incensed and outraged about kids in cage under Trump?
They were, yes.
What about under Biden?
I have no idea.
If the problem's...
Probably not nearly as much
Right,
pushing.
so if the problem's 4 times worse now, and they're all but silent, why do you think that is?
That problem's not... This... Let me specify. If the children coming through are unaccompanied, it's not Biden or his policies that are separating them then, right? It's the parents choosing to. Trump's policy was specifically him choosing to separate them all. You're focusing on the end is the same either way, but I'm saying intent matters.
Did Biden change the policy?
Yeah.
He did. Now, you just got done saying the entire discussion. Biden didn't change the policy. It's the same policy. Now you're saying...
I said except for that one policy, that one thing. We don't separate everyone now.
So if the buck stops with Biden, right? And you're saying, well, even though it's bad that these kids are here, we don't think that we blame him because they're different types of kids? That's your argument? So fuck these kids, right? They're not like those other kids in cages. We cared about them, but these kids, fuck them. Who cares if there's 4 times more in cages, right?
Sorry, I'm in the middle of some other stuff too. No, I'm saying it's bad either way, but in one case it was malicious.
So you're just saying that you know that Trump was malicious?
Yeah.
What was his reasoning for
terrible policy?
What was his reason for being malicious?
He wanted to disincentivize immigration.
And to some ability that worked, right?
Sure.
So
I would agree.
If the end result is less kids in cages and less kids separated from their families, you might not
I would prefer you do that in a humane way and not suggest things like
I don't disagree.
Shooting people in the leg.
Was he shooting people in the leg?
He suggested it.
Did they?
Even the thought, Jesus Christ.
Did they?
Dude, even saying that out, would you ever in your life suggest that you should shoot immigrants at the border to get them to go away?
I would not.
What kind of person would do that?
Maybe not a good person. Oh, well, did they?
No, thank God.
They didn't. So at the end of the result, if I care about kids, what I care about is there's 4 times more in cages now than there was under Trump. I don't give a shit. Well, I personally like Biden, but I personally don't like Trump. If my priority is the kids, that's fucking irrelevant, right?
But you're completely missing the why. A bunch of people had their taxes increased this year, but did they connect it to Trump's tax cut that he gave the rich when he was in office? Because this is the year it's supposed to kick in and increase taxes for everyone else.
Would you
blame Biden, though? You'd be like, well, he's the president. My taxes went up.
What you're talking about, that's different, right? You're talking about motivation. So I want to know, if you were one of the few people that the Biden administration gave access to these facilities and you saw kids languishing there, would you say, hey, trust me, Biden's a cool dude, so it's okay? The last guy, there would have been 4 times less of you here, but he was mean. You would have been treated the same. In both facilities.
No, I'd say it's disgusting either way. I already told you.
Oh, I don't so then what's the relevance? Okay, you're just saying, I don't like Trump and the way he talks, and I think he's a prick. Got it.
Yeah.
That's pretty much how every Democrat thought even before he was president. No problem. Okay, got that. We're talking about kids in cages, right? We're talking about Democrats saying that it was, including Biden and Harris, saying it was human rights abuses. Now there's 4 times as many there, and no one gives a fuck. And not only did they say it was a human rights abuse, and now they have 4 times more and they don't give a fuck, but unlike with the Trump administration, they won't even let media go in to see the conditions of the children. How do you explain that? You still there? Did you leave?
No, again, I'm sorry. I'm in the middle of something else.
So how do you explain that?
Sorry, what am I explaining again? I forgot.
If we're looking at the outcomes and there's 4 times more under Biden, and unlike with Trump, they said that kids in cages is a human rights abuse. And unlike the Trump administration, where members of the media and members of the opposition party were allowed to tour the facilities, they're not allowed under the Biden administration.
I assume because they don't want the bad press. They've mostly been trying to ignore the border and not talk about it, kind of hoping the problem goes away. And it's clearly not, which is why they showed up at the border.
So in other words, your answer is because they're fucking hypocrites.
At the border? Absolutely.
Why did you call in?
They told me to.
But what are you disagreeing with me about?
I'm not disagreeing with you. I told you I was disagreeing with Aftershock.
So what did you disagree?
And then he was like, dude, call him.
What did you disagree with Aftershock about?
Because he said that Biden and the Democrats are pure evil for what their policies are at the border. And I said, therefore, you must say the same about Trump then, right? And then he got all pissy about it.
Okay, so let's say
I was just trying to see if he was at least consistent.
All right, so you would say, you took umbrage with the word evil, which is fine, right? Okay. But whatever Trump was, Biden administration's worse when it comes to this issue, correct? Because we could look at it through 3 metrics. One, like my example with eating meat, Trump didn't say it's a human rights abuse, but Biden did, so he's intentionally causing...
In terms of the sheer flood of people through the border, yeah, Biden worse right now.
No, I'm giving... That's... Okay, let's start with that. Number 1, in terms of sheer numbers, Biden's worse. You agree?
Yeah.
Okay, number 2, in terms of Trump, you could say, committed a sin of ignorance, because he didn't say this is a human rights abuse that we always need to strive against, but Biden did, and Harris did. So the fact that they're doing it's worse.
No, I would not say that was a sin of ignorance.
How so? The Trump administration says we're doing this.
Everybody knows it's shitty putting kids in cages.
What's the alternative?
Put them in a place that's less shitty than a cage.
But that's still
like
detention.
You saw how terrible.
The problem was...
Yeah, but detaining them for a short period while you process their application to get into the country is not the same as just throwing them in a cage, potentially for days or weeks, while you either just hold them or lost their parents, you know?
Again, we don't have infinite resources. I don't disagree that we should try to, within reason, to make the situation comfortable, right? But this seems to be like nitpicking here, right? Because you're like, well, the fact that they're detained, okay, but they need to be detained in a more humane way, right? So, okay, you could say, let's even concede this, right? Let's say we'll concede that Trump knew that the facilities themselves weren't the best. And so he could be blamed for that. Same could be said of Biden. So that's a wash. But let's skip the types of facilities and just say Trump legitimately thought, I don't think this is a human rights abuse, and regardless of if you agree with me or not, my administration thinks that this is a necessary bad thing that we have to do because there's not a good answer.
I don't know.
Do you think that it's possible that Trump...
Like, I don't know if they think that this is the best case scenario or if they have a plan, but they can't, like,
let me just ask you this. Do you think it's possible that Trump wasn't gleeful and Obama wasn't gleeful, saying, yes, put the kids in the cages? That possibly, maybe just possibly, they were like, well, fuck, we don't know what to do. This is the best we could come up with the caveat of they should have known they should have had better facilities. Do you think that's possible that both Obama and Trump's administrations thought that?
In a vacuum, probably, but when you combine it with Trump's other rhetoric toward the border, I don't think so.
So you truly believe that Trump is truly an evil man that intentionally wanted to harm children by detaining them unnecessarily at the border? You truly believe that?
That's just factual. Not that he's evil, but that he wanted to harm children and detain them. Yeah, that's fact. Because he knew the effect would be fewer people may come to the border. That's the point.
So if Trump... Okay, so if that's why, and it did work, and fewer people came, which meant fewer children were punished, you could at least say that he didn't do it because he's just malicious to children. He did it because he thought it would save more children in the long haul.
I think he did it because he hates immigrants.
Even children.
He just doesn't want them coming in.
Children.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, Orange Man bad. That, like, Trump's a mustache-twirling fucking evil comic book villain that's like, yeah, torture children, it makes me feel good. It's fucking nonsense, right? Nonetheless, so the 3 ways we'll evaluate is 1, right? There are more under Biden, so Biden's worse on that issue. Number 2, right? Trump never said this is always a human rights abuse to have kids in cage, but Biden did. And so Biden, by his own definition, is intentionally committing human rights abuses. Trump wouldn't have said that. So in that standard, Biden's worse, correct? If Biden says it's a human rights abuse to have kids in cages and then has 4 times more, that means he's intentionally committing a human rights abuse, correct? I understand you're doing something else, but if you understand, I'll have to let you go if it's just dead air for. So I'll repeat one more time, right? I get it. I'm not mad at you. Life happens, of course, right?
Yeah.
But one more, right? Like, if Biden said that having kids in cages is a human rights abuse, you would have to say, unlike with Trump, he is intentionally committing, under his own definition, human rights abuses.
I mean, I wouldn't say Trump unintentionally did it, but yes, I agree.
Well, Trump might have said it's not a human rights abuse.
He certainly might have thought that.
Okay, so again, let's go back to the meat example. It's one thing to say, I don't think meat's immoral, and so I eat it. But if you say, I absolutely think you're an immoral piece of shit if you eat meat, and then I look over and you got a big fucking cheeseburger with grease dripping down your chin, I think that it would be sufficient to say, that guy's a fucking piece of shit. Like, even if I disagree with Rob, like, I'm trying to convince him. His sin is that of ignorance. But a Creel's sin is one of intentional. He's saying, yeah, this is murder, and I'm doing it happily. You don't see the difference?
The hypocrisy is the difference, yeah.
Well, it's not just it's not just hypocrisy. Right? You're intentionally committing an act that you know is immoral. That makes you a more immoral person than a person that's like, oh shit, I didn't know that was immoral. Number 3, that's the first two different. The amount of kids in cages, the intentional committing of human rights abuses, according to Biden's own standard. Number 3, the fact that there was more transparency about the kids in cages under the Trump administration than Biden. For example, cameras were allowed in, media was allowed in, shit like that. That would be worse, correct? More secrecy is bad surrounding this, correct?
Yeah, correct.
Okay, so in all 3 categories, the Biden administration's worse. Right?
Sure.
Okay.
I forget what all 3 that were besides the media.
Then how do you explain that if the people in the Democratic Party and lefties that were actively screaming their lungs out about kids in cages under Trump are all but silent now?
Not all of them are silent. Like, I mean, I'm here saying I don't like it at all.
That's true. There's a lefty in my community named Key Lime Platypus who would agree with you. But you know what? Key Lime also agrees with me. He says, you're abso-fucking-lutely right. The Democrats were full of shit. They never cared about this issue. And the media never cared about it because if they did, they would be out there right now demanding access. But they're not. So I applaud you as an individual if you're like, okay, I'm fucking pissed about this. But why aren't you holding the people on the left in positions of power like those in the media and those in our political class? Why aren't you outraged?
Outraged how?
I kind of don't believe
like
you. Aftershock saying don't applaud him. Aftershock, I'm just for the sake of argument. I don't really believe you. I think you probably would have been more vocal about Trump on this issue than Democrats. But for the sake of argument, I can't prove that. So assuming that you're being honest, I applaud you. But yes, what I'm talking about is, for example, do you think it was important, if you dislike this policy, do you think it would be important for, say, politicians and the media to shine a spotlight on it in hopes that it will convince large swaths of people in this country to say, this is fucked up, we need to change it? That's sort of the point, right?
Yeah, but that's been ongoing for decades now.
Okay, and it was it was in the spotlight under Trump, right? Remember AOC crying, the media there, the Democrats were having press conferences on it, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, any of that happening under the Biden administration?
Yeah. Somewhat. I mean, from the right, certainly. It's been a big deal.
Really? Can you show me?
What? Like
I've heard people on the right like me saying, look at these fucking hypocrite Democrats. I've heard people on the right saying it's outrageous that we can't even tour the facilities. But I haven't heard anyone on the right anywhere near what the media and the left was doing under Trump, complaining about kids in cages.
Fox News talks about it constantly.
Show me the last article. Good. Constantly.
I mean, do you want me to sit here and go look up articles about the border on Fox?
The border? That's different than kids in cages. Of course, Fox.
Well, that's what's going on at the border, right?
That doesn't seem
Are
to
you
be...
specifically saying kids in cages, like, quote,
Yes!
I should be searching for that exact phrase?
Well, it doesn't have to be that exact phrase, but the idea of kids being detained. That's the problem that the Democrats isolated
on about that, although mostly it's fentanyl.
Right. Mostly it's fentanyl. Mostly it's illegal immigrations and illegal immigrants flooding into places like border towns. The shipping of them to places like Martha's Vineyards with the fucking left-wing hypocrites that said, get the fuck out of here in 48 hours. That's what you mostly hear about. You see images of Bill Malugin there with drones saying, here we go, another caravan. On this area, 700 people crossed. I don't hear much about kids in cages. But even if I did, you're admitting that's
right, but
just...
they never complained about that to begin with on the right.
Fair enough. Then you could say that the right has been largely consistent, that they understood that kids in cages wasn't something that they were touting as a human rights abuse, and they've continued that under the Biden administration. However, the Democrats, including Biden himself, said it was a human rights abuse, made a huge story out of it, showing how immoral Trump was, and then when they're worse in all three of the metrics that I showed you, are almost completely fucking silent.
Yeah, it's hypocritical.
Would you think, then, that my two suppositions then bear out to be true? Number one, they never really gave a fuck about kids in cages.
Potentially.
If they did, then surely they'd be saying something now.
I certainly think they'd do something about it.
Right.
I don't know what's holding them back.
And they're not, right?
Right, they're not.
Okay.
Well, other than recently they went to the border to discuss.
So then...
I don't know what they talked about.
So that means they never really gave a shit about it. Or
and Biden did shore up some security on the border, but that doesn't.
That has nothing to do with the
shit.
Right.
Yeah.
That's right. Right? Okay. So they didn't give a shit. And number two, they knew that millions of people did.
Millions of people do what?
Cared about kids in cages. You did, right?
Oh yeah, yeah.
That's exact. So you've agreed with my entire position. Now do political violence. Do you think that they care about political violence?
Yes.
They do.
Yeah.
Okay, can you show me their outrage during the George Floyd riots? Can you show me that?
Hang on, I got an upset kid here.
It's all right. Kids
All
come
right.
first.
I know there were plenty that were against the violence that occurred during the protest.
Well,
there were some that were like kind of cringe about it, like that guy standing in front of the building thing was mostly peaceful, but
okay, let's look at it this way. Did Democrats, would you acknowledge the majority of people rioting were left-wing? Or at least...
I wouldn't necessarily say that. I mean, are left-wing people like looting stores for purses? Like, to what end?
Okay. The reason for the protest were causes that are espoused by left-wing or Democrat politicians.
Yeah, the protest was about, rights for Black Lives Matter.
So let's take the looting out of it. Let's take the attacks on police. The burning of police precincts. The burning, maybe the complete burn down of a precinct only happened in Minneapolis there. But there were many attacks.
There was a federal building that was under attack for a while.
Would you agree that the people doing that probably were doing so in the name of left-wing ideology?
Or anarchy, or,
okay.
left of some kind.
What about the people that attacked an ICE facility? Left-wing?
I don't know.
Do you think it was right-wingers that want border security that were attacking an ICE facility?
I don't know who attacked it. I don't know.
Well, it was it was the John Brown Gun Club.
Could have been
that
fucking drug dealers for all I know.
Right, but they were lefties is who they were, right?
Okay.
Do you think that the people that were protesting outside Supreme Court justices' homes were right-wingers or left-wingers?
Probably mostly left-wingers, I would think.
Can you show me?
Although it could be a bit of a mix.
Do you think,
depending on how their stance on pro-life was.
Well, they wouldn't be protesting outside Kavanaugh's house and attempting to assassinate him if they were happy.
Right, like I said, I'm sure it's mostly left, but there might be a mix.
I don't think you would see any right-winger that would be upset about years and years of fighting to get Roe v. Wade overturned, and then when they get it, they say, I think I'll attack Supreme Court justices now.
Seems like there was quite a few people that voted against those types of bills and things in the states. Certainly the Republicans did not do well in the midterms.
Right.
Likely because of that.
Would you acknowledge that pro-choice is predominantly a left-wing issue, a left-wing ideology?
It's favored by, 70+% of America?
It's not the
35?
question. So your argument is that it is both
I'd say
a
it's
left...
both then.
You think
But
that
certainly
pro-choice
there's
is
more
both...
left people on the right.
Nonetheless, right, it was a left-wing position. It was a, let's say, Democrat position then, right? The official position of the Republican Party as a position of leadership is pro-life, and the official position of the Democratic Party as a position of their leadership is pro-choice, correct?
Right.
So you could say, for the sake of argument, which is fucking pedantic and stupid, that hypothetically there are some, quote, right-wingers that agree with the Democratic position on this, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so instead of saying right and left, I'll say Democrat ideology and Republican ideology. So would you agree those that were attacking ICE facilities were doing so in the ideology of the Democrats? And the burning down a police precinct was the ideology of the Democrats, issues they talk about, and the attacking of Kavanaugh and the harassment of him and stuff was based on the ideology supported of the Democrats, and that the shooting of Steve Scalise was people that were supporting ideology of the Democrats. Would you agree with all that?
I think they're further left than Democrat.
I mean, you can't have it fucking both ways. You just argued there may have been right-wingers.
Yeah. I mean,
Nonetheless,
abortion's a huge issue.
like, you can't bullshit your way out of this
If
issue.
we're talking about the people that are like firebombing a building.
Yes, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, those kind of people
Lefties.
don't really like the Democrats.
But they're left-wing.
Yeah.
And they're the closest people that are talking about their rhetoric. We need people to be upset in the streets. That's AOC. That's Maxine Waters. That's Kamala Harris supporting a bail fund, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
There's a huge chunk of the Democratic
Gotcha.
base that does not go for things like defund the police.
That's absolutely true.
Shit.
I absolutely agree with that. That is true. You're right. There were large swaths of the Democratic base that thought defund the police was fucking stupid, or that all cops are bad. I absolutely agree with that. You're 100% right. But if you had to pick which political party was expressing ideology that was more in line with that, clearly the Democratic Party. Not even questionable. Just like
they were, though.
Just like
I'd say, it's more likely it was Democrats, but that doesn't mean it was.
Would you say that like if I said, "Oh, Trump," Trump supporters were January 6th, right? If I said that, if you said that, would you accept me going, "Now wait a minute, there could have been left-wingers that didn't like the Democratic Party that were there." You would say, "Come on, dude." Right? That's what you would say. But that's technically true. There could have been left-wingers that were also anti-establishment there, but predominantly it was Trump supporters. You would agree with that, right?
Yeah.
Same thing here, right? You would agree. Sure, I guess there could have been the odd Republican there, but overwhelmingly, it was messaging coming out of the Democratic Party that was most closely aligned with what was going on here. Right? I mean, I don't understand why you would argue this point. You just look like an asshole. You look like a bad faith asshole. You're just proving my point about double standards and hypocrisy by pretending this isn't the fucking case. Even left-wingers would say, sure, I didn't personally think, I don't blame Kamala Harris. I don't
know what you're trying to argue, that like Democrats
they were fucking
support violence.
So my question is, do you have any evidence of prominent Democrats blaming...
Left-wingers, yes. Were they Democrats?
Do you have any evidence of prominent Democrats blaming their own rhetoric for those left-wing acts of violence?
I know that the right desperately wanted a couple of the lefties to, especially that one woman, I forget her name.
Just give me an example.
Remember.
Give me an example of a prominent Democrat saying our rhetoric helped lead to this.
I don't know if they specifically called out their own rhetoric.
Okay. Do you think that? Do you have?
But I know that they've denounced
gotcha.
the violence.
Gotcha. Do you have any examples of left wingers calling out right wing rhetoric for the shooting of Gifford or Charlottesville or January 6th?
Oh, I'm sure, yeah.
That seems different. I wonder why.
Well, one side was telling them to march on the Capitol and a fight or you won't have a country. That's
right. One side was telling people that there's systemic racism in this country and they should take to the streets to fight back against the systemic racism, and cops needed to be defunded, and that systemic racism was leading to the unfair and bigoted targeting and assassination of unarmed black men. Right? That's what many Democrats were saying.
That's fair.
Okay. So if the rhetoric of someone Like, for example, I thought I had questions surrounding the election, right? Do you think that I even remotely considered violence as an option? To the contrary, I condemned it wholeheartedly, always, left-wing or right-wing. Unacceptable in today's day and age to engage in political violence. It is immoral, and it's also not strategic. It is fucking ridiculous.
Excuses for it.
There is no issue. You can think of uses for political violence? Go ahead. Give me
I'm saying the right has made excuses for January 6th's political violence.
Such as?
Legitimate political discourse.
Who's done that?
Oh, it was just like a tour. They were just taking pictures.
Show me one prominent Republican that said the people that engaged on violence on January 6th, it was no big deal, it's just discourse.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
That was the RNC. That was what they specifically said.
Go ahead, show me the quote. You can look it up. I'm guessing what they said was something along to this. The majority of people there were there peacefully. And they were just there to have their voices heard because they felt that they had legitimate concerns of what they saw the security of the 2020 election.
The Republican Party on Friday officially declared the January 6, 2021 attack on the Capitol and events that led to it, quote, legitimate political discourse, unquote.
And
rebuked.
What's the source of that? What's the source? What are you reading it from?
New York Times.
New York Times. Show me the quote in there that says the violence that occurred that day was legitimate discourse. Go ahead. Read through the article. Find the line. I'll bet what they're saying was the people that were there legitimately protesting absolutely had the right to be there. It may go so far as to say that they blew out of proportion how many people were engaged in acts of violence there. But I'll bet you don't find one fucking quote in there that says the people that engaged in violence were purely doing political discourse. I'll bet you can't find that quote. And if you can, I will eat fucking crow.
Yeah, I'm trying to load up the document, but it's wanting me to subscribe. The actual RNC document that they released. But the rest of the quote was, they were participating, Kinzinger and Cheney, in, quote, persecution of ordinary citizens engaged in legitimate political discourse.
Right. So what the argument is that Kissinger and Cheney and their efforts to go after anyone that attended January 6th was unfairly targeting people that were peacefully protesting. Absolutely true. Does not mean the people that were engaged in acts of violence. For example, there was just a payout from, I believe, New York City to people that were kettled in the George Floyd riots and protests, right? Because the argument was there were many peaceful people that were there that the police unfairly detained and harassed, and so they got a settlement, right? You could say, listen, I think that there was unfair targeting of people engaged in political discourse. That would be a reasonable thing to say, right?
In what context?
In the context of it, no, in the context of the George Floyd protest and what have in New York City. There was a settlement paid out to people that were there because they were kettled. They were surrounded by police and unfairly detained and harassed, right?
Sure.
So you could say, well, that was unfair political persecution. They were purely exercising their free speech rights, correct?
No, they were trespassing.
So then why the settlement?
Oh, wait, are you talking about the rioters?
I'm talking about the George Floyd protest and riots in New York.
Okay, sorry, I lost track.
It's all right.
Yeah, I don't know about, what do you...
The point I'm trying to make is this. Lefties would say many of those people that were involved...
They broke the law, they should be charged.
Well, that's not what's happening. Then you may have a problem with the double standard of the FBI. But many
a lot of them were charged.
Many of those people, right? Many of those people were charged and then charges were later dropped. Almost all of them, in fact. And many of them are now getting settlements. And the argument that Democrats make, maybe you didn't follow enough or you're not smart enough to make this argument, but the argument many Democrats are making are as follows. They say, well, even if there were bad apples engaged in violence, the majority of people there were peaceful protesters, so it's unfair for police to treat the peaceful people terribly just because there were a few bad apples. You've never heard that argument?
Oh, I've heard that argument.
Okay, but when the Republicans say, we think that the January 6th committee is going after people that were just peacefully protesting, you're like, oh, that means they were excusing violence.
They were trespassing.
So?
So that's illegal.
Okay, so then so it's bad.
So they weren't just peacefully protesting, they were breaking the law.
Okay, so then it's outrageous for Republicans to release something saying they were peacefully protesting. It's outrageous.
Yeah.
Would it be worse if Republicans would have touted a bail fund for them?
I think both are pretty bad. I
Well,
don't
wait.
know
What do you mean? Be honest. What would be worse? Saying, hey, we don't think they should be targeted versus saying, and we're raising money to help them
The
out.
entire political doing both would be significantly worse.
Okay, well, that's what Democrats did.
You just said yourself a bunch of those people are getting settlements because they were wrongly charged.
Not when the bail fund was touted by Kamala Harris.
At the time, I didn't think that they should just be bailing out everybody.
Well, wait a minute. It was trespassing. It was an unlawful assembly once there were attacks on a police precinct. So that means everyone there broke the law.
Yeah, they arrested quite a few people.
So if there was a bail fund for the people there, they're all lawbreakers. That's outrageous, right?
Paying bail isn't against the law.
Of course it's not against the law. Neither is the RNC saying we think they're going after peaceful protesters. But you took umbrage with that because you said
calling that a peaceful protest is not what that was.
Was the George Floyd riots peaceful protest?
Not all of it, but most of it.
Example,
I mean, you got to remember they were nationwide, and it was only in a couple of cities in particular that it got a lot of rioting.
According to, I forget what university it did.
Like
I believe
Minneapolis
they said,
and Portland.
What was the number? 11% had violence? Sound fair? Of the BLM, the George Floyd riots? Or George Floyd protest? 11% or something?
I don't know in percent I can give you.
Okay, but let's assume that's true. Okay, that's small. That's small percent. That's small percentage.
Sure, let's say 11.
Okay, so it would be unfair to then say that the movement itself should be blamed if it was such a small percentage, correct?
Well, if it was a small percentage, but the movement supported it, that would be one thing. I don't think they did.
They didn't.
I don't know of anybody that supported the rioting and the looting.
How about a bail fund?
People supported the protesting.
How about a bail fund?
Well, again, if people were wrongly accused, I mean, it's up to them to get the bail fund, but I thought that was pretty...
No one would be wrongly... For example, the people that were kettled in New York City...
If you were rounded up, I mean, just because other people were rioting...
Once it's considered an unlawful assembly, tough shit, right?
Yeah, I mean, if they declared it unlawful, then you need to leave.
So I just want to be clear. If I go and I look and see that the people that got settlements were people that were detained after it was called an unlawful assembly, you'd say that's outrageous, correct? Because they broke the law, and they shouldn't be given any... We don't want to hear that they were protesting for a good cause. That's against the law. They're lawbreakers, correct?
Are we still talking about bail?
Well, if you say it's bad for the RNC to say, hey, we don't think you should target these people, it would be 10 times worse to say, and we're raising money for them. That's what the Democrats did.
Some of the right wings did that too.
Who? Show me a prominent
It was nobody in the actual RNC leadership or anything.
Okay, so you would argue that then the Democrats were worse in that facet.
Did we have any actual sitting Democratic congressmen that
Kamala Harris
pitching the bails?
Kamala Harris.
Kamala Harris did?
Yes.
And yeah, she definitely shouldn't have done that shit.
So the vice president of this country knew that there were unlawful people at a protest that turned violent and burnt down a police precinct, and that the people, once that precinct was being attacked, were all committing the crime of being around an unlawful assembly, and yet she still intentionally supported them and supported a bail fund for them.
I don't think she should have supported anybody attacking a government building.
Well, that's not what we're saying. We're not. The RNC didn't support anyone attacking.
But at the time, there was a lot of argument about whether or not those arrests were necessary or lawful. People were being black-bagged and picked up by federal agents when
isn't that what the RNC
mayor
is saying?
of Portland, for example, wasn't willing to do that.
But
I didn't agree with that shit.
Okay, but wait a minute. They're lawbreakers.
I'm just saying there was some
argument
around
I don't like this. You seem to be defending these people that were clearly breaking the law. That's outrageous.
I'm not defending it.
You just said you think it's outrageous that they were targeted in such a harsh way.
Targeted in such a harsh way?
Right, they were being black-bagged. That's what you said, right?
No, I said there was an argument there, yeah.
Okay, same with the RNC.
Because it was the federal agent.
Right, that's what the RNC is saying. That's what people like me are saying. I'm not saying that people that engaged in acts of violence shouldn't be punished for it. What I am saying is that they're blowing it out of proportion and targeting people that weren't engaged in acts of violence. That's what I'm saying. And that's what the RNC was saying.
I understand they're doing that in January 6th.
Yes. You think it's different
most
because
of the nonviolent ones just been let go?
No! In fact, very few of the thousands that have been charged were accused of violence at all. And they're withholding the footage, tens of thousands of hours of footage, and gnashing their teeth that maybe it'll eventually be released because they fucking know that it'll show that most of the people weren't violent and actually the police were engaged in violent behavior, escalating the situation. The same type of shit that lefties, when it's a Black Lives Matter protest, say, look, the police started it.
Yeah,
they
most of
kettled
them were non-violent, but most of them are also not being charged.
That's not true. It's the biggest FBI...
There's been like a few hundred.
Well, listen, it's been thousands.
It's an investigation. That doesn't mean that every single person is being charged and taken to court.
It's been thousands that have been charged. And we're almost, please let me finish, and we're more than 2 years past, and it is still the largest FBI task force in the history of the agency that's going so far as to put pictures on social media of people like blue-haired grandmas that aren't accused of violence saying, do you know this woman? We need to investigate her. And they're charging people like that near 3 years out.
Okay.
More than 3 years out at this point. Okay. Is that what they did? Let me ask you this. You said that the act of trespassing is something would be outrageous. Do you find when Kavanaugh was sworn in, did you say that the pink pussy hat ladies that broke into the Hart building in the Senate, did you say that that was trespassing and it would be outrageous for Democrats to defend them?
I honestly don't remember that. That sounds funny though. But if it was trespassing, then yeah, I don't think you should.
Why is that insurrection funny?
For the hats.
They followed, who was it? They followed one of the senators into an elevator.
Okay, did they beat the shit out of him?
No, did any...
Okay, well that's different.
Oh, really? What senator got the shit beat out of them on January 6th?
They were looking to hang a couple of them.
They said it. So is that the standard?
Yeah.
Okay, if I show you pictures of left-wingers...
They were looking for them.
Okay, if I show you pictures of left-wingers that had
gallows
pictures of gallows with Donald Trump or Trump getting shot or Trump's... You would say that they were trying to kill Trump, correct?
I would say you're clearly making a threat against the president, like What's-Her-Face, the comedian, did. You're going to get in trouble.
So same thing, right? So when the left, why wasn't there an outrage? Why wasn't there a huge FBI task force with the thousands upon thousands of people that showed images of Trump being killed? Let me ask you another question. Did you seem to be very upset about what happened on January 6th, or you at least think it's a very serious situation, correct?
Yeah.
Was there any firearms discovered of the people there?
People that had firearms were prevented from entering the area because D.C. has a firearms ban. That's why they brought other weapons. Well,
if you're trying to commit an insurrection...
They tried to. Trump even said, hey, let them in. Don't worry about those guys. They're fine.
If you're trying to commit an insurrection, then I think that you would attempt to conceal weapons in order to achieve it, correct?
They did. They had to go through gates and checkpoints.
So what weapons did they end up having? So you're saying they tried to, but they didn't succeed, right? That's your argument. Okay. I don't see any...
They're not allowed to bring them into D.C.
Fine. What was the weapon they had? What was the best weapons they had January 6th?
Mace, I think, was probably the best one. Bats. Somebody grabbed a fire extinguisher. They grabbed
zip ties.
Ballards, whatever
Don't forget zip ties, right? Don't forget zip ties.
Yeah, that one guy had zip ties.
Oh, yeah. Shit. Would it surprise you to learn that in May 30th and May 31st, 2020... that a bunch of left-wingers set a church on fire in D.C., then crossed the street and attacked the White House, used Molotov cocktails to light a guard station on fire, used lasers to intentionally try to blind security and Secret Service, and was finally beaten back by numbers of police officers and Secret Service that prevented them from going in and physically removing Donald Trump from the White House? Would that surprise you to learn?
No.
Why no FBI task force?
What do you mean?
I mean...
Did they need one?
There were hundreds of people...
Plot? Did they not investigate at all?
Hundreds of people. You show me. Did you see the media coverage of it? Did you see special investigations?
I vaguely recall it, yeah.
Oh, you did, right?
The laser blinding
Can you show me the May 30th council? Can you show me the Democrats talking? Go ahead, show me. Here's some of the things that happened as a result of that. The day after that, Tom Cotton wrote an op-ed in the New York Times. And in that op-ed, he said that the National Guard needs to start being deployed in areas because the violence is getting out of control. And you know what the result was of that? Democrats said that was an act of tyranny and authoritarianism. The writers at the New York Times boycotted and threatened to quit until Tom Cotton's article was removed. Now that seems, that's an attempted insurrection that had more lethal weapons. And yet the Democrat position on that and the media position was, how dare you suggest the National Guard? How dare you suggest going after it's mostly peaceful. That was their rhetoric. Why, if that insurrection had more actual lethal weapons, as opposed to a fire extinguisher, why wasn't there outrage over that attempted insurrection?
I'm sure there was.
Show me.
I don't remember the event.
Are you legitimately trying to tell me...
But I can't just take your word for it that nothing happened and everybody supported it. I mean...
Are you legitimately trying to tell me that it was even remotely to scale the treatment that May 30th, 2020 got as the treatment that January 6th got? Are you trying to tell me that it was remotely similar, the scale of the reaction?
No.
It wasn't even close, was it?
No, doesn't sound like it, no.
No, it doesn't, does it? I wonder why.
Probably because one of them got pretty close to actually murdering our sitting Congress people.
How so?
God, they were 20 feet away.
Okay, and?
40 feet?
So?
The most?
They followed, okay, under that...
From wanting to tear them apart?
Proximity of trespassers to the senators is what you're saying is the problem.
No, they were seeking them out.
They followed Republican Congress senators... They followed Republican Congress senators into a fucking elevator under the Kavanaugh hearings.
Did they attack the senators?
Did they attack any senators January 6th?
The senators got away. Were they looking to attack anybody?
Prove it.
Any senators?
Prove it.
Were your guys in the elevator just like, dude, I can't wait until I get my hands on McConnell?
Prove it.
Did they go up and down the halls going,
Prove
McConnell?
Prove it.
Prove what?
Prove that they were going to physically...
Gallows and were going up and down the halls looking for Pelosi, saying that they were going to murder her?
The Pussy Hat rally had gallows and effigies of Trump being burned and shot. Were they trying to murder Trump?
I don't fucking know. I told you.
You don't know. You don't know.
With the incident.
Do you think it's possible that someone could talk a big game and have gallows, but that doesn't mean that they were going to execute the people that they had the effigies of? Sure. But yet you assume...
You think that was the case on January 6th?
Yes, I think the case was the vast, overwhelming amount of people weren't actually going to string up and murder Mike Pence.
Some of them clearly were.
Prove it.
They've been charged with insurrection.
That proves nothing. Were people trying to murder Donald Trump on May 30th, 31st when they brought Molotov cocktails, attacked Secret Service, and attempted to break into the White House?
Being charged with the crime is not proof.
No.
Being convicted.
Let me ask you again. Do you think people that brought
crime?
Do you think people that brought Molotov cocktails May 30th, 2020, burned down a guard station and attacked the Secret Service in an attempt to break in and remove Donald Trump wanted to cause him bodily harm?
I haven't. If I'm just granting you that side of the story, sure, it sounds like it.
Why weren't they charged with insurrection?
Yeah, I don't know, buddy. You tell me, man.
I think you know the answer. It's the same reason
that
there wasn't
Trump
a large
was in
FBI
power,
task
why don't
force.
you ask his fucking FBI?
Now, this was an argument I talked to our friend
He's
Sunflower,
the
a new
DOJ,
friend here
is he not?
earlier. Right, here's a Sunflower. You remember I said this is what deranged lefties like this will do? They'll say, well, if Trump was in charge, then he would have just done this. Now, these are the same people that flipped fucking shit by the mere mention of Trump deploying the National Guard to stop the riots that were occurring. They said that was authoritarianism. But on the other hand, they're like, well, if there was a violence directed against him and he didn't immediately send out huge FBI task force to lock everyone up and throw them away, that's his problem. That proves that it wasn't an insurrection. Do you see how duplicitous that is?
No.
Right. You can't defend the double standard. Chris Wray, do you think Antifa is an actual organization?
In the sense that they have a centralized group that controls? No, it's anybody who wants to show up in black is part of Antifa. Congratulations.
So you don't think
they're
that
pretty loosely organized.
So
it's just
ISIS.
Whoever shouts on Twitter and then whoever shows up.
Right, that's how Al-Qaeda and ISIS were set up as well. Particularly ISIS.
Or they have cells. Some of them have actual leadership, but
they have cells, right? They're decentralized.
Right.
So then we can't call ISIS a terror group, right? It's just an idea, right? ISIS is just an idea. After all, anyone who identifies as ISIS and wants to start up their own thing, even if it's by themselves, they could do it. So that proves that ISIS is just an idea. It's not a terrorist organization, correct?
I don't know what you're saying. Like, do you think I like Antifa?
No, that's not the point. I'm asking you if you think that it's an actual organization. Do they have actual people that, in the name of anti-fascism,
like I said, in the sense that they have a centralized control? No, I don't think so. But I think that
is absurd.
They do quite a bit of terrorism.
It's absurd to say if you don't officially elect a treasurer and a president that it's not an organization. That's absurd, and you know it. Just like ISIS doesn't do that, but we still consider them a terrorist organization, correct?
Sure, yeah.
Okay, so there's not a president of Antifa, but there are organizations such as Rose City Antifa. That's an organization, right? Or John Brown Gun Club. That's an organization. You can go to their website. You can go to their Twitter pages. That's an organization, right? Even if they don't have elections and brownie sales and shit like that, still an organization, correct?
Individual organizations
sure.
that
fair enough.
Use the Antifa label, sure, yeah.
Okay, so then when...
Is Antifa one whole organization? No.
They're collected cells of an organization that
all
has
use the
communication
same label,
and
but
shares...
honestly would probably just fight with each other if they ever tried to agree on anything.
Much like ISIS.
Probably, yeah.
Okay, so then when Christopher Wray said, it's just an idea, so we're unable to investigate them, that's bullshit.
I don't know what he meant.
If
he meant like, well, we can't do anything, then yeah, that's bullshit.
What do you
Of course
think
you can do something.
So, like, for example,
I don't think you can eradicate them or anything like that.
So when we see them infiltrating...
You can't, like, cut the head off the snake.
So, like, for example, when we see them infiltrating, and not just infiltrating, but actually concocting the fucking plot the entire way with, like, the Whitmer kidnapping, you wouldn't have accepted, well, that wasn't an organization. Those gentlemen... They weren't like the official anti-Whitmer league that had minutes and a treasurer and a secretary, right? But yet the FBI went in there, and the FBI actually fucking concocted the whole plan. Convinced them the whole time, because they weren't on their own committing criminal acts, so they were like, maybe you should do this. Why would the FBI do that with that group, but groups that had their own Chaz zone? And groups that had riots and violence hundreds of days in a row in places like Portland. They were like, well, we can't do anything about that. That's just an idea. Why do you think that is?
Not their jurisdiction, if it's not...
People committing interstate travel to commit acts of domestic violence isn't their interest?
I mean, potentially, if there was Antifa people crossing borders, yeah.
Well, of course they would.
I don't know
Anytime police have detained these people, you can see that many of them were coming from out of state. Even if they weren't.
I mean, you can seek out small groups like that, but
even if they
I don't think that has anything to do with them being
what's the jurisdiction?
Antifa.
Okay, what's the jurisdiction that allowed the FBI to talk to those people that were going to kidnap Whitmer?
Plotting to kidnap a federal employee?
But plotting to
I
kidnap...
think
she's not federal,
FBI jurisdiction, is it not?
She's not federal, she's governor.
Well, I mean, a public service...
Oh, okay. So like in Portland, when they were attacking Mayor...
Kidnapping is always
FBI
jurisdiction.
So in Portland, when they're attacking Mayor Wheeler, then that's a public official that they sought to attack. They planned to attack, correct?
I don't remember that one.
You talked about it earlier. You said they black-bagged people.
Oh, you're talking... Oh, yeah. Sorry, they didn't attack Wheeler. They went
his property,
arrested people. Well, his city
and his home.
Did they attack him personally?
They came to his home. He had to call the police.
Federal agents did?
No, not federal agents. His local police.
Antifa. Okay.
Well, no, Antifa attacked. The feds weren't the ones defending. So my question is, why wouldn't, given that public figures being attacked and threatened by people? Why is that outside the FBI jurisdiction? Federal buildings.
Federal agents did show up.
Did they have then why
people weren't very happy about it, but they did.
Then why did Chris Wray say, well, there's nothing we could do? It's not an organization.
Because you can't go after Antifa as a whole that way. Like I said, you could go after individual groups.
That would be like
Antifa
saying this.
In general,
right.
I don't know.
But they didn't go after individual groups. They said it's just an idea. That would be like saying this.
You don't know if they did or didn't.
I know that's what Chris Wray testified to.
That Antifa as a whole is not a
when
group.
Asked why they weren't infiltrating or having these large-scale investigations into the groups that...
Because you can't have a large-scale investigation like that against a bunch of tiny little splinter cells.
Let me ask you this. Do you think
that have nothing to do with each other?
Do you think the FBI has task force to combat, and I'm quoting now, white supremacy?
Probably.
But wait a minute, that's just an idea. It's not like there's...
They know that
Isn't it true that white supremacists are just a bunch of disparate groups? For example, you could have a KKK, you could have... So then why would the FBI have specific task force?
And there are consistent
Wait a minute, but they're not... Wait a minute, they're not an official organization. They're not all under the banner of...
Yeah, I don't think Christopher Wray said that he was going to target all of white supremacy.
They have task force specifically designated
but they know
to going
that
after white nationalists.
Right-wing extremist groups like that are a problem. So are left-wing extremist groups.
But they don't go after them. They don't go after the left-wing extremists.
What do you mean they don't?
I mean, they specifically said the reason we're not targeting them is it's an idea. That's what Christopher Wray said. When asked, why didn't you infiltrate the people in the Chaz group? Why didn't you infiltrate...
That doesn't mean that they're not targeting any groups at all, or anybody in the group.
So your argument
going after
so I just want to be clear.
I just want to be clear.
I just want to be clear here. Your argument is, despite the fact when asked specifically about these organizations that were doing things like the Chaz Zone in Portland, that Christopher Wray's response to that was, Antifa is not an organization, it's just an idea. And despite the fact that we could see let me finish. And despite the fact that we could see the complete disparate treatment between right-wing groups such as, the article that I'm going to read here in a bit that talks about going after pro-pregnancy center and the FBI announcing that they were going to have cooperation to look after parents angry at school board meetings. And despite the fact that we see the largest task force in FBI history was to go after MAGA people that may have been connected to January 6th. Despite all of that, and the fact that we could see that there haven't been large-scale arrests in all of these places where there's been domestic terrorism in places like precincts being burned down, a Chaz zone that literally separated from the United States, attacks that have occurred routinely on police from people that are dressed like this black bloc. Your argument is, well, maybe secretly, clandestinely, undercover, they're actually kicking ass when it comes to these left-wing violent groups, and they're just not announcing it. That's your argument.
No, my argument is that they're probably not doing nothing.
What are they doing? Show me the arrest. Show me the arrest.
There was quite a few arrests during the...
When? Most of them have been let go. How many people in the insurrection that occurred May 30th, 31st, how many people faced insurrection charges?
Bro, insurrection is notoriously hard to prove.
How many people
At least on January 6th, it was more of a clear-cut example.
How so?
They had an actual plot. That's why very few of the people arrested on January 6th are being charged with insurrection. But those that are had an actual plot to go and overthrow the election and keep Donald Trump as the president. Do you think if someone shows up with lethal weapons and then attacks the White House property, do you think they had a plot? Or was it just they happened to be carrying around lasers to blind police officers and Molotov cocktails? I'm on my way to the bar. I got my trusty blinding laser and Molotov cocktail. Hey, you know what? On a whim, I think I'll just attack the White House. That's what you think happened? You think the people that stormed the Capitol had a plot at the time that they were going to do it?
No.
Yeah, they just kind of got caught up.
So then there wasn't... Right, exactly. Yep.
So shit happens sometimes.
Correct. Thanks for making my point.
Still doesn't mean that they shouldn't be charged. Still doesn't mean that there were definitely people within the group that were absolutely going to.
So the fact that happens and you admit, well, it could just happen. It could just happen that people could get caught up in the moment. It wasn't plotted. So you say,
and it's up to the FBI to charge them with that.
Okay, so the FBI had a large task force. So the FBI had a large task force to look into January 6th. What did they do about May 30th?
I don't know.
Did they have a huge task force? Was there specific committees entrusted?
Well, the task force was there to disseminate a plot to overthrow the election.
Okay, if they didn't have a task force,
if they didn't Congress itself, that's kind of a huge
deal. Oh, really?
Deal.
Show me the example. Who within Congress?
The January 6th hearings.
Yeah. Tell me what the hearing said about someone in Congress plotting an insurrection. Go ahead.
They had help from inside. Yes.
Like who? Go ahead. Give me an example. Why haven't these
Donald Trump, for one.
Oh, so why hasn't Donald Trump been... So your argument is that Donald Trump intentionally helped people commit a violent insurrection. That's your argument?
Yeah.
How so? Give me the proof. Apparently you watched the hearings. Let's hear it. What's the proof? Go ahead. When he said peacefully go, that was dog whistle for, okay, my minions now commit an violent insurrection. That's your argument, correct?
And when he's behind the scenes plotting to use a slate of electors that were not the official electors to say that he won a state that he didn't, they were...
So? And? What's that have
What do you
to
mean
with it?
so?
So you might say that I think that he was considering doing something that arguably could have been illegal. What does that have to do with...
Arguably? That is absolutely fucking illegal.
Okay, so
and it's
then when
overthrowing an election. Are you kidding me?
All right, so I just want to be clear. So if I could point to Democrats refusing to sign to certify the ballots and to certify electors, and if I could point to Democrats, both elected and non-elected, that were pleading with electors to, even though Donald Trump won the 2016 election, to when you go cast your vote, to not cast it for Trump, you would say that that's also an insurrection and illegal, correct?
I'm sorry, what?
If I could show you Democrat politicians that refused to certify the results, voted against certifying the results of election, and if I could show you...
It's entirely legal to vote against certifying.
Please.
It's not legal to get your own separate slate of electors.
And when you're telling people, right, that even though you were the elector, that you should vote opposite what the people voted, that's not a crime?
What? Just telling somebody that they should
trying to discuss with electors to vote against the will of the people and to vote the opposite of what the people voted. So you're saying, if you say, well, get those electors out of there and get ones that agree with me, that's a crime. But if instead you're trying to convince those electors to go against the Democratic election, that's not a crime. That's your argument?
Depends what you mean by trying to convince them.
It's
what,
also
secretly? Some backroom
secretly,
deal?
Publicly? So if it's public, it's okay.
Yeah, I mean, you can express your public opinion any way you want.
You could also discuss doing anything you want if you don't actually do it, especially when you're president.
Depends. I mean, if they can reasonably prove you were planning to.
So what? Did he do it?
What, use the slate of electors? They tried to.
Did they do it?
They tried to. Did they succeed?
Did they do it? Right, they didn't do it. That's what I thought.
They didn't succeed. That's different than not doing it.
Do you think when Hillary... It's so nonsensical. Like, you're deranged.
Like, just because
the
insurrection
even if that's true, let's say that's true.
Insurrection.
Let's say that's true, right? Let's say that it was a crime and Donald Trump tried to overthrow the legitimate results of an election by having a separate slate of electors. Let's, for the sake of argument, say that's true, okay? Show me the connection to people rioting January 6th from that.
The people in January 6th?
Yes.
The Proud Boys dudes were in talks with people close to Trump. I don't know if they talked to Trump specifically. I know Trump met with him. But
you said that Trump was involved with the
Roger
insurrection.
Stone.
Okay.
And
so let me get this straight. The way you said, you didn't say. Now you're changing. Now you're changing.
Level
now you're changing.
Republicans
now you're
like
changing.
Biggs,
now you're changing.
Hawley,
there you go. You feel.
Gosar.
You do know I could just mute you when you're trying to filibuster, right? You know that, right? I would like not to do it, but
listing the
I
people
could
that were involved.
No. What you're doing is, I asked you a very specific question. When I asked you who the inside help was, January 6th, for the insurrection, in your words, you said Trump, right? And then I said, what's your proof? You said slate of electors. I said, okay, forget about all that shit. How does slate of electors prove that Trump was an inside man on January 6th directing people to have a violent insurrection? And then when your proof is, you say, well, Roger Stone and Laura Boebert and... What does that have to do with Trump?
The plan was to have them upset the democratic process just long enough that they could get their fake electors through.
So you have no proof that Trump was in communication with people that were planning...
Just watch the January 6th shit and
I will ask you again.
About it.
I will ask you again. You have no proof based on your own claims right here that Donald Trump was involved with talking with anyone that you think was plotting an insurrection January 6th.
Hang on, let me open up my emails that I have from Trump. No, I don't personally have it.
So then when you said they had inside help from Donald Trump, you were full of shit. You have no proof of that.
No.
What's your proof?
I just believe the January 6th.
Right, you just believe. I also believe that the people that attacked May 30th and 31st had inside help from Democrats that were trying to overthrow Donald Trump. I believe that.
Okay.
Why didn't the FBI investigate?
Okay. You tell me. I don't know.
What if the belief is good enough for you to believe Donald Trump's guilty, why isn't it good enough for me to believe when more lethal force was used?
My personal belief about Trump does not mean that they do or do not open an investigation.
So then when I ask you for proof and you try to say, or I ask you for evidence,
and I say,
Donald Trump,
here's
and
the investigation.
And you say, my feels. At the end of the day, I don't have proof, but I feel like.
No.
Excuse me if
pointed
I
to the
don't
evidence
excuse me
from
when
the
I wipe my
January
ass
6th
with
committee.
that argument. I find your feels to be fucking... Okay, there was a committee. You're right. So show me the evidence that Donald Trump plotted with people that were plotting an insurrection on January 6th. Go ahead. There was a committee.
That was
You're
the
right.
whole point of the committee.
Cool. Show me the evidence.
Go watch.
Did you watch the
What,
committee?
do you want me to look it all up for you? I don't have it all off the top
Did you
of my
watch the
head.
committee?
It's been a while.
There's transcripts.
Yeah, I did.
Right? Okay, show me the proof. What day was it? Was it early in the January 6th? Was it late in? Can you show me? It's weird.
It was throughout the whole thing, man.
Like, now, would you admit that somewhere like the New York Times or CNN or MSNBC, they don't particularly like Trump? Would you admit that?
No, I'm sure they don't.
Okay, so if this bombshell occurred, that proof was shown that Donald Trump was in communication with Proud Boys and other people that were rioting and trying to commit insurrection January 6th, they'd probably have covered it, right? They were watching the hearings, right?
Yeah.
And Google wouldn't censor that for any reason, right?
I'm sure they wouldn't.
So you would be able to easily right now use Google to bring up a litany of articles from the New York Times, Washington Post, CNN, MSNBC, NBC, ABC, the NPR, the Atlantic, the New Yorker, etc., 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 that clearly would be discussing this bombshell proof, right?
I don't know, maybe.
Okay, look it up. Should be the first hit, right?
Again, just go look the fucking January 6th
Wait,
up yourself,
why?
dude.
Why is it that the New York Times is burying this? Why is CNN burying it? Why is MSNBC
You haven't
burying
proved
this?
that they're burying it.
Okay, the proof that they're burying it is show me one article showing it, and if not, they're burying
but
it.
why would
or is
I
your
need to
argument
go to
that
a
they
news
didn't watch
station?
the?
It came
Is
directly
your
from
argument?
Congress? As far
is
as
your
I know,
argument,
they released everything.
Dude, remember when they? You remember the 3 years ago they had the hearing. Republicans had hearings on Democrat corruption. You remember that?
They just did recently too. But
Yeah, but like 3 years ago they were talking about. Yeah, that proved that sexual assault was committed by Kamala Harris and Joe Biden and Chuck Schumer and Nancy Pelosi and Dianne Feinstein. Why would you vote for people that we have 100% proof positive committed those crimes?
I don't think we proved that.
Oh yeah, just go back and watch.
Sure.
Okay, go watch. So now you admit they did it. Just go watch.
No, I'll go.
Yeah,
look,
go watch.
Go
watch. I think there were like that. I think there were hundreds. No, wait, there were hundreds of like hearings that Republicans had. It's in one of them. Go watch them all. Then you'll see.
Okay.
Or you might say, well, fuck, that's such a bombshell claim. Surely that there would be some sort of report that would have came out, particularly from a place like Fox News or Breitbart, that would have said, holy shit, they've proven this bombshell accusation. And if you look it up and you don't see that, you might have reason to question my claim. You might say, well, that's weird. You expect me to go back and watch thousands of hours of shit? But no one in the world's talking about it, just you. You might say that sounds like bullshit,
were talking about the January 6th hearings.
Great, you're right. Absolutely, I totally agree. They were talking about it. So show me the evidence that Donald Trump was talking to people that were committing insurrection on January 6th. Go ahead. Plenty of people were talking about it.
Go back and watch all the trials again, man.
Why? Can you explain to me? Let's say for the sake of argument, you don't have to agree with me because apparently, even though you've Googled shit earlier, you're too lazy to do it now, right? But
I haven't Googled anything.
Yes, you did. You brought up articles earlier.
Oh, a couple of definitions. Yeah, that's right.
Right. So now you can't do it. That's fine. Fine, right?
No, it's just that's a lot to
let's say for the sake of argument that I'm right. Let's say that after you leave here tonight, you're like, well, damn, I'm just going to quickly, I got some free time now, I'm going to search. I'm going to type in Trump, January 6th showed that Trump plotted insurrection, talked with the people, or something like that you're going to Google, right? And let's say that the New York Times didn't do a story on that. How would you explain that?
What, that a news station didn't do a story
Not
on
just
something?
a news station, but a news station who's made their entire brand hating Donald Trump and saying he committed an insurrection. And not just them, but every news station.
Again, I don't know that that's the case, that every news station did not say a single word about the January 6th hearings.
No, that's not what I'm saying. You're changing the question. Of course, they said many words about the January 6th hearing. What I'm asking is for proof that the January 6th hearings provided evidence that Donald Trump was personally talking to people about committing acts of violence on January 6th and committing an insurrection. That's what you claimed.
No, I claimed he was involved in using the plot of the slate of electors.
Right. So when initially I said...
And that the people storming the building was hopefully to stop proceedings long enough.
So Trump had nothing to do... So there is no evidence that Trump had anything to do with people rioting January 6th.
I might disagree there.
Show me the evidence.
Well, the evidence would have to be his rhetoric telling them to go down there and fight, and they stole your election.
Peacefully,
You'd have to believe that
go peacefully. That's when he said go enough. Peacefully and have your voice heard.
Fight or you'll lose your country. They stole our election.
He said go peacefully.
You can You can say go peacefully after that, but you're only giving them one choice of action if you believe that your country truly is being stolen.
Okay,
like that.
So then your argument would be
democracy is over.
If someone commits an act of violence because a politician told them that things were very bleak and that there was huge amounts of corruption, and so that meant that people obviously would interpret that the only thing they could do is commit act of violence, that we should hold that politician accountable.
Probably, yeah.
Okay, so if someone commits an act of violence because they believe the country was founded on racism and is systemically racist, would that mean that politicians that make that argument should also be accountable for those acts of violence?
You'd have to point to a politician that specifically said, hey, you're going to lose your country.
You want me to point to... What do you mean lose your country? If you believe your country's systemically racist, the country's already lost, right?
Saying, hey, the country has issues with systemic racism does not sort of inspire any particular kind of action.
What are you talking about?
It would inspire working within the system, potentially. It's going to inspire people to be angry, but that doesn't mean that... So let me get this straight.
Saying the election was stolen, saying that, right? That means that, well, then we have to commit violence. But
the election was stolen. If you don't fight, you won't have a country.
Right. People have said
they're only leaving one option.
Right. Just like if someone said this country's systemically racist, you need to fight like hell against this. They only have one option.
No, there's lots of options.
Oh, like what?
Again, you can work within the system. You can work within your community.
You can work within the system to prove the corruption of the election. Right? Yep. That's what I do.
And they did.
Right. That's right.
It was totally within their legal right to take all those cases to court. They all failed.
I'm still doing that. I'm still working within the system to prove how corrupt our establishment is. I'm still doing that. Have I engaged in violence?
No.
But wait a minute. You said that I only have one choice.
I'm saying you're giving people that truly believe that only one choice.
So now you're saying I don't truly believe that?
No, you don't. I don't think so.
You don't think that I believe that our system is systemically corrupt? And basically engaged in a coup to oust Donald Trump. And that a coalition of people, right, like a coalition of people in positions of power, as the Twitter files have showed, convinced a plurality of people by censoring stories and promoting stories that they knew were falsehoods, that they knew would be able to convince people to vote for the party that they wanted in power. You don't think I believe that?
I don't think that you believe that if Donald Trump lost, we would have lost America. No, I don't think
Do you think that people believed if Donald Trump won, we would have lost America in 2016?
There were certainly some people that seemed to think so, yeah.
They
didn't really do anything about it.
Do you think if Trump... They didn't have riots? I can't show you riots on Inauguration Day?
Like I said, in Portland, there was
No, in D.C., right? Why do you think... Let me ask you this. Did you hear...
Again, they bitched for a couple days. That was about it.
Bitched? Oh, so the violence and the attacks and the riots and the police were... That's nothing. That's just bitching, right?
No, you guys said the violence was, legitimate protest and peaceful.
I didn't say that. I said the people that were peacefully protest were legitimate. The violence is never acceptable. It was the left that said violence is the language of the unheard, and it could be legitimate. That's what the left said.
I meant the Republican Party.
But they didn't say that. Again,
you started. No, the Republican Party said it was legitimate.
You made this claim earlier, and I showed that was bullshit. I'll ask you again. You pulled up the article. Show me one time in that article that the RNC said that violence was a legitimate form of protest. Go ahead.
That's what they said. It's legitimate. January 6th was legitimate political discourse.
What it said was that there were peaceful people there that were being untargeted targeted by the January 6th
Peaceful people that were trespassing on government property
just like almost every single person that was arrested at any event of Black Lives Matter where there were violence were there during an unlawful assembly. And Democrats routinely said that they had the right to protest, that their voice should have been heard, etc. And not fucking once did you stand up.
Attempting to stop the
not fucking once did you ever speak up. Bullshit.
Dude, I was bitching about that shit in Portland the entire time it happened, saying that mayor was garbage and he needed to step in and do something. and he didn't do shit. I did
bitch,
not like Trump coming in with his federal employees, blackmailing people. I did not like the mayor not doing shit either.
Literally, you said here that you were upset about the mistreatment of people in places like Portland that, in your words, and I'm quoting, got black-bagged.
Yeah, they got black-bagged.
Oh, but wait, weren't they committing crimes? Weren't they in an unlawful assembly?
Yeah, and they should have been arrested by the Portland
But you
police,
think that the
not
treatment
federal
of
agents coming in unmarked vehicles to black-bag people.
So when you criticize the treatment of those people, you're not excusing violence and you're not excusing criminal behavior.
No, I'm not.
You're just saying they were unfairly targeted and treated.
Some of them, yeah.
But when the RNC says that about January 6th, you're like, nope, that's them legitimizing violence.
What was the intent of storming that building?
What was the intent of the people that were there unlawfully in Portland that got black-bagged?
Just to fight against the cops, I think.
Oh, so they were there
Just
to
in
commit
general.
violence. The intent was violence against state officers.
The intent was not to disrupt a democratic proceeding and stop an election.
So it's okay. You
To
think
stop
that?
the peaceful transfer of
want
power
to be clear.
that has
So your
not
argument
happened
is
before in
this:
this country.
it's okay to criticize people whose intent is to commit physical bodily harm to law enforcement officers of the state.
No, it's
That's
not okay.
to criticize the treatment of the people
I'm
arrested in
saying
that.
it's a
No.
different
That is
scale.
what you're saying. But, so you're saying that it's not. You're saying it's not okay to criticize the treatment of those people. That's what you're saying. It's not okay then. So can you explain why you did it?
It's not okay to do violence either way, but these are two
Right.
completely
So can you
different
explain to me why
situations.
you're defending violence because you criticize the
I'm
treatment
not
of those
defending
people?
it.
Yes, according to your own position, you are.
What? That I think they shouldn't have been black-bagged?
Yes.
Okay. How is that How is that apologizing for their committing crimes?
You said their intent.
They should have been arrested if they committed
You said
crimes. But
their
the way it was
intent.
done was not
You said
how we
their.
do things in America.
You said their intent was to commit acts of violence against the police.
Yeah.
So
And
they got
should be
black-bagged.
arrested for that.
Okay.
We
but they
don't black-bag people in America.
Right,
man.
but that's what we're doing to January 6 people. The equivalent
I don't
of
think
it.
any of them were black-bagged.
The equivalent of it.
I'm going to disagree with you there.
Do they have in America? Do you get to have access to possible exonerating evidence? That's a fundamental right you have, right?
Sure.
Why aren't the defendants in January 6th allowed to have access to the videotapes? That sounds in line with blackbagging. In other words, authoritarianism from the state, from law enforcement, violating the rights of the accused. Right? That's sort of your problem with blackbagging.
Yeah.
Why are they spending? Don't they have the right to a free and speedy, a fair and speedy trial?
Yeah, well, speedy in this country isn't really a thing.
Well, okay. Do you think there are people still being detained that were black-bagged for 700 plus days because of the violence at the Chaz Zone, Portland, May 30th, or violence all around the country during the George Floyd protest?
I think there are people that are still in prison for shit they never did.
Do you think that there are people that still haven't had their day in court from there, 700 days later?
From the Portland riot or from the January 6th?
Portland, Philadelphia, Atlanta, Minneapolis,
I
DC.
have
We could
no
go.
idea
Right,
if those
I know
riots still had
when we
anybody.
talk about the right wing, you could come up with
As
like
far
one
as
or
I
two
know,
examples.
they
When we talk about the
prosecuted
left
everybody
wing,
that needed
according to I can't remember the university, but the one that everyone cited that showed, I think it was 7%. Only 7% of Black Lives Matter protests resulted in violence. But when you looked at that number, it was actually misleading because what it did was it didn't say the number of protests or incidents, it said the locations. So for example, even though there were hundreds of riots and acts of violence in Portland, that only counted as one because it was one location. And so the argument was,
Well, it was one long siege for many days.
Okay, nonetheless, so that only counted as one. But when you looked at it, what it said was that there was 120, I believe, locations of violence during Black Lives Matter protest or George Floyd protest. That would be, actually it was more than that. I think it was 200. I think it was like 4 point something per state. Now, what percentage of Trump rallies do you think resulted in violence? Let's go through the list. They're not even Trump rallies, but let's include January 6th. That's fair, right?
I mean, if you want to compare statistically, the right commits far more violence than
According
the left.
to who? The same FBI that says
According
Antifa's
to the
not a terrorist.
stats.
Okay, go ahead. Let's see the stats.
I mean, if you want
Who
to...
compiles the stats?
Are you just going to argue that the FBI is corrupt.
Well, that seems to be what the entire fucking thrust of this video was, doesn't it? That you called in for.
I didn't call in for that. I told you that already.
Well, you called in and got wrecked on every topic you've talked about.
Your opinion? Sure.
I think the opinion of anyone who has any remote objectivity.
Certainly in this channel.
Not just this channel. You can find a bunch of sycophantic lefties that might just say, but anyone who has no skin in the game that looked at this would say, for example, you immediately talked about the signaling on COVID and how the signaling was what was important, but when it came to immigration, you said the signaling doesn't matter.
Yeah.
You said the signaling didn't matter when it came to
How
immigration.
do you not understand why the signaling matters with the pandemic? You need people to adopt a vaccine for it to really be effective.
Well,
you need like 95%.
When it came to the signaling of the vaccine, Donald Trump was more consistent than Joe Biden.
His administration was not. Everybody around him was not. It doesn't matter if he was consistent on the vaccine when he downplays the virus.
Show me the Trump.
And then his party downplays the vaccine.
There you go.
And the virus.
You're right. You're doing so well in this conversation. Cool. You just made another claim. You said people in his administration were criticizing the vaccine. Go ahead. Show me. Go ahead. Who was it? Bill Barr? Anthony Fauci? Who was it? Dr. Birx? I'm all ears. Was it Mike Pence? That's funny. I thought they all towed that party line. But go ahead. You made the claim. Did you disappear, Creel?
No, I'm still here. You wanted me to look shit up.
Okay, go ahead.
Well, this might take a while. I don't know. You can keep going on other things.
It probably will take a while. Meanwhile, while you're looking that up, you definitely know that many Democrats, including Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, criticized and said that they would be skeptical of the vaccine if it came out under Trump.
Yeah, I already covered that.
Right.
Because they were worried he would cut corners, but when it came out that he clearly didn't, they supported it.
Right. Okay. No. When it came out that they won the election and now it was okay for them to say, oh, okay, now it doesn't matter. The reason they were criticizing it wasn't because they were worried that Trump might rush it through. The reason they were criticizing it was because they thought it could be seen as beneficial to Trump and his candidacy if people thought help was on the way.
Because they were worried he was going to rush it through.
Okay, so then would it surprise you if 2 people from the FDA resigned during the Biden administration because they felt pressured on accepting the CDC's pressuring of them when it came to boosters?
No.
Okay, so if I show
Trump
you that
admitted himself that he pressured them quite a bit to test the vaccine before it was ready.
Hey, fuckhead, not Trump, Biden. Biden's administration pressured them.
What, for a vaccine that was already made?
For the boosters.
For the boosters?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
I mean, Trump pressured them too.
Show me. Did any resign because of it?
I don't know. A lot of people resigned during Trump's administration.
So your argument is that there are people from the FDA that thought the onset of the vaccine was dangerous because Trump unfairly pressured the FDA to approve it before it should have been. That's your argument.
I'm saying people were leery of Trump doing the vaccine too quickly.
Right.
Either pressuring people or cutting corners or whatever. Yeah, they were worried. Again, I feel rightfully, you feel wrongfully. That's fair enough.
Anger, frustration at FDA.
Ultimately, they supported the vaccine.
January 1st, 2021. I'll show my audience this.
Okay. Yeah, 2 people didn't agree, and they left their job. Okay.
that they felt that Biden announcing approval for the boosters and for vaccines of children under 12 was unfair and unethical pressuring from the Biden administration to approve
and other people in the administration did not. So
okay, but
again,
who's the top dog? Who's the top dog?
In the CDC?
Let me ask you this. Like, let's take a different line of text. So, given that, let's say that was September 1st, 2021, right? Was when this article was written. So, assumably, the resignation happened around that time. Fair enough?
Sure.
Okay. Would you then think that people that you think should have taken the vaccine might have said, holy fuck, I'm skeptical now. Top FDA people are resigning because they're saying Biden's pressuring them. Would you have understood that?
Some people, yeah.
Okay, so Trump never did that. Trump never said, I don't trust this thing. I think it's being pressured. Right? He never said.
No.
Okay, so Trump never did that, but Biden and Kamala Harris did. And no one resigned from the FDA. No one resigned from the FDA or came out and said, we felt we were pressured to approve this vaccine, so we're resigning under Trump. But they did under Biden.
Like I said, they were worried that he would, but
he didn't. He didn't, but Biden did. Right. So let me just get this straight. So your argument is this. Vaccines let me spell out the argument. You tell me where I'm wrong. Your argument is this. Vaccines were the most important thing, correct? Am I right about that? When it came to fighting COVID. Okay. Most important thing. When it came to the signaling around vaccines, Trump has consistently signaled that he's pro-vaccine.
Right.
In fact, ridiculously so, you would probably say, taking credit probably more than he deserved, right? That's how pro-vaccine. Great. He's still talking about it, even though his fucking supporters hate it, right?
Yeah, and they all boo him for it.
Right, okay? So that's where Trump's been 100% consistent on vaccines, right? The most important issue surrounding COVID. Biden, on the other hand, and Kamala Harris and many other Democrats in his administration, initially questioned and cast skepticism on the speed that the vaccine was coming out because even though they didn't have evidence of it, they felt that it could be possible that Trump would pressure the FDA to approve it.
Right.
Okay. You say that's fine. Simultaneously, you admit that
I said that was a legitimate concern, but it turned out not to be well-founded, thankfully.
And you're still saying the signaling was better from the Biden administration?
Yeah.
Okay. Even though Trump never signaled against the vaccine, but Biden did.
Early on, before he was president, sure.
Do you have any proof from anyone at the FDA resigning, stepping down, criticizing, saying that they felt uncomfortable because they felt they were pressured to approve the vaccine under Donald Trump?
I don't know if anybody stepped down, but Trump himself did say he pressured them significantly.
But did any... Pressuring's one thing. Like going to them saying, is this going to be approved? The people...
Well, like I said, I don't really care
doing so in a way
Biden
that's unethical.
Either.
Right. Doing so... Do you have any evidence that anyone at the FDA said, dude, we thought this was on anything?
Do you have any evidence that after those people left the FDA that they still put people's lives in danger? Like, I don't understand what you're talking about. It seems pretty was it a legitimate concern of theirs when they left, do you think?
Who left
the FDA? It doesn't sound like it.
What are you talking about?
I mean, they can disagree.
Do you have a disconnect? It's real simple. There's two issues we're looking at. One, who has signaled consistently for the vaccine more? Undoubtedly
You're
Trump.
Saying...
Please, let me finish. Trump, You're clearly confused. You're clearly confused, so I'm going to clarify it for you, right? Right? There's two issues here. One, signaling for the vaccine. Trump has been consistent, even to a fault that you agree that he's too braggadocious about it, about support of the vaccine. However, regardless if it's legitimate or not, at some points, Biden and Harris cast some sort of doubt. You just think that they were correct in casting that some sort of doubt because Trump could have theoretically pressured the FDA, and so they were legitimate to say that those were legitimate fears. True or false?
Yeah.
Second issue we're dealing with. Is there any evidence that Trump legitimately pressured the FDA or anything like that in unethical ways?
Yeah, he said he pressured them.
Saying that
in an unethical way,
quotes. Post the quotes.
That was the whole point.
Post the quotes.
What, him saying that he pressured
Trump
them
saying,
like crazy?
I pressured the FDA. I pressured the FDA unethically to approve this vaccine. Go ahead.
Oh, he'll never say unethically.
Okay, then show me the quote where he said, I pressured them.
If you're pressuring them, is there an ethically way to pressure them to release a vaccine?
It depends on what you mean by pressure. If you say this is really important, I need you to get to it fast, that could be considered pressure, but that's not really unethical. Like, for example, if I'm a police officer and I have fingerprints and I call the fingerprint lab and say, look, I really fucking need this done like tomorrow, I'm pressuring them, but that doesn't mean that I'm saying, and just say it's my perpetrator because I just want to lock him up. That would be unethical. right?
Sure.
Okay. So do you have any evidence? Maybe I'm wrong. Fuck, you have to understand, if you find this evidence, you're doing a service to every Trump supporter that fucking is pissed about vaccines, right? Show me the evidence that people at the FDA were like, this is fucking dangerous. This vaccine's going out the door, and we feel we were pressured and rushed, and we didn't have enough time to do things ethically. Show me that evidence. I criticize Trump about a lot of this shit, so I'd be happy to see it. Let's see it.
My argument is not that his pressuring caused any sort of harm or anything. He said himself he pressured them quite a bit. They really didn't like him over there for it. But it seems like they did everything the way that they should have. Like I said, they parallelized tests and things, and it doesn't seem like they skipped any corners, which was fantastic. Biden took back his concern about the vaccine because of that. He got vaccinated on live TV. Donald Trump did not.
2 people from the FDA resigned because they thought the Biden administration
yeah, and again,
was pressuring them.
I'm saying, okay, that's 2 people out of everyone at the CDC or the FDA.
Okay, so let me ask you this:
people.
if someone, I want you to,
they can have their concerns.
Let's
fine.
go back. Let's go
That's
back in the
fine.
time machine. Let's go back in the time machine and say we're having this conversation in October of 2020. Okay, and me and you are talking, right? And Trump's out there every day saying vaccines coming. It's going to be here. It's going to save us, right? Right? And you're going to be like, this is what you'd be saying. You tell me if I'm wrong. You're going to be like, this guy dropped the fucking ball on COVID, and now he's throwing up this Hail Mary, saying, no, at the end of the day, right before the election, I'm going to have this magic fucking drug that cures us all. And that's bullshit. Wouldn't you have been saying that? That's about what you would have been saying, right? That's what most Democrats are saying.
Magic fucking drug. It's a vaccine. It's
but that's what they were saying. They're like, he's saying, here comes this MacGuffin. This vaccine that's going to save us all. And he's really just trying to cover his ass because how bad COVID's been in this country, and he fucked up as the leader. So he's saying, but trust me, go ahead and vote for me, because as soon as the election's over, I assure you, this vaccine's going to come and it's going to solve all of this. And you would have been like, bullshit. That's what you would have said, right?
At the time when Trump announced that he was doing the vaccine, I was very skeptical.
Right. And you may have said, now let's imagine, and you would have said, I think this son
But
of
I didn't know the details of how they were
but you
going
might
to
have
do
said,
it, so.
my gut feeling is this guy's so fucking crazy and so desperate to have this sort of victory, he may pressure the FDA to approve it before they...
Right, yeah.
You may have said that, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, and let's say, as we're having that conversation, it's announced, 2 high-ranking FDA officials resign because they feel they're being pressured by Trump. Would you have said, well, that's just 2, the rest didn't, so I'm okay with it?
Depends. Is the
You
outcome
wouldn't
the
have,
same?
you fucking liar. You wouldn't have. You would have said,
I would have been like, I'm
see,
not
look,
surprised.
I told
Of course
you this.
he's pressuring
That's
them,
what
but that
you
doesn't
would have
mean that.
That's right. You would have
That
said.
doesn't mean that that's what they're doing.
You would have said.
Just because he's
aha!
pressuring them doesn't mean they're doing
Aha! You would have said, I fucking told you. Hell, you already said it with no proof. You're like, I was highly skeptical. That was the shit I was saying. But you're trying to tell me that if 2 high-ranking FDA officials resigned and said we feel pressured, you would have said, well, you know, that adds
I
nothing
would have
to
said,
my
yeah,
argument.
of course he pressured them.
Right. Now do Biden.
Of course he pressured them to get a vaccine. Okay.
So much
Again,
so that
what?
2 high-ranking
What?
officials from the FDA resigned.
Yeah. 2.
Okay, so now we have 2, right? We have the initial stance. Who was more consistent on vaccines? Trump was completely consistent, as you've admitted. Biden wasn't, but the excuse you gave is, well, he thought that Trump would have pressured, and so they would have released this drug before it was ready, right? That was your defense.
Yeah.
Okay, but then we find out that there are no accusations that Trump's pressuring was unethical, and people at the FDA felt so much that they spoke up about it, and that when they released the drug, it was perfectly acceptable. So Biden's fears were erroneous, but Biden himself did do that. His administration did do that. So much so
I
that
would
2
say
high-ranking
based on
FDA officials
Trump's
had to resign.
description, it sounded like his pressuring was unethical, but again, it doesn't
Show
sound
me
like
the
it
quote.
influenced them at all.
Show me the quote. I don't know why, like, you can't say, it is undoubtable when it comes to consistency on vaccine that Trump was better than Biden, Harris, and a litany of other Democrats. And when it comes to pressuring, even if you think Trump pressured and he used the word pressure and people say we were afraid he was going to pressure, it wasn't so much so that the actual high-ranking people at the FDA resigned in protest, But that did happen under Biden. So in both consistency with the vaccine and pressuring, Trump was better. Both. Period. End of fucking story. And you can't accept it.
BBC officials describe intense pressure, job threats from Trump White House.
Okay?
Political infighting contributed to subpar pandemic response, officials tell House committee.
About the vaccine?
I mean, yeah.
Go. Link it. Put it in the Discord. You put it in general. Why did no one at the FDA blow the whistle and say, my God, this vaccine's not safe? We were unethically pressured by Donald Trump.
They did.
Okay. Cool, let's see it.
Well, they said they were pressured. I don't know if they said the vaccine's unsafe. Again, I don't know if this pressuring had any actual
Because you realize you're making the Trump supporter who don't agree with Trump on this issue, you're making their argument. Because what you're saying is that people from the FDA came out and said, at the time of the vaccine's release, it wasn't safe because we were unable to do the testing that we should have because we were pressured by Donald Trump. And so the millions of people that said we don't trust this vaccine are like, see, even the FDA says that they were unlawfully pressured and unethically pressured to approve this drug before it legitimately should have been approved. That's not the argument the Democrats make. The argument the Democrats make was, yeah, it was safe, it's good. Everyone, not only should you take it, but hell, we'll pass fucking laws that say that you should be punished if you don't. That was their stance. There wasn't...
Because there's pressure to do something doesn't mean that they're doing it incorrectly.
That's true. That's exactly what my argument was with Trump. But if you see two high-ranking officials resign, that's more evidence that that pressure was probably unethical than if no one resigns, correct?
Sure.
Okay, which is
but
my
again,
entire
I don't know
fucking
if anybody
argument.
Resigned when Trump was there. I'm sure some people in the CDC or the FDA did. I have no idea.
Pull up the article. So your argument is, well, even though you've proven that two high-ranking FDA officials resigned because they felt that they were pressured to approve the vaccine for people under the age of 12 and boosters, I don't really evaluate that because hypothetically people could have resigned under Trump. I just don't know.
Yeah, I don't know if they did or didn't. But again, the pressuring, okay.
I don't know if Democrats tried to steal an election or not. I don't know.
Of course they didn't.
Well, what the fuck do you mean? How do you know?
What do you mean, what the fuck do I mean?
How do you know?
Every single investigation that's ever been done has come to that conclusion.
What? What investigation?
Every single one, including that fucking ridiculous Arizona one with the cyber.
So wait a minute. Your argument is there were investigations to see if Democrats tried to steal an election?
No, I'm saying, of course they didn't steal one.
But how do you know? You're assuming
they have not found a single shred of proof that they did. I think
they stole the mayoral election in Chicago in 1984. I think that the mob helped JFK get elected.
Okay, we know what election we're talking about.
Because you know what election I was talking about was 2016.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Did Democrats say...
What election could they have stolen?
Well, I don't know. There could be proof. I just don't know. Maybe it happened.
Okay. I don't know what point you're making.
The point is, when I point out that there actually was pressuring to the point where FDA officials, high-ranking FDA officials, resigned because of Biden's pressure about
and I'm saying
your
argument for me.
Your argument is, well, maybe people resigned under Trump.
I never bitched that Trump was pressuring the FDA. I said that we were worried that if he did, they'd cut corners and things would not get done correctly. That didn't happen. So it was fine.
Can't you consistently follow an argument? Can you not do that? Your argument is that the most important thing was vaccine and that signaling was important. So on that most important issue, the question is, who had the most consistent signal? Trump clearly did. Trump clearly, to this day...
take the vaccine if they don't take the virus seriously. And that's where Trump failed.
The only evidence you showed was that in March, when Fauci and them were saying that this wasn't a big deal, that Trump said it wasn't a big deal. Then in September, he gave a quote saying that we shouldn't lock down schools that every legitimate scientist agrees with. That's what you're saying. I said at the time of the vaccines, when they rolled out, do you have any proof at that time that Trump was saying COVID's not a big deal? Do you have any?
Yeah, there's been... Dude,
show me! You showed me one quote that said that it affects older people more and that we shouldn't be locking down schools.
That was his rhetoric the entire way through, was that it's not affecting young people. It only affects elderly people. That's
true.
not true. It did
That
not only affect
true.
elderly
Should
people.
we have locked down
primarily,
schools?
Sure.
Should we have locked down schools?
I was okay with it. I didn't have a problem.
So I just want to be clear, right? Your argument is, the quote I showed was Trump saying that young people really weren't affected by this that much and we shouldn't have locked down schools. And that's proof that he wasn't taking this seriously. So I just,
Young people weren't affected by the virus, but they
I wish
spread
to
it.
fucking God that somehow you would become some sort of person of authority in the Democratic Party, because every fucking parent that's furious at the treatment of their children against all scientific evidence that were fucking abused by shutting down these schools and stunting them emotionally, physically, and socially, not to mention intellectually, I hope that they fucking hear that you're sitting there as a representative of the Democratic Party or a Democratic supporter saying, yes, we should have locked down schools, and how dare Trump signal we shouldn't have. I hope that that becomes the Democrat argument, because that's a fucking loser. Not only is he a loser politically, but it's a loser because you literally fucking harm children. You're joking about it. You're like abused. How's child suicide rates looking?
You tell me, Rob.
How about fucking domestic abuse involving
children? As I know,
how's that looking?
When everybody was
how's the
about
education
the pandemic,
level? How's the education
the
level of
suicide rate
children?
came out, it was pretty much the same.
How's the education level looking for children?
Oh, they lost a little bit there.
A little, just a little,
Quite a
right?
bit better than losing,
So I don't want to hear
their
Democrats talk about, oh, we need to stop, we need to erase student loan debt, and we need more money for inner city schools. Because when you literally lock kids down in their education, you laughed about it. You're like, oh, so what? So what? A little non-education. That's your response.
Yeah,
and then,
I'm laughing at it.
Right. That's what you did, right?
You called it abuse.
Is it not?
No.
So locking down children in their developmental stages, when social connections and education connections are so important, and forcing them to remain in the home is an abuse.
When the alternative is spreading a virus that killed over 1 million people in America, yeah.
That's not the alternative. Can you explain then
why
there's
the alternative.
Can you explain why there's a massive conspiracy that almost every study that occurred around the world said that locking down children was more net harm? Why that conspiracy? Why did places that took COVID very seriously, such as the Scandinavian countries, somehow have this conspiracy to intentionally infect their children, thereby spreading the disease by putting out bullshit scientific papers that said it would be harmful to shut down these schools? Why did they do that? Why that conspiracy?
Tell me where they say it was harmful.
What's that?
I mean, beyond more than the virus.
Oh! So you're saying they legitimately did think that locking down schools was a bad idea?
I'm saying they thought locking down schools would help stifle the spread of the virus.
Show me.
Show me that they thought keeping people away from each other would not spread a virus?
No, show me that they thought locking down schools would be a net benefit to shutting down the virus compared to the cost.
That was the whole point. That's why they did it.
They didn't do it. That's the whole point. The only major industrialized... What?
Trump did lockdowns.
I said, show me one country other than the United
America.
I said, show me one country outside the United States that had any scientific papers that suggested that we should lock down schools.
I'm not going to go look up scientific papers about lockdowns right now.
Let me spoil it for you.
I'm telling you.
They don't exist! Because the science was
the
always...
idea was, Rob.
You're telling me what?
The idea behind the lockdowns was, if you want to tell me that after the fact it was ineffective, okay, we didn't know that at the time.
Yes, we did. The scientific papers at the time when Biden reinstituted the lockdown of schools, when his administration signaled for it, almost every credible scientific institution in the world said that locking down children from schools was a huge mistake at the time that they instituted the policy. Now we know that that's definitively true. We also know that the CDC initially said that they were for reopening the schools. Then Randy Weirgarten, the head of the largest teachers union, contacted them. And the next day they changed their mind and said, never mind, we're going with lockdowns.
Well, if nobody ever said there was going to be minimal harm, it was just the lesser of two evils, man. That's all it is. Just trying to prevent a spread of a virus that was overwhelming our hospitals. That's all. The
actual amount of hospitalization usage during the COVID period is less than the average of before the COVID period.
Dude, they had refrigerator trucks packed with bodies, man.
Where?
Get the fuck out of here.
Where?
What do you mean, where?
Where?
everywhere that COVID was a problem. Look at Arizona.
Arizona. So your argument is there were literally refrigerator trucks packed
Yes,
with
full
bodies.
of cadavers, yes.
Okay.
People that have died from that virus because they didn't have any room in the morgue anymore, yes. Well, look it up. There's refrigerator trucks were used all over the country. You're talking on the screen, but I can't hear you.
I'm not talking.
You're muted or something.
It's because it's behind. What does it have to do with hospital usage?
The refrigerator trucks?
Yes.
Why do you think there were so many bodies? People were dying. If there's that many bodies, there's much more that are sick.
If they were dying, does that mean that the hospitals were at capacity?
Yeah.
Okay,
Why do you think so many were dying?
Capacity.
Show you the hospital capacity?
If I'm right, it's difficult to find this. But if I'm right, would you be shocked if I show you at a later date, and I'll find this, I'll contact the best journalist in the country on this, Phil Kirpin, who I've had on my show several times, right, who had repeatedly showed that the average hospital usage throughout the United States during the 2020 through 2022 period was less than the average hospital usage.
Average isn't useful here. We're looking for places where it spikes significantly. Large cities, urban areas.
What does that have to do?
The worst.
What does that have to do with anything?
Because hospitals service different densities of populations.
So then if that's the case, let's say that hospital usage spiked.
If you just took the average over the whole country, that's one thing. But we're looking at all the places where they ran out of room and there was a lot.
Let me finish, right? If that's the truth, right, that it's like, well, there were certain areas where it was really high, right? That would imply that there was also certain areas that it was really low, right?
Correct.
And that would be insane to lock down schools in those areas, correct?
It depends.
What do you mean it depends? Your argument was we needed to lock down because hospitals were overwhelmed.
Yeah, it was to prevent hospitals from getting overwhelmed.
But on average,
if they're already overwhelmed,
on average, they were less overwhelmed than usual.
Like I said, the average is not relevant here.
Okay, so you're admitting then it would be, if that's your reason why we needed to lock down schools, then the areas where the hospitals weren't overwhelmed, it would have been insane to lock down schools.
Again, it depends. If you're getting a large spike of new cases suddenly, then it would make sense because it's about to spread very quickly, and you need to make sure that you stop that spread as much as possible.
There were areas where there weren't large spikes. For example, it happened to be kind of seasonal. So when you saw the winter months in places like Florida, it turned out that they were having like low cases compared to the rest of the country. But in the summer, when it was warmer and people were more indoors, and because of air conditioning and things like that, it turned out that there was higher spreads. Now, what happened was the propagandist in like the Democratic Party, they would say, "Look at that! It's July and Florida's the forever purge. See, because they didn't lock down and all this shit, they're the number one in cases right now." But when they became number 50 in cases months later, they didn't say, "Oh my God, Florida must be doing great." They just ignored that. Similarly, when New York and New Jersey, places that did lockdowns, when they were like in the top 5 of deaths and cases, no one said, the lockdowns are shit. Look, these places did this and it's not preventing the spread. But as soon as the summer months came around and their cases went down, they said, "See, look how good the lockdowns were. There's almost no cases here." That's what happened.
Okay.
You have no evidence that locking down schools actually prevented the spread. To the contrary, most studies showed, you ready for this? Because adults were more likely to contract and spread the virus, that children were actually more likely to contract the disease if they weren't allowed to go to school because they were left in the same homes where the diseases were spreading.
Not sure about that one. But again, if we find out after the fact that the lockdowns didn't work, that's different than we're proactively going to do them to try and prevent the spread, which at the time we thought it would work.
That is true.
Now that we have evidence that it didn't, maybe in the future we wouldn't. But this was a once-in-a-lifetime pandemic.
My argument is that the scientific studies were almost not a consensus, I won't say, but close to a consensus before the last time that Biden signaled to locking down schools. But let's dispense that argument for a second. Let's go with your argument. And your argument is, well, they used the information available at the time, right? And would you admit this? There was a lot of fucking confusion, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And so you're like, well, you could forgive even if it was the wrong decision. Thank you so much, Passerby, for the follow. We could forgive even if it was the wrong decision because, things were murky. People were trying their best, right?
Right.
Okay. So then why can we blame Trump from saying not lock down schools, particularly if he ended up being right?
Because Trump had an entire, again, laissez-faire kind of attitude about the whole virus until he wanted to take credit for the vaccine. But
okay,
I mean,
but
even then, I think he downplayed the significance of the virus.
So if the argument is that Trump signaling, right, is what's important, and Trump supporters are going to listen to him, why wouldn't they listen to him when he said the vaccine? He clearly was taking the virus important there.
Well, Trump's star is waning. You tell me. I don't know why they don't listen to him with the vaccine. I don't know why he gets booed.
Initially, let me ask you.
I don't know where the vaccine.
Let me ask you this, right? Although it might be true, particularly now, that Trump supporters are least likely to have taken the vaccine. I'll concede that, right?
Yeah, okay. I mean, that's just fact, yeah.
When it comes to demographics, which group was least likely to take the vaccine, particularly at the rollout?
Demographics in what sense?
Racial?
Black people, I think.
Do you think most of them voted for Trump?
No. They had a different reason.
What was their reason?
I think they have a general mistrust of hospitals.
Why?
It hasn't gone well in the past.
Do you think that maybe Democrats that said that institutions in this country are systemically racist, such as hospitals and pharmaceutical companies, could have contributed to that?
Hydroxychloroquine is not a cure for the virus, Rowdy.
I asked you a question.
All right, try again. I apologize. I need to not look at chat.
I said, do you think that Democrats that for years were saying that this country is systemically racist, including our pharmaceutical and medical industry, may have contributed to that distrust?
Potentially. Actions certainly contributed more.
Do you think that predominantly black people didn't trust Donald Trump?
Probably.
Do you think that Joe Biden and Kamala Harris saying, we don't know if we would trust this vaccine because Trump could be rushing it, could have convinced black people to not take the vaccine?
Could convince anyone, yeah.
So let me just get this straight. With Trump, your argument is, even though he was consistent with signaling for the vaccine, you think that he downplayed the virus earlier, so when he changes his tune and says everyone should take the vaccine, that sort of doesn't count, or it doesn't weigh in as much because of his previous stance on COVID. But the Biden administration that did waffle on their stance on vaccines, which did lead to hundreds of thousands of
Again, though, by
Americans.
the time Biden administration took office, he was very strong on vaccines.
So what? You don't give a shit about the timing. Your whole point is going back to
timing is pretty important.
We
found out that Trump did not cut any corners and he did a good job, so they supported it.
Your whole point was going back as early as March to say Trump didn't take the virus seriously.
Yeah.
When I was saying,
but he signaled seriously the entire time.
When he signaled to the vaccine, he clearly took it seriously when he was signaling to the vaccine and how he was.
No, he downplayed the virus even when the vaccine was out.
No, he didn't.
That's why. I mean, look, he didn't get vaccinated on camera.
He did not. Did he say that everyone should get vaccinated?
He said everybody should, but again, he downplayed the.
How did he downplay? Give me the rhetoric.
Virus itself.
So far we have him saying shouldn't lock down schools. Go ahead.
Oh, it's not a big deal. It only affects the elderly.
Right.
We should.
True.
And the already sick.
But you should all take the vaccine.
It's no worse than the flu.
So I just want, and this, I'm glad you're here. This is typical like Democrat lefty shit, right? So what you say is, even though Trump's literal words were true, we shouldn't lock down schools. It predominantly affects the elderly. We're going to get through this. That's all true. That's considered downplaying it, right? That's what you say.
Yeah.
Right? And even though he was right, that's downplaying. And even though he said, despite all that, all of you should take the vaccine. Which he said,
he
right?
He said you should. I took it, but you gotta have your freedom.
So even though he literally said those words, and even though
people say the same thing about the flu vaccine, how many people get the flu vaccine?
Please shut up. And even though Biden was initially saying, I don't know if I trust this vaccine, Trump's probably rushing it with no evidence.
Yeah, and
he said that with no evidence, right? And that many black people probably...
It was a concern. He didn't say, look, this vaccine that's coming out is going to kill people.
We're just going to mute you, right? And even though black people that predominantly vote Democrat were the group least likely to take the vaccine, and even though Democrats told them from years the medical industry is systemically racist, you shouldn't trust them, none of that counts. We're not saying that any of that signaling counted. And even though officials at the FDA said we actually feel we're resigning because we feel Trump or Biden pressured us, none of that matters. Still, his signal was better. Still. Even though Trump's literal words were true, and Trump literally told everyone to take the vaccine, I still say that Biden's signaling on it was better. That's your argument.
No.
Yes, that is exactly your argument.
No. That's your interpretation of my argument, yes.
No, that is literally what you're saying.
No.
Did Trump tell everyone to take the vaccine?
Yeah, sure.
Did Biden question the vaccine?
in the beginning, but then he very quickly told everybody.
Do you think that questioning could have led to particularly Black Americans being distrusting of the vaccine?
I think regardless of whether or not they question that vaccine, you would have still seen the same problem within the Black community, yes.
I think regardless of Trump and what he said on COVID, you would have still seen populists that supported him question the vaccine.
I don't know, man.
You don't think so? You think the type of people, you think the Tea Party people, you think the type of people that have been criticizing our institutions for 10 fucking years, you think that they're going to be like, oh boy, Pfizer is telling us to take this vaccine, we're going to take it. Because, what? Fuck, we know they didn't and Trump told them to take it.
Yeah.
But if Trump would have came out early and said, holy fuck, COVID's the worst thing ever. All your dicks are going to fall off. All your dicks are going to fall off if you don't.
That's less dangerous than the flu. That's only going to harm your grandmother.
Right, that's what Fauci said. Go hug a Chinese person. That's what Pelosi said. It's xenophobic to stop travel from China. That's what the Democrats said. So the Democrats were signaling early and often that COVID wasn't going to be a big deal. It wasn't until they saw political expediency that they were like, oh, we could get Trump on this. That was it. Before then, they were saying, Trump's a maniac for taking this seriously. He's xenophobic. Go hug a Chinese person. I wouldn't trust the vaccine. It's being rushed. Then as soon as it benefited them politically, they changed their tune. They accused Trump of trying to pressure the FDA. Then FDA people resigned because Biden was pressuring them, and you don't give a shit about any of it. You're like, oh, whatever.
I didn't say I didn't give a shit.
You said that the signaling under Biden was better than Trump. You said that the signaling... It wasn't, clearly. Trump signaled 100% consistency. In fact, to the chagrin of Trump supporters.
During his entire administration, signaled that the vaccine was a good idea, everyone should get it, and did not downplay the significance of the virus. You can say he didn't. You can say he downplayed the vaccine. That was before he ever took office.
Right. He downplayed the vaccine when it mattered.
He was not the president of the United States.
When was the most important part for the vaccine rollout?
What do you mean, when was the most important part?
If we were seeking to stop the most severe aspects of COVID, at what point in the vaccine timeline was the most important?
Soon as possible.
Right. So at the beginning, when it mattered most.
Before it was created? Before we knew at all what they were doing to make it? No.
That's not true. Pfizer had already been doing trials. And instead of the Biden administration or the Biden campaign, please,
based on Trump's rhetoric, how they achieved it.
And instead of the Biden administration, before they shot their fucking mouth off saying, I don't know that I would trust this, actually contacting the companies like Moderna and Pfizer and saying, what do you got? Instead, they saw a political benefit in saying, oh, if Trump convinces people that this vaccine's going to get us out of COVID, he might win the election. So we'll say that it's bullshit and we wouldn't trust it. You don't then get to give them credit and say, oh, once they won the election, they were like, now we trust the vaccine. So therefore their signaling was good.
Because they didn't shit on Trump for doing something good when he did.
Yes, they did.
You can shit on all they want for doing something bad, but when he made a vaccine, or when he funded the vaccine, and it did not cut any corners, they did not shit on him
after the election
for developing the vaccine.
The election.
I believe Biden even
after the election. So your argument is, after the election, once they won, they were like, man. Our bad, Trump did good.
You said so yourself.
What?
Would have had to wait until after the election. I don't think the vaccine even came out until just after the election.
No, would you believe this? Remarkably, even though clinical trials, the first 2 clinical trials were done by Pfizer, they didn't say word one until about a week after the election they announced it. Is that weird?
Okay,
and anyways, so your argument is... Why is
that weird?
It's weird because it was clear that there was an intentional signaling by people in positions of power, including those at Pfizer and including in the Democratic Party of people like Biden, to claim that it was all pie in the sky and it was potentially dangerous, and we didn't have any proof that this vaccine was going to come out.
Yeah, because Trump was running his mouth.
And so, but as soon as they won, as soon as they won the election, they're like, never mind, it's all good. It's all good now. In fact, it's so good we're going to force you to take it. Oh, but we'll pressure the FDA to the point where people resign. But never mind. Sorry. Our bad that we cast doubt on it. Our bad. Just like, go hug a Chinese person. It's xenophobic to stop travel. Oh, what's that? It helped. This is a political winner for us. Oh, never mind. COVID's the worst thing ever. Holy shit. Why wasn't Trump taking it seriously when we were telling you to hug a Chinese person? That's your argument. Can you name me one prominent Democrat politician in March that was talking about the severity of COVID? Biden? Harris?
Go ahead.
I would have to look it up.
What was
there were
their
quite a few
position
people
when Nancy Pelosi
talking
was
about the danger of COVID?
When Nancy
beforehand.
Pelosi was talking about going to heg a Chinese person, what'd you think of that?
I thought she was being an idiot and just trying to win political points.
Do you think that downplayed it?
The virus?
Yeah, the severity of the
it
virus.
Potentially downplayed the spread, which is why I didn't like it.
No, do you think that
Because you're just
led
encouraging people to gather?
Do you think that led people to downplay the severity of the virus? Where Nancy Pelosi was like, this is xenophobic. You know what you should do? Go to Chinatown and hug a Chinese person. You think that downplayed the severity of the virus?
Do you think it increased racism against Asian people?
What does that matter? Why are you deflecting to something different?
Because it did.
Do you think when people said that Russia stole the 2016 election that increased racism against Russian Americans?
They didn't say that Russia stole it. They said Russia was involved.
They said
in
that Russia.
Get involved in
they
it.
said that Russia stole the election. They said it so much that a YouGov poll.
I don't know if they specifically said they stole it.
Yes, they did. They said it so much that a YouGov poll in 2018 showed that 2/3 of Democrats thought that.
Are weird.
If you'd listen, maybe you'd fucking learn something. I know it's hard for you lefties. They did it so much that in 2018, according to a YouGov poll, 2/3 of Democrats felt that Russia tampered with voting machines to steal the election.
They did.
Russia tampered with voting machines in 2016.
Pretty sure they did with, if not voting machines, they certainly tampered with the election.
Holy fuck.
But I thought they were involved with the voting machines.
Holy fuck. Wow.
They definitely were involved in the election.
So the 2016 election was stolen.
The Mueller report said as much.
The Mueller report...
Like 16 people were convicted.
Wait. The Mueller report showed that Russia tampered with voting machines and switched votes.
The Mueller report showed that Russia interfered with the election.
No. I said that you said that you said that Russia tampered with voting machines and stole votes.
Yes, I thought that. If I recall,
was that in the Mueller report?
What happened, or it was them just interfering with the election in general? I forget.
But you're saying yes, that happened. They tampered with voting machines.
They tampered with the election stuff.
In the Mueller report,
there was an accusation they hacked voting machines. I forget if that one panned out or not.
Did they steal was the 2016 election stolen?
Stolen? I don't think so. It was.
So wait a minute. So you're saying that Russia literally hacked into voting machines and flipped the results to help Donald Trump, and Donald Trump won by a very.
I have no idea what they did with the machines.
Please. And Donald Trump won by a very small margin, but you don't consider that stealing.
I don't know if that was stealing.
Why wouldn't that be stealing?
Russia
That's
being
literally the
involved is
fucking
pretty fucked up.
definition.
It's corrupt.
If they changed votes, that's stealing. You can't get around it.
I don't know that they did that with the machines.
But you just said they did.
You said they hacked them. That doesn't imply that they hacked them and flipped votes. They could have hacked them just to get information. I don't fucking know.
YouGov poll showed that they hacked and changed vote tallies.
Okay, I don't know if they did.
But they definitely
did
hacked
that,
them.
Then potentially it's stolen, but we're certainly not going to disrupt the peaceful
So I just want to be clear. So
that.
Your argument is maybe they switched vote tallies. Maybe. You're not sure. But what you do know is that they hacked the voting machines. So maybe they hacked them and they got control of them but didn't change tallies.
No, I'm saying I believe they interfered in the election.
No. I get you're saying, I get that you're now changing your position, right? But you said they hacked voting machines.
It's been the same this whole time. No, you asked if I felt that they hacked the voting machines, and I said, yes, I think that's what they did.
Okay,
I couldn't recall.
I don't think that's how it went. I think I said...
I know they specifically said that they interfered with the election. I
could be wrong. I'd be willing to eat crow on this, but I think, if my memory serves me, this is how that went. I said, according to a YouGov poll in 2018, 2/3 of Democrats thought that they hacked voting machines to change votes. And you said they did.
Yeah, they did.
Okay, but when you just retold the story, you said I asked you. That's not how... You brought it up. I thought that we all knew that was debunked bullshit. I assumed you knew that much. No, you're right. That's why that's why I kept asking you. Please,
directly to Donald Trump.
Please, that's why I asked you again, because I couldn't believe that you're spreading this misinformation and dangerous.
I'm not spreading anything. You asked me a question.
You're spreading dangerous election denialism. Is what you're spreading.
No, again, why was it okay
for Democrats and people like you to falsely say that Russia hacked election machines and potentially stole the election? Why is it okay for you to spread that misinformation?
I didn't say they stole it.
You said they hacked election machines. 2/3 of Democrats...
I said I didn't know if that means they stole the election.
Well, you're spreading misinformation. They didn't, right? And 2/3 of Democrats...
I'm saying they interfered in the election, for sure, yeah.
No, you said they hacked voting machines.
That's a lie.
Again, Rob, I said I forget if that was the specific accusation or if it was just they interfered, I don't know, online on social media or whatever. But I know that people were accused of hacking. I know that there were 16 individuals convicted of interfering with that election. I can't remember if it was the machines.
Who was convicted? Go ahead.
The reason.
Who were the people that were convicted for interfering in the election? Go ahead.
Like Russian people. And I don't know the Russian name.
No, there were, what was it? There were 11. I can't remember the exact number. There were like 11 people or 12 people charged from the Internet Research Agency.
Something like that.
But let me finish, right? And I'll get to how fucking uninformed you are on this. And then we'll get to why you're so uninformed, right? But there were 12 people or so from the Internet Research Agency in Russia that were charged with interfering in the election. What were they accused of doing? Do you remember?
No.
They were accused of placing ads on Facebook and Pokemon Go. That was the interference. Okay?
Let's see.
Go ahead. Look it up.
Those that were charged. 13 Russian nationals.
Oh, my bad.
3 entities.
Yep.
Russia used fake social media accounts to influence the election. The companies had budgets of more than $1.2 million.
Mm-hmm. Now let me let's go through these. Wait. Before I'll give you a chance to read the whole thing, but let's take it one by one, right? So
12 Russian military intelligence officers that were hackers were convicted.
We'll just mute you, right?
Were charged.
We're gonna mute you. You good? So let's take these one by one. 13 from the Internet Research Agency that were accused of having fake accounts and putting misleading and misinformation ads up. They had a budget of $1.2 million. You said they were convicted. Can you show me where that conviction occurred? You're going to be searching for a long time, I think. You still there?
Yeah, I'm still here. I'm looking.
Would it surprise you to learn the charges were dropped?
Okay, they were charged.
Oh! They were charged, but not convicted, and then the charges.
A dozen members of the Russian military intelligence unit,
let's take it one at a time. Let's take it one at a time. I understand, as you've shown, just like any good lefty and Democrat, this entire debate, you make a claim, I show that it's wrong, you say, okay, and move on to the next claim. I get you want to move on because you were fucking wrong, just like you're wrong about Russia hacking voting machines. I get that. But we're not going to move on. We're going to keep talking about it. Now, that says they had...
I hacked the DNC.
Prove it. But before we get to that, I'm going to keep on the Internet Research Agency. So the charges were dropped because the judge excoriated Mueller's team, saying, you have zero proof that this was done at the behest of the Russian government or in connection with the Russian government. It just so happened they happened to be 13 Russian people. And let's go through the $1.2 million budget. That's true. They had a budget, but how much did they actually spend surrounding the election? Well, we were initially told numbers between $50,000 and $100,000 in ads. Now, that's an election where over $1 billion was spent. But we're told that $50,000 to $100,000 could have stolen the election, right? In addition to that, right, we now know that the majority of those ads weren't even viewed by people until after the election. In addition to that, half of those ads were pro-Democrat, LGBT issues, Black Lives Matter issues. So I'm supposed to say, holy fuck, they stole the election. Really, how? Well, here's evidence one.
I never said they stole it.
You literally did. You said they...
No, I didn't.
I'm sorry. That was the accusation of Democrats. That was the accusation of Democrats, right?
Some of them,
so this is considered election interference, even when half the interference from this particular agency was pro-Democrat. Now, when you actually filter it down, when they talked about, like, the impressions that this got, you get, like, a shitload of impressions just putting something on Facebook, but it doesn't prove that people actively read it. It's just that it showed up on someone's screen. The actual dollar amount for ads that were seen before the election that could be considered anti-Hillary, you know what the final dollar amount was that I've read recently? $9,000 fucking dollars. $9,000 from people who happened to be Russian that weren't connected with any proof to the Russian government. That's evidence one that you have. Well, there were 12 people convicted. No, there were 12 people charged that a judge excoriated.
13.
That there was 13, I'm sorry. There were 13
Nationals
charged.
And 3 entities, as well as 12 Russian military.
Let's do the 12 Russian military. What were they accused of doing?
Hacking the Democratic Party and the Clinton
Prove
aide
it.
John Podesta. Thousands of emails were subsequently leaked.
Prove it.
This...
What's the proof that the Mueller report had?
Fuck you mean prove it?
Prove it. What was their proof? You want me to tell you? You apparently, you want me to walk you through it? Let me tell you what their proof was. See, what their argument is that the Russians are nefarious hackers, right? They're very nefarious hackers. And they have several organizations that hack. But here's what they did. When they hacked, even though the download speeds seemed to be speeds that would be more consistent with a thumb drive and not hacking halfway across the world where they have poor internet, even though, despite that, here's the mistake they made. These very sophisticated hackers, you know what they did? They accidentally left a unique signature that could be traced right back to Russian intelligence. Can you believe that? These sophisticated hackers, they called it what? Cozy Bear? I think was what they said was the sort of tool that they used to hack. And they accidentally left the exact signature. The exact signature.
So you have no proof they didn't do it. You just don't believe the story.
Wait a minute. So I don't have... So your standard is I have to prove they didn't do it. That's your standard. Were they convicted?
No, I'm saying you don't have anything
Was there a
either.
trial?
You just don't believe the government.
What do you mean?
They were charged. No. They're
were they convicted?
Russian military intelligence officers. You think?
Was there a trial? Were they convicted?
Let me call Putin and see if
was
he's
there
going
a
to
trial?
extradite
Were
them
they
for me.
convicted? You're making.
Are they going to get extradited from Russia? Do you think? Dude?
Probably not. So then there wasn't a trial. Okay.
So there's no chance to try and bring them.
So now you can see
court.
people's standard here. Now I have to prove that they didn't do it. So let's go further evidence that they potentially didn't do it. Right. When there is a hack of a server like that, what is the FBI's preferred method of investigation? Any clue? What's the first step you think?
Buddy.
What's that?
You tell me, buddy.
What would you do? If you're an investigator and someone says, our server got hacked, what's the first thing you would do as an investigator?
I don't know. You tell me.
You can't guess. You don't have a guess of what you would do.
I assume they did some sort of forensic audit on the computer that was hacked or the database.
You would get the server that was hacked, right? And you would look at it.
Somebody would, yeah.
The FBI didn't do that.
You say so.
Right. I say so because it's true. Instead, what the FBI did, you ready? You want to know what they did? See, here's what happened. The FBI requested it. James Comey admitted. That's our standard procedure to request the server. And you know what the DNC said? No, you can't have it. Instead, the DNC hired its own firm, CrowdStrike. And CrowdStrike said, we'll give you a copy, and you'll just have to trust us that it's a full copy. But our conclusion is Russia did it. And the FBI said, okay, we'll buy that. And then a month later in Ukraine, CrowdStrike, the same agency, said, oh, there was a hack of Ukrainian government things. We think Russia did it. And then the Ukrainian government said, no, they didn't. CrowdStrike was wrong. But we just have to take their word. Inexplicably, even though it was Democrat senators called this an act of war, this hack, but inexplicably, the Democratic Party said, nah, we don't want to give the FBI our server. Instead, we'll rely on this private company that we paid. That's what they did. To this day, they have, I've read the whole fucking Mueller report. If I was at home, I'd show you. I've probably read that book more than any book, sans the kids' books that I read to my kid. There is no proof offered in the Mueller report that DNC, instead it talks about Guccifer 2.0 and they left this Cozy Bear signature and stuff like that. But what they can't get around is they never fucking physically looked at the server.
Okay.
Now, let's say they did do that. Let's say, for the sake of argument, they did do that. Okay. And?
What do you mean, and?
And? Is that stealing an election?
I never said it was stealing an election.
That's what the Democrats said.
Some of them.
Some of them. That was their entire fucking argument. 2/3 of Democrat voters polled thought that the election was stolen so significantly that Russia changed vote tallies. You still think that Russia...
No, they asked if they believed that the machines were hacked, not that the election was stolen. You could infer that they would believe that, but you have to be more specific with the question if you wanted that data.
Let me show the audience here. You could look on the screen if you like.
to try and get Trump elected. Okay, yeah. That doesn't mean they succeeded.
You just definitively said that's not what they said. They just said it was hacked. You were wrong.
No, that's still what this...
Again,
what the
your
message
argument...
says. That they hacked it to try and change tallies. That doesn't mean that they were successful or that they stole it. I said you could probably infer it.
I understand your duplicitous nature that's ingrained in you as a Democrat supporter and a lefty. I get it, but let's repeat for the audience what was said. I said they thought the election was stolen so significantly that 2/3 of Democrats polled thought that they changed vote tallies to get Trump elected. You said no! They said that it was hacked, the voting machines were hacked, but it didn't say that they changed vote tallies. I said, fair enough.
I said it didn't
That's
say that
what
they
you
stole the election. I said that they didn't say it stole the election because of it. Yes, it is.
I'm realizing a problem.
That's fine.
When I switch screens, people can't hear me. My mistake. What I'm saying is, you all could clearly see from that screen, he initially said that no one said that vote tallies were switched. They said that the machines were hacked. And the YouGov poll, as I'll be quiet here for a second.
No, my argument has always been that it doesn't say that they were stolen. The election was stolen, which is a different question. Right, you can hack machines and change tallies, but that doesn't mean
that's not what you said. You said it said hacked, not change tallies. And what do you think it would mean if they
said hack and change the tallies?
What do you think that means then? So you're trying to tell me that 67% of Democrats
I said,
let me quickly let's give your position now. And this is what's amazing. Like, this is what I find amazing. And I see this with lefties all the time. You're unable to even admit the most basic of things. You can't. Your gut reaction is just orange man fucking bad. You'll defend corruption. You'll defend anything to the point where you're forced to argue stupid shit. This is your argument right now. You ready, everyone? You ready? This is his argument. Yeah, 67% of Democrats think that Russia's literally hacked voting machines and switched tallies for Donald Trump, but they don't think the election was stolen. They're fine. They don't consider that stealing. That's the argument you're making right now.
I said you can't say that all of them would agree with that statement.
So, how many votes? Was it a close election?
I think so, but ultimately it was the Electoral College. I mean, Hillary won the popular vote, so...
So it was pretty close, right?
I think so.
So if you were a Democrat, and you're polled 2 years after the election, and you're like, yeah, I think that Russia literally got into voting machines and changed votes from Hillary to Trump, right? That's what this says, right?
Yeah.
But I don't think the election was stolen.
Again, yeah.
I don't know what to say. It just proves you're a bad faith asshole, hypocrite, as has been my entire position the entire time when it comes to Democrats.
They've proved that some people have committed election fraud during the 2020 election.
What does that have anything to do with what we're talking about?
Stolen?
What does that have anything to do with
I can say, yeah, they committed election fraud. I don't think it was stolen.
What does that have anything to do with what we're talking about?
Yeah, I think Russia interfered with the election. I don't think the election was stolen necessarily.
So your argument is that Russia, that 67% of people, a lot of them think something like this. It was a very close election. Russia got into voting machines. They switched tallies from Hillary to Trump. But they did that few enough times that even though it was a very close election, it didn't switch the results of the election. That's your argument.
Or unsuccessfully enough times, yeah.
That's your argument.
Yeah.
And that Democrats these Democrats...
I would need to see evidence to the contrary. I don't want to say an election's stolen just because what I think it is. Like that, I don't think there's ever been any evidence that election was stolen.
Okay, 1 second.
There was there was evidence that it was interfered with.
So you don't remember prominent Democrats saying it was stolen?
I said some of them did.
Some, just a couple.
Or I don't know how many you're looking for.
Okay.
Handful. There's some extreme ones. I doubt the moderate ones said anything like that.
So
you're not gonna see Joe Manchin say that shit.
So moderate. How about Hillary?
Hillary's pretty left, man.
How about Biden?
Biden?
Yeah. How about
Jimmy
Carter?
I don't know. I mean,
so
Jimmy Carter.
We're all in agreement.
Did he have thoughts on that?
Just wait. We'll see. I'm going to make you watch this 10-minute video.
Of what people saying they think it's stolen?
Yep, prominent Democrats over and over.
I mean, so far you haven't listed a sitting one, but okay.
Sitting?
Yeah. Hillary wasn't in office. Biden wasn't in office.
Glenn Youngkin in 2016 demonstrates... Oh, I'm sorry. Let me find the video. Hillary Clinton, Jimmy Carter, Bernie Sanders, John Lewis, Jerry Nadler, Maxine Waters. Just to name a few.
Jerry Nadler hasn't been a politician until 2023. I mean,
Jerry Nadler?
yeah. Says he was elected to serve as a U.S. representative since 2023. And the 12th congressional, unless he changed districts or something. I don't
Jerry
know.
Nadler's been in office
I forget the
forever.
guy. I don't remember his name.
So
I don't recognize his
we're
name.
all
He could have
in
been
agreement
another one
that
before.
All right,
I'm
here's-
just
can
reading
you
the
hear?
thing. Yeah, I can hear
You could hear the video if I play it?
you. Probably.
Okay. My audience, 1 second. I gotta change something real
that
quick.
it is king.
I have to change
Sorry,
it.
Nadler.
Yeah, Jerry Nadler's been in office forever, dude.
Yeah, the name sounds familiar, but I can't remember if he's in office or is just one of those talking
He
heads.
used to be a big fat guy, now he lost weight. But he's been there forever. Check. Can you guys hear me now? Oh, wait, shit. Of course you can, because I'm on the same screen, fucking idiot. Check. All right, you guys can hear me. Here we go. See if you can hear the video. The first one's Karen Jean-Pierre, the current spokesman. White House.
So if we're all in agreement that it is incorrect to say the 2020 election was stolen, what about the 2016 election?
Look, I'm not gonna
Go back into history.
It was a stolen election.
It was stolen.
Stolen. He's an illegitimate president. He's an illegitimate president. Pretending to be president.
Why do you think the president is going to such great lengths to essentially prove that he beat you?
Because he didn't.
1/3 of Clinton supporters say Trump election is not legitimate.
I think he's an illegitimate president that didn't really win.
You are absolutely right.
You can run the best campaign. You can even become the nominee. And you can have the election stolen from you.
The 2016 election was stolen. Got a nicer way to say that?
say Russia hacked the election.
Russia hacked our election.
Russia hacked our elections.
A little louder, please.
Russia hacked our election. That was a 9/11 scale event.
This was a kind of cyber 9/11. American
cyber
institutions.
9/11.
Yes.
Russia hacked our election.
Russia, of course, hacked our election here.
Half of Clinton's voters believe the conspiracy theory that Russia hacked election day votes.
We know that they were into voting rolls, actual interference with the elections themselves. We know it happened.
Despite no credible evidence, 67% of Democrats believe Russia tampered with vote tallies.
Hacking the U.S. election.
Hacking the U.S. election.
Russia hacked our election. The Russians hacked our election.
Russia hacked our election.
Russia hacked our election.
Russian hacking of our election.
Hacking of our election.
Russia hacked our elections.
Russia hacked our elections.
Stolen election.
Russia hacked our election.
Russia hacked our election.
Universal assessment that Russia hacked our election in 2016.
Foreign governments hacked our elections.
Most young Americans consider Donald Trump an illegitimate president.
He's an illegitimate president.
Why is he illegitimate? He just won an election.
He's an illegitimate president in my mind. That's it.
I absolutely agree.
Experts urge Clinton camp to challenge election results.
We will see how illegitimate his victory actually was. He's an illegitimate president.
Russia hacked our election.
Russians hacking our election.
Hacked our election.
Russia hacking our
I
election.
don't see the president-elect as a legitimate president.
Trump is an illegitimate president who stole the election.
He is not a president.
He's illegitimate, and my biggest fear is that he's going to do it again with the help of Vlad, his best pal. It's terrifying.
Would you be my vice presidential candidate?
Hillary Clinton voters called to overturn election results.
More than 4 million people have already signed a petition on change.org calling for the electors of the Electoral College to, quote, ignore their states' votes and cast their ballots for Secretary Clinton.
Trump didn't actually win the election in 2016.
We are the victims of a bloodless coup.
He didn't win the general election.
Yo, Electoral College, make Hillary Clinton president, period.
Donald Trump is an illegitimate president.
Illegitimate president.
Dems don't accept Trump as a legitimate president.
This wasn't on the level.
This election was not on the level.
I don't think he's a legitimate president.
Our election wasn't legit.
He got his victory from cheating.
Yes, Trump cheated.
Trump cheated the 2016 election.
He's an illegitimate president.
No validity, no credibility.
And because of that,
Anger at what some see as an illegitimate president.
It will not be a peaceful change of power.
A number of incidents turned violent. Protesters hurled trash cans, flash bombs, and objects at police.
Several officers injured. Protesters threw rocks and smashed windows, leading to more confrontations, injuries, and arrests.
The chaotic scene just blocks outside the secure area of the inauguration.
If denying election results is extreme now,
Yeah.
why was
So
it
let's be really clear. That comparison that you made is just ridiculous.
Protests against Donald Trump's election victory surged overnight, and some became violent.
Violence erupted on the streets of Portland during the second straight day of protests over the election of Donald Trump. Some protesters launched fireworks and other projectiles at police. Several people began vandalizing cars.
Some demonstrators smashed store windows. Protesters faced off with police in other cities too, including Oakland, Denver, and Minneapolis.
Violent protests continuing now for the third day in a row. Some 4,000 angry demonstrators over Trump's election victory taking to the streets.
Officers confronted thousands of protesters in what police called a riot.
Setting fires, taking their frustrations out on cars and buildings. People threw projectiles at officers and damaged property as well.
I threw a trash can at them because I'm angry.
One woman driving through was attacked as someone used a bat to smash her windshield.
They are undermining our democratic process, everything that we stand for.
You were saying?
There was like no sitting Democrats in there, man.
Hillary.
I don't think I saw one. Hillary wasn't a sitting Dem. She was running for president.
The current spokesperson for Biden, John Pierre. The former one, Jen Psaki. Joe Biden. I saw them.
Joe Biden wasn't in Congress at the time.
What does it matter? He's president now.
Kamala Harris wasn't. What does it matter if your own government is telling you that the election was stolen?
So because people that were in
Is he
government,
still claiming? I don't know
because
if it was
people that
stolen.
were in government there, like Jerry Nadler, I think maybe was one of them, but there were people that were in government there. If they're not in government now, it doesn't matter that they said the
They're
election
private
was stolen.
citizens, then fucking
So, but
whatever.
they
man.
weren't private. Some of them weren't private citizens when they were saying it then, right?
I didn't see any in that clip or in that
But
video.
Joe Biden, who's president now, saying the 2016 election stolen is absolutely fine.
I don't think Joe Biden is saying that, is he? If he is, then I'll concede that, yeah, that's not
The
smart.
woman
I wouldn't say that.
in two of the posts there, a woman was saying Trump is not legitimate. Russia stole the election, and he said, "I agree." And then she said it again, and he said,
"No,
"Will
he
you
said,
be
will
my
you be my
vice
VP?"
Right.
Yeah, again, he was a private citizen at the time. So
he
what?
is now. So it's so just to be clear, it's perfectly fine for Donald Trump to now be like the election was stolen from me in 2020. It's erroneous for any person that's a private citizen to be censored or anything like that, including Donald Trump, because we're not in government. But if you're in government and you say the election was stolen, that's bad.
Yeah, that's different.
That's one of the dumbest fucking arguments I've ever heard.
Why?
Because
your own government telling you that your election was stolen
so
by the other party is much different than just
the current
some
president
guy.
saying the election was stolen right before he got elected isn't a big deal. The former president saying the election's stolen while he's in office is a big deal, but the day he leaves office, he could say, okay, the election was stolen, and you're like, yeah, perfectly legitimate.
Yeah, if Trump wanted to claim it after he got out of office, then who gives a shit? He's an old weirdo.
So have you spoken out quite frequently at the fact that that Democrats have pressured social media to this day to censor people that say that the election was stolen in 2020? Thank you, Ultra Legendary. Appreciate the follow. Do you do that? Can I see? Do you have any Twitter posts? Facebook
Are you talking
posts?
about the Twitter files? No, I don't use
No, it has nothing to do with Twitter. Why would you even need that? You are aware that, for example, on YouTube, it's still against terms of service to say, and I'm not saying this, but if I were
election shit or COVID shit?
right.
Yeah, sure.
And you do know that people in government have publicly praised YouTube for that and called for more places to do that, right? You know that.
Okay.
Okay, so you say that's outrageous, right? Because private citizens...
No.
Why?
Because it's a private company. They don't have to listen. Who cares if government praises them for doing something?
So it's okay for the government to pressure companies to censor the First Amendment rights of people who are private citizens, right? But...
Did they?
Yes, they did.
I don't know about that.
You don't know if Democratic members have pressured the censoring of disinformation surrounding the 2020 election, including claims that it was stolen. You don't know that.
Define pressure.
Like
just publicly saying you should do this or you're bad, or do you mean like privately contacting the company and being like, we're going to litigate this and we're going to regulate you if you don't fucking...
Even if that was, that they just said, hey, we think you should take this down, it's dangerous disinformation, that would be bad enough. But they didn't. They routinely called social media in front of Capitol Hill to say that they were going to have to regulate them more if they didn't censor disinformation, such as the dangerous conspiracy theory that led to an insurrection that the 2020 election was stolen.
I mean, that's clearly something that has led to violence and turmoil in the country.
Did you see the end section?
I don't really have a problem with the government saying that they should take it down. The company doesn't have to.
Did you see the end section there when that led to violence? People saying the election was illegitimate and stolen. Did you see that? The last minute of that video?
Yeah, people bitching and rioting about Trump.
So you would have said you were absolutely fine if Trump and Republicans would have pressured YouTube, social media, and media companies to censor the dangerous theory that Trump colluded with Russia to steal the 2016 election. You would have said you would have been perfectly fine because that type of shit led to the argument that Trump was illegitimate and caused violence.
Eventually, yeah.
Huh. That's weird.
I don't like election denialism.
No, I think you're an election denier. You actually said you said the debunked claim that you thought Russia hacked voting machines, which is a lie. That's bullshit. That's election denial.
I told you I thought that was the claim. I forget what the exact hacking claim was. That DNC hack was the one I was thinking of.
Why do you think you thought that was the claim? Did you just conjure?
Because you literally asked me that question.
No. That's not why you thought that. I didn't ask you that question. I said 2/3 of Democrats believed they switched voting tallies, and you said they did hack the voting. I didn't ask you a question. You volunteered the information. Then I was took aback that you were spreading a bullshit election denialism.
At first, I said they did hack the machines, and I said, well,
But that's
they
not
interfered with the election. I forget if hacking machines was the specific.
No. You were pretty definitive, but regardless, it doesn't matter that you're waffling now that you know that it's a bullshit conspiracy theory. My question is, why did you think that in the first place? You didn't think it because I asked a question. You thought it before I asked the question, and you said in response...
Yeah, I thought Russia interfered with the election.
Why?
For sure, yeah.
Why did you think that? Why did you think they hacked voting machines?
Interfered with the election.
You said hacked voting machines. You said
I'll concede I misremembered. And
why did you misremember? Why would you even think that?
Because I remembered Russia 2016 election hacking.
You want to know why you remembered it?
DNC.
You want to know why you remembered it? Because our media and Democrats said it over and over and over and over and over and over. Because they said it over and over and over. Absolute,
I also looked up,
bullshit.
Was anybody charged? What did the report say?
Was anyone charged with hacking it?
Yeah, they were charged
with hacking voting machines.
No, I said hacking the DNC.
The reason you said that voting machines...
If you want to hang on to the fact that I misremembered the voting machine, I was wrong.
It's not misremembering. You believed it because it's something that you heard over
and over.
I knew that
they hacked something. I forgot what it was.
Let me finish. The reason you said it and thought it was because you heard Democrats say it over and over and over again, and it was always a lie with no proof. So much so that 2/3 of Democrats polled in 2018 thought that not only did Russia hack voting machines, but they switched tallies. The majority of young people, most of which vote Democrat, in 2018, according to polling, thought that Donald Trump was an illegitimate president because the election was stolen.
Let me ask you this. Do you think the 2020 election was fucked with?
Well, I'm on YouTube, aren't I?
I mean, you don't have to, like, if you're going to side skirt it or whatever, that's fine.
I will say this.
Just, like...
I will speak.
I'm not trying to, like, catch you out here or anything.
I believe that. I might be going hard on you, and you might hard on me, but I don't think you're doing that. In all honesty, right? So I'll say this and see if this is a legitimate answer for you. I think there are significant questions about things like ballot harvesting and the changes in voting laws and things like that, right? However, I have yet to see any smoking gun proof that there was any malfeasance regarding Dominion voting machines, ballot harvesting that switched, the results of the election. I think every election has some amount of fraud, but I do not blame Democrats that say, listen, I am open to hearing questions about election integrity. I have yet to see proof that any of these issues change the results of the 2020 election. I think that is an eminently reasonable position to have. I think people that definitively say that they have seen proof that their voting machines were changed or something like that that changed the results are wrong. I truly believe that from the bottom of my heart. However, in the future...
I mean, that's kind of the same thing I'm saying about 2016,
let me finish. However, in the future... not the 2020 election. That's not what I'm talking about. I would never suggest anything of such a nature. I envision a world in the future where major corporations working in tandem with government institutions such as our intelligence agency, working in tandem with social media places, may decide that they are going to put their thumb on the scale of an election because they understand that control of the flow of information will inevitably allow them to get the result that they want in any given national election. And hypothetically, in the future, you could see a coalition of government agencies pressuring social media places and media places in order to push narratives that are beneficial to their candidate of choice and censor stories that would be detrimental to that candidate of choice, so much so that it would mean that they would be able to pick the winners and losers of almost every election. Before I'm called a conspiracy theorist, note that this was a central claim to what most Democrats used to say when they criticized the ruling of Citizens United. The ruling of Citizens United, at its heart, was saying that money involved in politics usurps the will of the people, because that money would eventually be able to be used for advertising and reach to people that would mean the people that collected the most money would inevitably win almost every election. Therefore, Democrats understood this, and even though it's not exactly money, the money just leads to a flow of information, and they've always implicitly understood that whoever controls that flow of information is most likely to win most elections. So if there was a situation in the future where prominent Democrat politicians had stories that were critical of them censored through lies from the intel agencies and censorship on places like social media, and spread rumors that were unfair about the other candidate, that would in tandem out be in effect to stealing elections, because they would be able to pick and choose whichever candidate they wanted to win. Does that answer your question? In fact, you might say that it would be a shadowy cabal fortifying an election. God help us if we ever got there. That would be terrible.
Okay. Kind of long-winded, but...
Long-winded,
okay.
But very precise. But thank God that didn't happen in 2020, right? That would have been a disaster.
I mean... are you just arguing that money influences elections? Sure.
I'm saying that if a bunch of intelligence agencies came up with lies in order to protect the candidate of their choice, and then went on the attack against the candidate that they didn't like, and they pressured social media companies and media companies to bury stories critical of the candidate of their choice, that would probably be enough in elections that are decided by tens of thousands of votes to tip the scale in the favor of the position that they wanted. And that would be bad because that would usurp the will of the people. Because these institutions should, to the best of their ability, not being involved in directly picking winners and choosers in our political system. Do you disagree?
Kind of.
In what way? Go ahead. Again, we're not talking that this happened. I'm just saying it could happen in the future. So explain to me. So let's say hypothetically the FBI was to say, let's say in 2040, right, there's an election for president, and on one side is Bernie Sanders' son, and on the other side is Ron Paul's son. And the FBI says, we really like Bernie Sanders' son. I don't know if Bernie has a kid, but you get what I'm saying, right? We really like him.
Right.
So we're going to spread a bunch of bullshit about his opponent, and we'll censor stories that are critical of Bernie Sanders. We'll say that they're lies, that they're Chinese disinformation. Then we'll pressure social media companies to censor those stories. You don't think that could tip the balance in Bernie Sanders' son's favor?
It would depend on how strong that control was, and if I had to guess today, no, I don't think that would make that big of a difference.
You don't think it would make that big of a difference?
No. Again, they're private companies. Just because the FBI pressures them, quote unquote, doesn't mean they have to fucking do anything.
But you think that $50,000 of Facebook ads would potentially influence an election?
I mean, your figure was 50,000. I don't know how much they spent.
How much? At what point does
I don't know how much it would affect
No. I'm not saying.
Much.
I'm not asking how much was it. I'm saying hypothetically, give me a ballpark figure of the amount of money that a foreign country would use to spread disinformation that you would say, okay, that's serious. That could affect an election.
Really, any amount of money from a foreign nation trying to affect our elections is too much money.
Okay, so just to be clear, any amount of money. Let's say $500,000. Right? That's 5 times more than what I was suggesting originally. Just so you know, right?
Okay.
So let's say the government of Russia spends $500,000 pushing narratives that are beneficial to the Republican as opposed to the Democrat. You think that that's election interference that could potentially swing the result of the election?
I think that's Russia interfering with our election. I don't know that it could potentially swing it, but it's certainly interference.
So that's a big deal. But if social media companies working in tandem with our FBI literally censored stories that were critical of one candidate and promoted stories that were critical of the other, you don't think that that's an issue?
The FBI has no direct power to do that.
Well, of course they do. The Twitter files show that they do.
No, they don't.
Okay,
the Twitter
then they broke the law.
The Twitter files showed that, again, private citizens, mostly, I think Trump's administration messaged Twitter directly, they were actually in government, but they just asked them to take down posts. There's nothing wrong. They can ask whatever they want.
Show me Trump
Show you
doing
what?
it.
The Twitter files?
Show me Trump
They
doing
said
it.
in what? Post number 10 on the original Twitter files said that Trump's administration also had access to the tools that the Democrats were using, and they used them.
Right, and I get that, you look at things at a surface level.
But Trump was actually in office then. He wasn't a private citizen.
I get that you look at things at a surface level, right? So what Matt Taibbi said was, although he was told that there were times when the Trump administration did it, in the hundreds of thousands of files that he's looked at, he has yet to see one example of it. He doesn't dispute that it could have happened, but it's clear that the disproportion of this were by Democratic officials that were privately, like Adam Schiff.
Trump specifically asked Twitter to take down a post calling him a pussy-ass bitch.
Let's see it. From the Twitter files? Now, I'll continue. What Matt Taibbi has shown is that he has routinely saw elected Democratic officials that had back channels to people at Twitter and other social media places, such as Adam Schiff, that had list after list after list of arguments and people that they wanted to see taken down, that there were over 80 FBI agents that were involved in a task force whose job was exclusively flagging content that they wanted removed. Almost the entirety of that content they wanted removed were conservatives.
There's nothing wrong with flagging content.
Yes, there is.
They're not the ones flagging it. They're just asking them to flag it. Who cares?
So your argument is, in a world where...
They asked them to take down pictures of Hunter Biden's hog. Okay.
No, they didn't. It wasn't just that. They asked so much more, right? Your argument is...
And they weren't even involved in the suppression of the laptop story.
No, former intel officials were. And the FBI sat on the laptop for years and intentionally buried it.
Yeah, Trump's FBI.
Once more, Sunflower, if you're still here, I told you this is the argument that the Democrats would resort to constantly. So my entire argument is, can you explain to this? Can you explain to me this? When Chuck Schumer, before Trump was sworn in, but after the election, said that Trump was a fool to criticize the FBI because, I'm quoting now, they would find 6 ways from Sunday at getting back at him. Is your argument, yeah, but even though the majority of those people were still there when Chuck Schumer announced to the national television audience that the FBI was about to go on the attack with Trump, once he was in office, they all magically changed their mind?
Chuck Schumer can say whatever he wants. That doesn't mean any of it was true.
So you think he was lying, that the FBI wouldn't...
Yeah, I think he was blowing smoke because he was trying to be a big man.
Okay, so for example, the FBI decided that they were going to investigate Trump, right? What was the nature of that investigation? What was the accusation? Why did they start the investigation?
What, the Russia one?
Yeah.
That he colluded with Russia to interfere in the election, I think.
Pretty much.
They never found any proof that he was directly involved, but there was some evidence that he might have been. They didn't look into it.
Okay, so let's start there. I would say that that's pretty reasonable. I'm not trying to be a dick and get, I want the specific language. In general, the argument was, did Trump or people associated with him collude with Russia to interfere in the elections, right?
Right.
You take that, okay. Right. So the implication here would be, it would be very bad, for example, if you had people in Trump's team that were reaching out to Russian spies or something like that.
Yeah,
to try to get dirt on his opponent, that would be bad.
Right.
Even if they didn't ask for a quid pro quo, if they just said, hey, you got any dirt, would that still be bad and worthy of investigation?
Yeah, you're asking a foreign country for help in the election. That's fucked up. No.
But it didn't happen, right? We had no proof that Trump did that.
Well, like I said, the report did not find any conclusive evidence that he was directly involved.
But you think that, like, had the FBI not investigated that, it would have been bad?
What do you mean, bad how?
Like, it would have been negligent if the FBI didn't launch this investigation to see if it was true that Trump and his people were colluding with Russians.
Yeah, I think it's a little negligent.
That would be negligent. Okay. Did you know that the Hillary team worked with a suspected Russian spy named Igor Danchenko to concoct the Russia collusion story?
I had heard about that on right-wing sources, something about that. I didn't look into it myself, so I'm not sure.
Would it surprise you to know that the FBI didn't investigate that? Didn't have a special investigation into that?
No, I'm sure they don't have special investigations into a lot of things.
Would it surprise you to know that that suspected Russian spy that they were investigating in 2008 for being a Russian spy by the name of Igor Danchenko was actually paid as a confidential source by the FBI instead of being investigated?
Depends on the context. I have no idea.
Well, let me tell you the context. The context is this. They investigated Trump for what they knew Hillary was doing.
I mean, if that's the case, then I would be very much against that. I did not like Hillary at all.
Would you like? But forget about Hillary, right? So here's what people don't.
And I would be very much against her colluding with any foreign government. No. That's fucked up.
Let me explain this, right? Hillary's not the ultimate villain in this. I actually don't really give a shit if Trump or Hillary or anyone else is reaching out to fucking people across the world to get dirt on their opponents. I give a shit if they're unethical and lying about what that dirt is. But for example, if the government of Russia actually reached out to Hillary and said, dude, we got tapes of Donald Trump engaged in illicit activity with children. Like, I might say that's fucked up that Hillary took that call, but I'm more concerned about the illicit activity with children, right? You get that, right?
Yeah, I mean, you'd want to stop Trump for certain in that case.
Right,
yeah, absolutely.
Right. So
it would still be pretty bad that you fucking interfered. Yeah.
I think that it's unethical. I do, to some extent, but I'm also not naive. This shit happens. People are trying to get dirt in their opponents from almost anywhere, whether it be
right. Both sides do it all.
Right, like that happens. Hillary's not the real villain. Now, she's the villain in this, that her team knowingly concocted this story that was bullshit. You could see it with the first version, with the Alpha Bank story, that they knew it was bullshit. They hired someone that had access to Trump's servers to fucking concoct, take DNS server data, and then claim to try to put this story with Alpha Bank that was all bullshit. They knew it was bullshit, but they concocted it, trying to smear Trump as Russian, right? As a Russian asset. So that's unethical. But the real villain's not Hillary Clinton, it's the FBI.
Yeah, I don't have a lot of that hate for the FBI that they're writing.
If it's true, if hypothetically I'm right, that the FBI investigated Trump, as you admit, for possibly trying to get dirt on Hillary Clinton by colluding with Russians, and while they were doing that investigation, they knew that the evidence they were using to prove that was Hillary Clinton's team colluding with Russians in order to get dirt on Trump. Would you say that's an incredible violation of ethics and criminal nature from the FBI?
If they didn't look into it purely because, oops, that's our guy, then yeah.
Well, that not only did they not look into it, they took the fucking Russian spy and used his information to get a warrant to spy on Trump's campaign.
I haven't looked into it myself, so I can't say for sure if I agree or disagree.
You could,
but I agree. If that is the case, then yeah, that's fucked up.
You come on another night and I'll spend 3 fucking hours showing you that's exactly what happened. And then you'll be forced to either deny that evidence, which no one denies, it existed, right? Look up Igor Danchenko. Look up he was investigated as a Russian spy by the FBI in 2008. The only reason the investigation stopped was because he left the United States. So the FBI, being a domestic organization, no longer had jurisdiction. They were concerned because he was reportedly telling co-workers at places, I think like the Atlantic Council, he was telling them like, oh, would you be interested in like get information if we could sell it to, my cohorts in Russia and blah, blah, blah. That was the type of shit they were investigating. Then he leaves. Right? And then all of a sudden he's talking to people connected to Hillary Clinton's camp. Right? I forget the name of the official from Hillary's camp that he was talking to. Meanwhile, then Hillary Clinton hires Fusion GPS and their founder Glenn Simpson, and they in turn hire Christopher Steele to compile a dossier. Who does Christopher Steele go to? Igor Danchenko, the very person that's talking to the Hillary camp. Igor Danchenko feeds them the exact story that the Hillary camp wanted them to feed, that Trump was colluding with Russia. Now, the reason that Hillary and company came up with this story in the first place was because initially, and all this comes from the Columbia Journal Review, incredible fucking 30,000 word piece that they just put up like last month that showed the media's malfeasance in covering the Trump-Russia collusion story, which was insane how unethical the media was. And this comes from a Pulitzer Prize winner at the Columbia Journal of Review who's been a 30-year member of the mainstream media talking just how bad it was. And so he says the reason that this story was concocted in the first place, right, or that they started to talk about Trump-Russia, was that there were articles in the New York Times going back into like May of 2016 that were showing the shady connections that Hillary's camp had to Russia. For example, would it surprise you to know that during the Uranium One deal, where Hillary Clinton, as Secretary of State's agency, voted to sell 20% of our uranium to Russia, during that deal around the same time, her husband, Bill Clinton, personally met with Vladimir Putin. 2 weeks after that personal meeting, he was paid $500,000 by a Russian state-owned bank. So Hillary saw it as a weakness that she was being attacked as having shady connections to Russia. In addition to this, her campaign chair, John Podesta, had allegations of connections to the same sort of Russians that Paul Manafort did. For example, former president that was considered a pro-Russian Ukrainian president, Yanukovych. Paul Manafort was charged with illegally lobbying for him in 2013, but he was doing it with the Podesta group, the group that was ran by Hillary Clinton's campaign. Incidentally, John Podesta and the Podesta group was allowed to retroactively sign paperwork. Manafort went to jail. Same crime. Manafort goes to jail. Podesta is allowed to retroactively sign paperwork. And so given this weakness, they decided that they were going to start to spread the Trump-Russia collusion story. Now, the FBI knew this. The FBI admits that they tried to offer Christopher Steele $1 million to corroborate the allegations that he was making in the Steele dossier. He was unable to do it. The FBI admits that they fired Christopher Steele as a confidential source because he lied to them when he said that he wasn't talking to members of the media. They found out he was, and they fired him. But despite not trusting him and him not being able to prove it, before they even attempted to talk to the primary subsource, who ended up being Igor Danchenko, before they ever talked to him, they signed the fucking warrant twice. Twice. Knowing that the primary subsource was a suspected Russian spy. They never even attempted to prove the allegations in it before they spied on Trump's campaign for 6 months with it.
I mean, okay, I don't know anything about it, so I can't.
But don't you think that's problematic? Don't you think it's problematic?
Potentially, I don't necessarily take it at face value.
Okay, that's fair. But don't you think it's problematic that something that was a blatant untruth, like Russia hacking voting machines, you'd heard through Democratic politicians, you heard it all through the media. But what I just told you, you didn't really hear. Instead, what you heard was institutions that are supposedly journalistic integrity, like the New York Times, giving themselves Pulitzer Prizes and giving themselves journalistic awards.
That Hillary had colluded with Russia, or that her campaign did. I had heard that.
Giving themselves these awards and shit like that for what ended up being disproven stories. Let me ask you this. If it's true, just hypothetically, I'm not asking you to believe, but if it's true that the FBI did this shit, right? Do you think that that could have possibly influenced an election in 2018 and 2020?
Influence, sure. I don't know if it would have changed any outcomes or any. It's hard to say.
Well, how many votes?
I mean, they also did that thing where they reopened the investigation into Hillary just a couple of weeks before the election. I think that potentially influenced the election for Hillary.
So that could have influenced. So you would agree then 4 years of smearing Trump as colluding with Russia also could have influenced.
I mean, certainly, yeah.
Okay, great. Okay, great. Now, let's talk about the reopening the investigation of Hillary. Do you understand the circumstances surrounding this?
Yeah, I forget, honestly.
Why did James Comey do that? He said so in his book and in interviews. I'll tell you why. He said that he assumed Hillary Clinton would win the election. And he was worried that once she won, and it came out that there were more emails that the FBI hadn't disclosed, that people would accuse the FBI of covering up for her, and that's why she won the election. So because he assumed she would win the election, he didn't want that to be an albatross around her neck.
In other words, he thought it wouldn't matter either way.
That's right. He was trying to help. He was trying to help Hillary.
Yeah, it did matter, I think.
Well, maybe that's true.
Made enough to change the election. But
right. Well, maybe it did matter. But the reasoning for it was still trying to help Hillary. That's why they did it. And the only reason they were in the position in the first place...
Hillary.
What do you mean? He said, I was afraid that once she won, that this would hamper her administration because she would be accused and we would have to relitigate it. So I just said, fine, we'll open it. Now, if you file a Freedom of Information Act request on FBI documents, they'll give you about 100 pages a day. You know how many pages they went through? Of emails? You know how many
Wizard,
emails
I didn't
they went
say
through?
it made Hillary lose. I said it influenced it a lot.
Nonetheless, I'm not saying
man.
that. I'm talking about something now. So they can only give you about 100 pages a day if you have a Freedom of Information Act. You know how many pages of documents they went through in 3 days when they reopened the Hillary investigation? 500,000.
A lot of pages.
Right. But they can only go through 100 when it comes to you filing Freedom of Information. Strange, right? Incidentally, the reason that this came up in the first place was one of the FBI agents that was on site when they found Anthony Weiner's laptop and saw that all of the communications for Hillary Clinton emails and stuff were on there. He was chagrined to find that Peter Strzok, that was leading the investigation, the very FBI agent that said that he wanted an insurance policy to stop Donald Trump from winning, wasn't doing anything with these emails. Then when he heard James Comey basically say that Hillary Clinton did commit a crime, he reached out to James Comey and higher-ups at the FBI and said, have we checked through these emails on this laptop? No response, no response, no response. Finally, he decided to blow the whistle and went to the Southern District of New York and said, I'm afraid that the leadership of the FBI is covering up these emails. So at that point, James Comey felt that his hands were tied, that now that it was about to come out. Right? All of a sudden, oh shit, this whistleblower is going to announce to people that the FBI is intentionally holding evidence that might suggest Hillary Clinton's guilt. So, James Comey had no choice but to say, okay, we'll look into it.
Well, let me ask
Spent
you
3
this
days.
then. How did you feel about Barr coming out and admitting that he intentionally downplayed how close Trump was connected in that Mueller report because he was worried it would hurt Trump's election?
What Barr said in his summary of the Mueller report was absolutely 100% accurate. Even Mueller himself didn't say what Barr said was illegitimate.
Barr admitted himself he downplayed it to Trump's benefit.
Show me. What I saw was that Mueller himself admitted, the Mueller team admitted, it wasn't that what Barr said was factually incorrect. It was that people in the media were running with what he said and drawing erroneous conclusions.
Sorry, I'm looking for an exact quote.
This is from CNN, August 25th, 2022. Former Attorney General Bill Barr concluded that then President Trump couldn't be charged with obstructing the Russia probe because there wasn't an underlying conspiracy between his campaign and Russia. Breaking with Special Counsel Mueller's view on the matter, according to... Thank you so much, Brad, for the follow. I really appreciate it. The 9-page memo was released Wednesday as part of a lawsuit of public records tied to the Mueller investigation. A highly redacted version of the memo was released in 2021, but a federal court ordered the Justice Department to make the document full. Quote, it would be rare for federal prosecutors to bring obstruction prosecution that did not itself arise out of a proceeding related to a separate crime. Then Justice Part official Stephen Engel and Ed Callahan wrote, the same date Barr notified Congress of his decision to not prosecute Trump, which was later criticized by Mueller and legal analysts for cherry-picking Mueller's report. The memo contains a legal analysis that was presented to Barr. 2 federal courts involved in public records concluded that Barr didn't actually rely on the memo for legal advice, never seriously considered charging Trump, already made his mind up before he commissioned the memo, and he signed the memo after notifying Congress of the decision. Okay? I'm not seeing that Barr admitted I intentionally downplayed this. I don't see that. I see that he didn't agree. NBC admits Barr summary tracks very closely with Mueller report. During live coverage in NBC News Thursday morning, Justice Department correspondent Pete Williams made a point of saying the Attorney General Barr's 4-page letter outlining the conclusion of the Mueller report tracks very closely with the findings of the report itself. After nightly news anchor Lester Holt whether brother comments from Barr in his press conference early in the morning were accurate reflection, Williams replied, that is the summary. Can you tell me what was in his letter that was inaccurate, his initial memo? Also, didn't they 2 weeks, didn't it only take them a week or two to release the entire report? So this guy's nefarious conspiracy to protect Trump was to mislead people for 2 weeks? You don't find that ridiculous?
Sorry, don't find what ridiculous?
You don't like what Barr said was true, yes or no?
It was misleading.
In what way?
I just had a quote here, hang on.
Did you read the memo? Or you just...
Here's Mueller saying, the summary letter the department sent to Congress and released to the public did not fully capture the context, nature, and substance of the work and conclusion. There's now public confusion about critical aspects of the results of our investigation. This threatens to undermine essential purpose for which it was appointed.
So he's saying it didn't capture everything we said. Right.
Yeah, he's saying it was missing some key information.
Okay, like what?
And,
go ahead.
Hang on, let me get the...
Everything again, I'm telling you, like I fully expect you to not believe me at face value. What Mueller's team ended up saying was like, well, listen, like we wrestled with whether or not to charge with obstruction of justice more than the memo let on. And Barr's like, yeah, but my memo basically said this. When it came to the underlying crime of Russia collusion, they were unable to find any proof of that happening. Right? And when it came to obstruction, they ultimately concluded that they didn't exonerate him, but said that they weren't even really looking at it because they couldn't charge a sitting president anyways. Both of those facts true. Mueller was just pissed off because the Democrats were pissed off because it was like, oh, fuck, we said it was Mueller time and we had Mueller vote of candles and we were going to take this guy down. And so Mueller was mad that people were correctly being like, end of story. Because the Democrats wanted to be like, well, Trump obstructed justice, but he got off on a technicality, which is bullshit.
Obstructed justice?
How?
On what?
That's the claim. There was Part A and Part B of the Mueller report run, right? Part A was whether or not Trump or his team illegally colluded with Russia. Agreed?
Right.
Part 2 was, did Trump obstruct justice?
I forget that part for sure.
That's why, that's the part you should remember. That's the part that Democrats said that Barr misled about. Right? Because their argument was Trump did, because what basically the Mueller report does is it outlines 8 or 9 situations that are arguably obstruction of justice. But it concludes, it says, we didn't really go down the rabbit hole as far as we would have because he's the sitting president and we can't charge him with a crime anyways. But we wanted to put the facts out there so people could decide for themselves whether or not, and judge for themselves what occurred. Right? And the argument from Democrats and Mueller was, well, Bill Barr's memo that says there was nothing to
there you go. He said that they fully cooperated with the special counsel's investigation, but the report stated multiple instances of them resisting. So that was misleading.
So what are you reading, Politico?
The Atlantic.
Oh, the Atlantic.
Bro, I'm not going to get into a fight and laugh about, your news
the memo.
Is biased.
So your entire claim is this, right? That Bill Barr...
These are quotes I'm reading.
So I'm talking about the FBI corruption and their one-sided effort to go after Trump and to exonerate Hillary Clinton, right? And to cover up evidence of crimes of Hillary Clinton. And you're like, but what about Bill Barr's memo? Right, that existed for 2 weeks before the Mueller report was made for almost everyone to see. You could buy a fucking book of it at Ollie's like I did. That's how available the Mueller report is. But you're like, what about this? If you're upset about James Comey and Rod Rosenstein and Christopher Wray, what about Bill Barr accurately describing a memo?
I was pretty consistent that I don't care if Hillary Clinton was part of election interference. If she was, fucking prosecute her. Like,
which was my point.
If you interfere with an election, you interfered.
Which was my point was that I'm not focused on Hillary Clinton. I'm focused on the disparate treatment of the FBI. Now, the FBI is still there, right?
Right, and I'm saying that they did this. They had disparate treatment with Trump.
Why?
Bill Barr said as much. He downplayed it.
He did not downplay it.
Has come out quite a bit against Trump after he quit. But
yeah, he said shit about Trump denying the 2020 election. He didn't say shit about Russian collusion. Barr hasn't.
Oh, he didn't say that did or didn't happen. He just downplayed it in his little fucking announcement.
For 2 weeks. That's the claim. Yeah. So the FBI investigating Trump for 4 years on the accusation that he colluded with Russia to get dirt on Hillary. and attempting to prove that by working with Hillary's source, a Russian, that gave dirt on Trump. The exoneration of Hillary Clinton and her team for things such as having an improper server, covering up the emails that the FBI did that was on Anthony Weiner's laptop only until a whistleblower blew the whistle, deleting subpoenaed evidence, the lies of Mills and Abedin that were admitted in 302s by the FBI, right? The constant leaking that we saw, the pressure against Mike Flynn when he didn't lie to the FBI, he just said it could have happened, I don't remember, right? The admissions of James Comey, right, that he didn't trust Trump. The admission of James Comey that he ultimately leaked classified material to his friend to put in the media to go after Donald Trump, right? The accusations that Rod Rosenstein suggested wearing a wire to try to remove Trump with the whatever amendment that is, the 17th Amendment or whatever it is, right? The fact that the disparate treatment of the FBI when it comes to sort of the treatment of things that we've seen since Merrick Garland of going after right-wingers like Pregnancy Center, but allowing Jane's Revenge and Antifa and shit to run him up. Well, all of that's excused because Bill Barr put a memo out for 2 weeks that said Trump fully cooperated, but in reality, he only 90% cooperated, and for 2 weeks, people couldn't read the Mueller report. So same thing.
No, I would have to agree with everything you said, and I don't. I don't necessarily believe that the FBI was fucking getting Hillary's back like that the entire time.
So you don't believe that...
I would have to see some evidence.
Well, I guess maybe if you're listening to media sources that told you that Russia hacked voting machines, that you're not getting the full picture.
I could say the same about media sources that tell me the 2020 election is hacked. Like, I listened to multiple sources for
you
things.
Didn't. If you thought the voting machines were hacked, you didn't.
I remembered something was hacked, yeah.
Name me the multiple sources you listened to. Give me an example.
The multiple sources?
Yeah, you said you listened.
CNN, MSNBC, Fox, Newsmax, Right Side Broadcasting.
Newsmax, Fox, right? Those are two good ones. How long have you been listening to them?
All the time. I don't know. Since I got turned on to politics, I guess.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking. I'm not saying, give me the exact date. I'm like 2 years, 4 years.
Since 2016, 17.
So since 2016, you've been listening to Newsmax and Fox.
Yeah, I know all their fucking talking points.
And you never heard any of the stuff I'm telling you about the FBI investigation into Trump.
What do you mean? No, I heard it. I told you I've heard about this.
Okay.
What do you mean? The investigation, yeah.
So then what are you saying that
you
don't believe
the report? I'm saying I don't believe the way that you're characterizing it. I don't necessarily believe that there's any evidence to support your claim.
Tell me the specific part that you think that I'm mischaracterizing. I'm willing to talk about it. Go ahead.
I don't believe that necessarily they were working closely with some Russian spy to get dirt on Trump.
Okay. What was the document that was used to get a wiretap against Trump's campaign? Do you know what that document was?
No.
You don't? And you watch Newsmax and Fox News a lot?
Yeah, this stuff is so long ago. I don't remember most of it.
Would you agree that it was the Steele dossier?
That sounds familiar, but I remember the Steele dossier. What was the name associated with that?
Christopher Steele?
Oh, sorry, there was something else. I can't remember. Anyway, go on. I'm getting off in the weeds here.
So the Steele dossier was a document that accused...
2016 was 8 years ago, man.
Well, this information, for example, the primary subsource, Igor Danchenko, was charged with lying by the FBI in August of 2022. So it's not like this is ancient history.
Oh, I didn't hear about that one.
Yeah. So anyways, the Steele dossier was the document that was used. Now, there was a memo that came out from Devin Nunes that said that the Steele dossier that was paid for by the... First off, let's go through the history of the Steele dossier. It was commissioned by Hillary Clinton, right? And her team, at least, and the Democrats, they're the ones that paid for it, right? The founder of Fusion GPS, that was the law firm that they used, was a guy by the name of Glenn Simpson. Do you remember when Don Jr. met with a Russian lawyer to try to get dirt on Hillary? Remember that?
Doesn't sound familiar.
Oh, Jesus. That was like a big Democrat talking point.
I forget, yeah.
Her name was Veselnitskaya, and she met in Trump Tower. And the allegation was that Trump sat down because she was part of the Russian government and that she was going to give dirt on Hillary Clinton. right?
Yeah, I remember Trump seeking dirt, but I forgot the details on how he did it.
Veselnitskaya met with Don Jr. That was the accusation. Well, Veselnitskaya also hired a lawyer. You know who her lawyer was? Glenn Simpson from Fusion GPS. In fact, she met with Glenn Simpson the day before and the day after. She had the meeting at Trump Tower. Isn't that weird? Just a little aside there. Nonetheless, the Democrats lied about the funding of the Steele dossier for a year. Now, this dossier was used as almost the sole reason to obtain a FISA warrant on Carter Page. Through the two-hop rule, FISA warrants mean that you could spy on anyone that person contacted and anyone that those people contacted. So, for example, if there was a FISA warrant out against me, they would be able to spy on me, and then if I emailed you, they'd be able to spy on you. And then they would also...
I on you anyway.
They would also be able to spy on anyone you emailed. So, like your mom.
They can do that anyway. They don't need a fucking warrant for it.
Well, legally they do. Right? Because what a FISA court does, a FISA court treats you basically as an enemy spy. Right? So even criminals in this country, you still have rights. Like, they can't just kick in your house without a warrant and fucking take what they want and look into what they want. And so you have a Fourth Amendment and a First Amendment that protects you. But the FISA court says if you are considered to basically be an enemy spy, then you lose those rights temporarily in the context of the warrant, right? And so that's why they have to get a FISA warrant. Now, the FISA court's a rubber stamp. They approve over 98% of all warrants. And when the special investigator, what's his name? I can't think of his name right now. I can picture him, right? But when he looked into this, he looked at 15 cases that had nothing to do with Trump or Hillary or anything, where they got FISA courses. And in all 15 cases, he found that the FBI made significant errors or omissions in obtaining their FISA warrant. In other words, they do whatever the fuck they want whenever they want. And they just get a rubber stamp from the FISA court. But they were afraid...
Yeah, that sounds like a problem with the FISA court.
It's a definite problem. It's a definite problem with the FBI and the FISA court. Absolutely. It should outrage everyone regardless of what they think of Donald Trump. It's fucking ridiculous. You should not be able to lose your rights to the most significant and powerful law enforcement agency in the history of the world without them significantly proving that there's reason to suspect you of something. And the fact that it's a rubber stamp's a goddamn outrage. You wouldn't even know if you're being spied on in this way. That's what's...
again, with the NSA, though, it's like... Ugh.
Well, nonetheless, so we'll continue with this. So, in order to get the FISA warrant, they wanted to accuse Carter Page of being a Russian spy. Not of talking to Russians. They accused him of being a Russian spy. And the document they used was the Steele dossier. And the Steele dossier was Christopher Steele, who was a former MI6 spy from the UK, who was hired by Fusion GPS, right? He was sent basically to go to Russia and around the world and compile evidence of the corruption of Donald Trump. Almost all of the claims used to accuse Carter Page of being a Russian spy came from the Steele dossier's subsource A. Right? Now, this is important. Christopher Steele has never claimed, I saw Trump or Trump-connected people do bad shit. He claimed, I talked to people who saw that. That was his claim. Do you understand the difference?
Yeah.
Okay. So, you wouldn't really give a shit what Christopher Steele thought. You would give a shit what the guy who told him says, right? Like, for example, if I say, a Krill saw, Aftershock break into the Foot Locker and steal a pair of shoes. Like, the cops might be like, okay, they'll take my statement, but ultimately they're going to talk to you, right? Because I didn't see shit.
I would care if if Steele thought that they were full of shit or not.
Well, yes, that's a fair point. But if he's like, I'm just reporting this is what these people said, you'd be more interested in what that person said than what Christopher Steele said.
Right, that's the more important
absolutely, part. Right? So that's what happens. Now, the primary subsource we knew was Russian, but we found out it was Igor Danchenko, a suspected Russian spy. Right? That's who it was. And the FBI signed the FISA warrant. They have to renew it every 3 months, right? So they signed it, I believe, twice. So that means 6 months they had to spy on Trump's campaign, and Trump was president at this point. Then they finally get around to contacting Igor Danchenko. And you know what Igor Danchenko tells them? He says, oh, that was just me fucking having a few laughs and beers. I can't prove any of that stuff. And in fact, he says, I can't believe you're using this. That's what Igor Danchenko said. And you know what the FBI did? And this is all in the special investigator. Fuck, I can't remember his name right now. But he admitted this. This is what, you know what the FBI did? He said it was the most outrageous thing he saw, right? They went to the FISA court and said, we talked to the primary subsource, and the FISA court says, okay. And he says, we think they were telling the truth. And the FISA court says, okay. And the FBI says, okay. What they left out was, and what he was telling the truth about was that this is all bullshit. They just said, we talked to him, he told the truth, and the FISA court goes, really? Yep. Okay, we'll give you the warrant again. 2 more times they got the warrant. Knowing that the primary subsource, who was a suspected Russian spy, said that it was all bullshit.
You keep saying suspected.
Well, he was investigated as a spy from Russia.
And he was acquitted at trial, right?
No. The investigation stopped because the FBI is a domestic institution, and Igor Danchenko left the country in 2008. So the investigation was never closed, it just stopped because the dude wasn't here. That'd be like saying, well, if he died, well, then he must have been exonerated because the FBI stopped investigating. Well, of course not. Would you have accepted if there was a suspected Russian spy and Trump's team was talking to them, concocting shit? No, you would have said, that's very questionable. And we already got, you said in your words, it would be negligent. If you suspected...
If he was acquitted in 4 counts of lying to the FBI.
No, he was acquitted of lying in 2022, right, about lying to the FBI. He was never charged or acquitted with being a Russian spy. He was investigated...
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, I got you.
He was investigated for being a spy from Russia. By the way, he was acquitted by a D.C. jury, and that acquittal doesn't help anything for the FBI, because I think the FBI are the ultimate bad actors, right? And what happened was... Durham accused, after talking to the FBI said, Igor Danchenko lied to us about some of the information that he was giving us and his connections to Hillary Clinton and shit, right? And then ultimately the charges were dropped. Maybe not against Danchenko. Maybe they were. I can't remember. But the other guy, there was another guy from Hillary's team that the charges were dropped. But what that means is, a jury thought that he didn't lie to the FBI. Which means that the FBI full well knew that these dudes were working for Hillary Clinton. And when asked about the impropriety of that, like, Jesus fucking Christ, you knew that these people were working for the opposition? You never verified their information and used it to spy on their political opponent? And the FBI was like, well, we didn't know. They never told us who they were working for. And a jury said, yes, they did. So that's even worse for the FBI. Nonetheless, given that, like, I don't understand. You say, is your argument then, so you say you don't believe this stuff, or you're not convinced about Igor Danchenko. What part of it? Do you want me to prove that he was investigated for being a spy in 2008?
Doesn't sound like there's any proof he was.
Well, he was suspected.
Okay.
Your argument was, when it came to Trump, because there was an accusation and a suspicion that people connected to his team could have been working with Russian state actors to get dirt on his opponent, that it would have been negligent to not have an investigation. That was what you said.
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
Now this guy, unlike anyone Trump's team was accused of working with or talking with, right? This guy was legitimately being investigated as a Russian spy and was in contact with Hillary's team. And the
sounds
FBI
like he
knew
was
it.
Investigated then.
Was
sounds
he?
Like nothing came of it.
No, it sounds like exactly what I said, that the investigation stopped going when he fled the country. It's not that they concluded, he's not a Russian spy. They suspected he was. The gentleman left and they said, okay, well, we'll go back to investigating other people. Nonetheless, are you comfortable with taking someone that was a suspected Russian spy and the FBI not only investigating Hillary's connection to him, but paying that person as a subsource, never verifying their information, using it to spy on Trump, knowing that he was in league with Hillary Clinton, and then once they finally talked to him, saying, oh shit, he said that it was all bullshit. But they kept getting the warrant. It's outrageous. Not only that, did you know this? Did you know that there was actually an FBI lawyer charged? Because, why can't I remember these names? God damn it, it's too late at night. This special investigator, right, recommended charges, and this guy was charged and found guilty. And Kevin Clinesmith was the lawyer for the FBI, right? And what he did was this. At one point, it became an accusation that the Russian contacts that Carter Page had, it was true. He did indeed have contacts with Russians previously in his life. But what came to light was actually he worked with the CIA to help prosecute criminal Russians. Now, you understand why that's a little different. On one hand, you would be truthful to say Carter Page had connections to Russians, right?
Right.
But it's a little different than he had connections to Russians and then cooperated with the CIA to bring them down. That's a little bit of a different narrative, isn't it? That's
right.
Like if I say, there's a local drug dealer here, police, I'd like to inform on him to get him arrested. And someone smeared me as saying, Rob has connections to local drug dealer. Well, no shit, but I helped bring him down. So in other words, eventually the FBI, after the second warrant, reaches out to the CIA. And they say, is it true that Carter Page helped you bring down these Russians? And the CIA responds, yes, that happened. And you know what Kevin Clinesmith did? He changed the word yes to no. That's what he did. How can you defend that?
I'm not.
He was charged.
Okay, he was charged.
The FBI agents were talking about an insurance policy to Donald Trump, to go out and stop Donald Trump. You can't see the connection, like, holy fucking shit. All of this shit, and you're just like, well, I don't know.
Yeah.
They've had Hunter Biden's laptop.
Okay.
Since 2019.
Yeah, why didn't Trump do anything with it?
What would Trump have done?
I don't know. They keep saying that it's full of all the evidence of Biden's wrongdoings. Show us.
We've seen. We have. But not thanks
we
to
saw
the FBI.
Hunter Biden smoking crack and banging hookers.
No, what we saw was Hunter Biden...
And cheating on his taxes.
Oh, is that what we saw? Because I thought we saw this. I thought we saw emails showing that he was in a business relationship with, and in his words, quote, the spy master of China. I saw that we saw him in financial arrangements with foreign actors in enemy countries, such as Burisma, that was ran by what we were told was a pro-Russian oligarch, the communist government of China that were
said is one of our... used his daddy's name to get a job.
That's right, he did.
Okay.
And then...
So did Trump's kids.
So, what does that have to do with what we're talking about right now? Right?
I'm saying,
did Trump's kids say
nepotism.
Did Trump's kids say they were giving
10%? That doesn't implicate Biden.
I get it. Did Trump's kids say we're giving 10% to the big guy?
Trump's kids walked away with damn near $1 billion.
I'll repeat. Did Trump's kids say we'll give 10% to the big guy?
Who's the big guy?
That's a great question, isn't it? Who do you think it is?
Exactly. You don't know.
Well, I have a good idea.
Could have been anybody.
I have a good idea
of
who it is.
Biden, bro.
Who do you think it was? If you had a guess.
I don't fucking know.
How would we know? How would we go about finding out who the big guy was?
Good question.
Who might we
You
talk
could ask
to?
Hunter. I doubt he'd tell you.
Okay, fair enough. Hunter's probably not going to tell you. Jim Biden's probably not going to tell you, right? But what about the other people in those emails? Maybe you would ask them?
Sure, why not?
One of them told us who the big guy was. His name was Tony Bablinski. He told us about 3 weeks before the election. He did an entire 2-hour interview with Tucker Carlson. He said that the big guy was Joe Biden, that he had personally met Joe Biden in a nightclub.
Did he have any proof, or is it just his fucking word?
Well, what other proof would you want?
I would want an exchange between him and Biden, or somebody and Biden that acknowledges that he's the big guy. You need something more than, hey, I heard it, bro.
No, and what you're telling me is, even if someone involved in the business relationship said, Joe Biden is the big guy, he was getting this money, right? Even if someone involved in the business, one of the people says that, you say, unless Joe or Hunter themselves say, you say, unless Joe or Hunter themselves say, yep, Joe's the big guy, then you just can't believe it. That's what
I need to see emails. I would need to see voicemails, something, anything.
Is that the same standard you have with Trump?
Someone's word.
Do you think Trump should have been impeached for the Ukraine stuff?
Yeah, we have.
Why?
Plenty of information about that one.
Why was he impeached? Why was he impeached? Go ahead.
He was impeached for telling the Ukrainian, whatever official, I forget his title, that he wasn't going to send him the aid unless he gave him dirt on Biden.
Okay, so the argument is that Donald Trump issued a quid pro quo unless the government of Ukraine did something that was beneficial to him.
Yes.
Okay, Joe, there is no proof of a quid pro quo, though, correct?
I don't think they ever got direct proof, no.
Right. There was an allegation that Trump was talking about aid and then said, I want you to cooperate.
And they never would have
been
able to get an impeachment through the Senate anyway. So
it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, right? So that was it. So it was an accused quid pro quo. Did you know that Joe Biden actually did a quid pro quo with Ukraine?
I know Joe Biden got a guy fired.
Right.
That he didn't like. And I know that the United States wanted that guy fired because he was corrupt, and it was entirely to our benefit.
What does that matter? Why?
Everyone backed him on that.
So the argument is that if it was for the country's benefit, it doesn't matter if Joe Biden used $1 billion of our tax dollars to fire a guy that was looking into his son.
We wanted him fired.
What's
that? You can't prove... We wanted him fired. You can't prove that he did it purely because I don't want you looking at my son. It was to the United States' benefit.
Let me ask you this. Do you envision a world, or do you think that it could be true that a president could ask for a country's cooperation to investigate someone that's his political opponent and it was legitimate?
No.
So if I show you evidence that Barack Obama was reaching out to our allies, asking for cooperation and investigation to Trump, you would say that was worthy of Obama being impeached?
Was he president at the time?
Yes.
And did that? I don't know. Sure, why not?
So that's your argument.
Assuming he did, asking a foreign government for dirt on a political opponent is, I don't like that.
So you think that a sitting president can use his FBI to investigate his opponents?
Sure.
They can?
Yeah.
Okay. So then what Trump do that was wrong?
No. It's corrupt, but they could.
What Trump do that was wrong?
What do you mean, what did Trump do that was wrong?
Let's say that Joe Biden, hypothetically, let's say that me and you somehow know this. Joe Biden, while Trump was president, so Joe Biden previously, when he was vice president, sold nuclear secrets to the government of China, right?
Okay,
let's say that for some reason me and you know this 100%. And so we find a phone call where Trump's talking to someone in China and says, listen, we're not going to cooperate with you. We're not going to send you this money we said we were until you cooperate with our investigation of Joe Biden selling you nuclear secrets. Do you think it's illegitimate?
That sounds like that would be to the United States' benefit.
Question
for national security
so
reasons.
You would say there you could envision a situation where a sitting president could look at his political rival and say, listen,
in that case, it's not getting dirt on a political opponent so much as a matter of national security.
It's investigating corruption and money going towards corruption and national security. Right. So what if Donald Trump legitimately thought that Joe Biden was corrupt with $1 billion, that he issued a quid pro quo to fire a prosecutor that was looking into his son, and that it was covered up by the institutions in the United States. And so he was asking a president in Zelensky, who was elected on a mandate of ousting the corruption that existed in the previous administration that cooperated with the Obama administration, can you cooperate with us as we investigate if this $1 billion quid pro quo was appropriate or not? Why isn't that legitimate? I can answer the question for you if you want, because I've had this debate a dozen times. You want to know why you're going to say it wasn't legitimate? Well, because that's not why Trump asked him. Trump asked him because he just wanted dirt in his opponent, right?
That would be the argument, yeah.
So then your argument would be, even if there is a potential scenario where it could have been beneficial to the United States to do this investigation, the fact that it's quite possible that Donald Trump did this for personal reasons means that he should have been impeached or investigated, etc. Correct?
Certainly investigated.
Okay, now let's go back to the quid pro quo of Joe Biden. You say, well, it was beneficial to the United States that we fire this prosecutor, and other people wanted him fired. Couldn't it also
And there was no evidence that Joe Biden did it out of his own personal interest.
What's the evidence?
You have to prove it. I'd say the same thing about Trump.
Right.
So then why did you want him impeached?
Why did you want him impeached? Why did you want him impeached?
I didn't want him impeached. I thought it was political
I just said,
theater.
should he have been impeached? You said yes. I said, did you support the impeachment? You said yes.
I misspoke. I did not support the impeachment. I mean, on principle, but I just think it's not going to go anywhere. What's the point?
So you don't think it's strange that Democrats impeached Trump?
I think there should have been an investigation, certainly.
Don't you think it's strange that the Democrats impeached Trump for what they knew Joe Biden did?
No.
Why not?
They're Democrats.
They're corrupt. They're biased. Now, why do you think the State Department, so many officials like George Kent, Vindman, all of these people from the State Department, why do you think they testified against Trump? If they knew and they were there when Joe Biden issued his quid pro quo? Why didn't they testify against Biden? Why weren't they screaming to the heavens about Biden's quid pro quo? Why didn't the media cover it? Why didn't they cover Biden's quid pro quo and how corrupt it was?
Quite the topic of conversation.
Forcing the firing of a prosecutor looking into your son's company. And it was barely a blip in our media. If Trump would have
I don't know about that.
Really? You remember big national stories about that in 2015? I didn't hear
I remember talking about it quite a bit, yeah.
I remember talking about it around 2018, 2019 when Biden admitted at the Council of Foreign Relations that he issued the quid pro quo. I don't remember reading one.
That could be the case. I forget the timeline.
Right.
But
I don't
yeah,
remember
hearing
reading
about
one story as it occurred contemporaneously. Not one. I'm sure there might have been a blip somewhere here or there, but not like with Trump's call, where a whistleblower. And not to mention, a lot of the shit we've heard surrounding Biden about that were just abject lies. For example, they said that Strzok wasn't investigating Burisma, and that's one of the reasons that they wanted him fired. Now we know that actually in February 2nd, 2016, I believe, February 2nd, right? We know that the assets, we know that the assets of Victor Strzok, or of Zlochevsky was frozen by Victor Strzok. So he was investigating. And you know what happened after that? Like 3 days after that, this, not my words, this is Biden and Obama's word, that the guy running Burisma, Zlochevsky, was a corrupt Russian oligarch. His lawyers reach out to the Obama State Department, these corrupt Russian lawyers, they reach out to the Obama State Department and say, hey, Hunter Biden works here. Can we talk to you? And the Obama State Department says, sure. And then they talk, and the Obama State Department goes, well, they said, hey, Hunter works here. We're happy to talk to you, but we weren't corrupt. But trust us, the fact Hunter works there had nothing to do with us talking to them. Then you know what happens? 3 weeks later, Joe Biden's on a plane, by his own admission, telling the president of Ukraine, you fire this guy Victor Strzok or you don't get this $1 billion. Then you know what happens? They fire Strzok and the investigation ends up going to the Obama State Department allies, the NABU. Now, if it's true that Obama and Biden were pissed, they were pissed that Burisma wasn't being investigated, that Strzok wasn't investigating these corrupt Russian oligarchs. Joe Biden was upset his son's company wasn't being investigated enough. That's the official narrative, right? So finally, they're going to get their wish. Now their allies in the NABU have the investigation. So surely Zlochevsky, the pro-Russian oligarch, paid the price, right? No, they gave him a small fine and kicked the investigation away. Huh. Weird.
Okay.
Weird, huh?
No.
That's strange. No investigation, though. FBI didn't investigate. No special counselor. Isn't that odd?
No.
Why not?
Again,
do you
it
think
was
it,
all actions that we sanctioned. We wanted that to happen. So
Who's
why the United States?
So your argument is this, that if a bunch of people...
Why would we look into it? That's what we wanted to happen.
Okay, so let me ask you this. So the argument would basically be this. Say that Republicans and Democrats both wanted Victor Strzok fired. So if he got fired, okay, maybe he was looking into Hunter Biden's son and maybe, or Joe Biden's son, and maybe that's part of the reason Joe wanted him fired. But nonetheless, we got it what we all wanted anyway, so no need to look into it. That's your argument?
Yeah.
Did you support the special counsel into Donald Trump after Mueller was fired? Or after Comey was fired?
The one Mueller did?
Yeah. Did you support that?
Yeah, I'll always support an investigation.
Why did Rod Rosenstein suggest a special counselor? Do you remember?
I forget.
Because Trump fired Comey.
Okay, yeah.
Because the FBI was investigating Trump and his associates, and Trump fired the head of the FBI. So you think that that was a reason to have a special counsel to investigate Trump?
They can have a special counsel for whatever the fuck they want. I don't give a shit. Investigate whatever you want.
No. Now, I know you're getting flippant, and I know it's getting late, but you just said you were perfectly fine, even though there was a potential conflict of interest with Joe Biden's quid pro quo, of not investigating it because everybody got what they wanted. That's what you said.
Yeah.
Okay, so now I'm asking...
If they would have opened that investigation, that wouldn't bother me either.
But you said you were fine with it not occurring. That's what you said.
Yeah, in that case.
But you did think that there should be a special counsel into the investigation, or into Trump, because he fired James Comey.
Yeah.
Okay. Did Republicans want Comey fired?
Probably.
Did Democrats?
I doubt it.
Hey, thanks so much, Adventurous. I appreciate the raid. You don't think Democrats wanted James Comey fired?
I don't recall a reason other than
you already
he's
gave
just the head of the FBI.
Thanks for the vote. You already gave the reason earlier.
What, you didn't know an investigation they wanted or something?
Because they reopened the investigation into Hillary Clinton and it possibly influenced the election.
Because you think they're mad about that?
Right. Did you know that the special investigator that was looking into this was actually requested by Democrats?
Okay.
In other words, the special investigator that looked into the Russia collusion stuff and looked into the investigation into Hillary Clinton was requested by Democrats because they were abso-fucking-lutely furious when Hillary lost the election and blamed James Comey for it. They said he was incredibly unprofessional opening that investigation right before the election. You don't remember that?
Yeah, they were pretty upset about that. Yeah.
Right. They wanted him fired.
Sure.
So if Democrats wanted him fired and Republicans wanted him fired, and the guy who recommended the special counsel, Rod Rosenstein, he actually wrote a memo suggesting Trump fire him. Right?
Sure.
So everyone wanted him fired. Everyone wanted Comey fired.
I wouldn't say everyone.
Republicans did. Democrats did. Rosenstein
Again,
did.
some people were mad about that Hillary thing. I don't know that I can say all of the Democrats wanted him fired for that reason.
Did all Republicans and Democrats want Victor Shokin fired?
Probably not all, no. I'm sure some Republicans.
Then why is the standard different this time?
Again, it was to the benefit of the United States to get rid of a corrupt official.
Well, the accusation he's used corrupt. It was never proven. Thank you so much, Mix. But nonetheless, wouldn't it be beneficial to the United States?
And it's more than just Congress's approval, you know, it's
nonetheless,
the military too.
Wouldn't it be beneficial to the United States to get rid of an incompetent or corrupt FBI head?
Probably.
Okay, so if Republicans and Democrats both thought he was corrupt or incompetent and wanted him fired, right, then it was beneficial to the United States to fire James Comey.
But if he was being investigated by Comey, firing him looks...
That's right!
Wrong.
That's right! That's exactly right. In other words, it doesn't matter if it was arguably beneficial to the United States, and it doesn't matter if people on both sides of the aisle wanted Comey fired. The problem was, because there was a potential conflict of interest, because Comey was allegedly leading the FBI that was investigating Trump, that when he fired Comey, he did it for personal reasons, and that justified a special counsel. Why wouldn't the same be true of Joe Biden using $1 billion to force the firing of a prosecutor looking into his son's company?
Again, I sure open a special counsel. Why not?
But they didn't.
You can investigate it, but I'm saying
that's inevitably...
Well, because I told you it was beneficial to the United States. If it was corruption, it was a small level that is frankly acceptable.
It's acceptable. To use $1 billion to fire a prosecutor that's investigating your family is acceptable.
Getting rid of a corrupt official that the United States did not want in place in an allied country, yeah.
Your argument is they're corrupt, right? That's just something that they're saying. Okay, but even if that's true, then I would say, well, getting rid of an incompetent...
And your argument is that Biden is corrupt. That's
getting
just
rid of
something
a
you're
corrupt,
saying.
Getting rid of a corrupt or incompetent FBI officials to the benefit of the United States. No special counsel needed.
I didn't say there was none needed. I just said I don't really care if they do or don't. It sounds like they had one and then they let it end. Maybe it wasn't going anywhere.
Let me tell you, and I'm glad this was good content. I'm glad. But let me tell you that, would you believe me when I say that when I talk to lefties like you and fucking crush you, that this almost always happens? That at the end of the day, what you'll be forced to say is, yeah, I guess, whatever, I guess, then investigate. That's almost always how it works, right? But the problem is
investigating.
But the problem is this: you don't fucking believe that, right? Because if you did, you would be like, huh, isn't that weird? When we look at these investigations, they almost always go one way. Almost always. Okay, I guess the FBI dropped the ball. I guess they dropped the ball not investigating Joe Biden's quid pro quo. I guess the FBI dropped the ball not charging for the deleted of subpoenaed evidence. I guess the FBI dropped the ball not charging Abedin and Mills for lying to the FBI. I guess they dropped the ball when they said they thought Hillary Clinton lied about the C on classified documents, meaning alphabetical order. I guess they dropped the ball when it came to not investigating Hillary Clinton for her connections to an alleged Russian spy. I guess they dropped the ball
like
when
they
forgot
did.
Over and over and over. Then we go to the other side of the ledger. I guess they dropped the ball when they went after everyone connected to Trump's life as hard as fucking possible. It's just a random coincidence that when it comes to the people that the FBI has talked about liking and the intelligence people have talked about liking, like Hillary, they're talking about insurance policies to ensure she wins, and the Obama department and shit like that, that they almost always drop the ball and for just don't get around to investigating or cover up for them. But when it comes to Trump, they just drop the ball again and accidentally leaked all this shit to the media and accidentally forgot to verify the shit to get a warrant on him and accidentally charged the people like Manafort for the same crimes that the people like Podesta were committing every fucking time. Every time. And when I prove it, right, when you're no longer able to argue against the facts that I'm laying out, what you'll do at the end of the day, is like, okay, I guess then investigate him. That's what you'll say.
You've brought as much fucking articles to this as I have. You've proven nothing.
What article do you want? Here. Yeah, you don't believe that Victor Shokin, for example, was investigating Burisma?
It sounds like he was investigated. It sounds like he was acquitted.
Who?
Problem here is that
who
these
was investigated and acquitted? Who?
Do happen. Who? And then you don't like the result.
Who was?
You don't believe them.
Who was investigated?
That's what happened.
Who was investigated and acquitted? You said he. Who is he?
This fucking Igor fellow sounds like he was investigated.
He was not.
But maybe not as much as you wanted him to be.
What does it have to do with investigating him? Your argument was that if someone's allegedly working with a spy or a government agent from a foreign country, that the FBI should investigate them. Did the FBI investigate Hillary Clinton?
Yeah. Sounds like they did.
They did. Really? Can you show me that?
What, the fucking emails? You want that investigation? You want...
What are you talking about? The argument was if we have a campaign for presidency that has shady connections with possible state actors from places like Russia, that justifies a 4-year Russia investigation.
Like it was investigated.
Show me.
You certainly knew quite a bit about it.
How did you
know all that fucking information if there was no investigation?
You're absolutely right. It's odd. I do seem to know a lot about this, and would it shock you to
Clearly
know
something was
that
investigated.
I've never seen one document, nor has anyone in the Democratic Party or FBI ever even alleged that they invested the Hillary Clinton campaign for illegally colluding with Russians? Not once has anyone except you ever alleged that. So I'd like to see proof. That's all I'm asking. Show me the proof. You keep saying it sounds like they investigated Hillary Clinton's team for colluding with Russians. Cool, that's news to me. I'd happily see the proof. Go ahead.
If they weren't investigated, what was Igor charged with? What was he acquitted of?
Igor Danchenko was charged with lying to the FBI when he was...
Oh, so they were talking to him.
Right.
Oh my God, so they knew about him and they did discuss things with him.
Right.
That sounds kind of like an investigation.
No, it sounds kind of like he was a confidential source for them to investigate Donald Trump. That's what it sounds like.
So they only talked to him about Trump.
Yes.
Right?
That's exactly right.
For a fact.
I do know that for a fact. I know that for a fact based on all evidence that's been provided and disclosed, and there's no reason to believe that we wouldn't know if there was a massive investigation into Hillary Clinton's camp colluding with Russia. There's no reason we wouldn't know that. And even if that investigation did happen, why were there leaks and public confirmations made about the investigation into Trump Russia, but there were never any made about this alleged investigation into Hillary Russian collusion?
Dude,
you don't think that's odd that the FBI wasn't leaking about that? It seems more likely that someone would eventually said years after the fact, by the way, we also had an operation and investigation with Hillary's cooperation with Hillary and collusion with Hillary. In fact, there was a special investigator that talked about the mid-year exam, which was Hillary's server investigation, and Crossfire Hurricane, which was the Trump-Russia investigation, and yet somehow he just forgets to mention in his hundreds of pages he wrote on this, oh, by the way, there was a third investigation into Hillary collusion with Russia. He just forgot to mention it, as he was tasked with investigating the disparate treatment of the FBI between these two cases. Why would that be? Why would everyone be covering up this investigation that you say there's proof of, that Hillary's team was investigated for Russia collusion?
Why would everybody on God's green earth know all this information about this guy and the FBI wouldn't?
They did. That's the problem.
Like,
the FBI was fully aware that they had accused this guy previously of being a Russian spy.
This is the divide here, is that you believe the FBI is corrupt and therefore don't believe anything that they do or say.
Let's say that I was agnostic.
And I don't.
Let's say I was agnostic on it.
That's the end of it.
Let's say, right.
But we're not going to agree.
No, what it comes down to at the end of the day is no matter what evidence I provide you, you always say, I just feel like that's not bad. That's what it comes down. That's what you just said. I don't care about facts. My feelings are the FBI is not corrupt. It doesn't matter what facts I outline. I can back up every single thing I said. Want me to show you that the FBI was investigating him as a spy in 2008? Let me ask you this. If Igor Danchenko wasn't someone that was connected to the government of Russia, why was he being used as a subsource by Christopher Steele? The entire argument, correct me if I'm wrong, is allegedly Christopher Steele saying people connected to Trump's campaign are reaching out to state actors in Russia. In fact, it was very specific about Carter Page. He said that the Russian-owned gas company Rosneft was offering like 10% or 20% of its shares to Carter Page if Carter Page would, or maybe I'm thinking of Cohen, but one of the people connected, if Carter Page would sort of issue this quid pro quo and ensure that if Russia got Trump elected, then Trump would help Russia. That was the allegation. That's very specific. And so the reason that you might say, oh, this guy Igor Danchenko, right? The reason Christopher Steele would go to him would be he has connections to state people in Russia. In addition to that, he was investigated as a spy from Russia. And you're like, previously, when we were talking about Trump, when I just went through, I walked you right through it. You walked right into it. You were like, yeah, if there's an accusation that Trump's team's talking to Russian state actors or people allegedly that are Russians, it would be negligent of the FBI to not investigate it. I was like, I'm glad to hear you say that, because we know that there was a person accused of being a Russian state actor who the FBI even accused of being a spy at one point, who was colluding with Hillary to spread dirt on Donald Trump. And now you're like, well, that's different. I just feel that's
No, I'm saying it sounds like they were pretty aware of it. It sounds like maybe it was investigated.
Prove it. Show me one. Yeah, by the way, G-Bud, I do take PayPal donations. Thank you so much. I think the link is there somewhere, yeah.
I'm not going to go looking up more articles, man.
There's no article. Like, you're just full of shit. There's no proof. No one's even accused that Hillary or her team have ever been investigated for Russia collusion.
There's not any proof of any of this corruption within the FBI either. You keep making leaps that don't have evidence and just assuming that must be the case.
Was Kevin Clinesmith charged, an FBI lawyer, with falsifying evidence to go after Donald Trump?
I don't fucking know.
He was.
Okay, one guy.
Okay, one guy. Okay, that's one guy. So just to be clear, you believe that the other people on the team, it was a hand-picked team of like 7, 8 people. They had no clue that this dude was lying about that. That's your claim.
Dude, I don't fucking know the details.
Are you aware of the fact that James Comey, who signed off on the first 2 warrants, said given what he knows now, he would have never signed off on them?
I have no idea. Okay.
Well, he did. If that's true, then even if you don't think it's corruption, would you admit that the FBI was incredibly negligent in their investigation?
The FBI can make mistakes? Yeah, sure.
Do you think those mistakes could have influenced elections?
Potentially. Okay. Certainly, it seems like the one with Hillary did.
So why would you even give a shit if it's corruption or incompetence?
What do you mean?
Why would you care? Why even argue the point? If my entire point is all of these institutions seem to go the same direction to benefit one candidate over the other in 2020, right? And you're like, yeah, okay, I believe this stuff happened, but I don't think it was corrupt, it was just incompetence. Why does that matter? So, it still had the outcome. Why would we trust that institution now?
Seriously?
Yeah, seriously, that's what I'm asking you. Like, for example, let me ask you this.
If something just happened because of circumstances, then
let me ask you this.
Why should we trust that more than a shadowy cabal that controlled the outcome?
Let me ask you this, right? Let's phrase it this way. You don't have a background in law enforcement, do you?
No.
Have you ever watched Law and Order or anything like that?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, me too. I'm a layman, right? Okay. Let me ask you this. If a police officer gets evidence, okay? Whatever, fingerprint that shows, let's say this, let's do this, right? We'll do this, the fingerprint example again. Police officer collects fingerprint and they think that robnoerr committed this burglary. So they find a fingerprint, right? One person's fingerprints at this scene. They take it and the analysis brings it back and it says, these fingerprints are not robnoerr's. In fact, they're Acreel's. That's whose they are. And that cop goes, okay. And the cop files that evidence and says, these fingerprints were robnoerr's. Do you think that a cop should do that?
Obviously not.
Do you think that's incompetence? That the cop just didn't know?
It would depend on the situation. I could easily think of a situation where it would be incompetence because he wasn't looking at something clearly or whatever.
So would you acknowledge?
Whoops.
Would it surprise you?
I'm not saying that's the case that you're talking about, but
would it surprise you to know that James Comey admitted that the people that were doing these investigations were top level FBI people because they had serious implications, right?
Okay.
So I'm to believe that people handpicked at the top of the FBI didn't know that when you get evidence that you're not supposed to change it to the opposite of what it says. That's incompetence.
Somebody could mislabel it on accident.
Well, that's clearly not what happened.
I'm not saying that's what happened here.
Right.
I don't know. I don't know the
Right.
details of what you're talking about, but it could easily happen, yes.
So I'm supposed to believe, right, no one's accusing him of mislabeling. They're literally accusing him of changing the wording on the email. Is there any scenario where that could be incompetence?
He edited the email directly to change the exact opposite? No, probably not.
Okay. So then in that case, you'll admit, with that one lawyer right there, that's not incompetence, that's corruption.
No, it sounds like that guy was doing some wrong shit.
Okay. So then we can at least acknowledge that there are people at the top level, because this guy was one of the few handpicked people at the top level.
People in
right.
any agency
that were willing to engage in.
But I'm not willing to say that the entirety of the FBI.
Fair enough.
The entirety of the FBI also has quite a bit of oversight within it.
Really, we'll get to that. One of the people at the top of the FBI that was tasked with this very important investigation, arguably one of the most important in the history of the FBI, was incredibly corrupt and did what he could to try to take down Donald Trump. Good. Now, two of the other people that were connected here, Lisa Page and Peter Strzok, talked about an insurance policy to prevent Donald Trump from winning. Right? You agree that happened, correct?
That what happened? To prevent Donald Trump from winning?
They talked about having an insurance policy to prevent Donald Trump from winning the election.
No, I don't remember that.
Cypress
I
Hill.
need to see it.
You thought it was a Cypress... Macklemore thought it was a Cypress Hill stream. Insane in the member. Smells like Cypress Hill concert. No, I'm not that cool. Right? Okay, well that happened. Peter Strzok, Lisa Page, right, talked about an insurance policy. Now, would it surprise you to know that Peter Strzok was the lead agent on both the Hillary investigation and the Trump investigation? This is a dude that was probably, other than James Comey himself, the most important person to both investigations. Also hired by Mueller's team, right? And he's talking about an insurance policy to prevent Donald Trump from winning.
You said they said that they wanted an insurance policy. Where? Show me.
Okay. If I show you this, are you going to say, wow, that's fucked up, I didn't know that?
Potentially. Yeah.
Potentially.
Oh. I mean, if it was like they were having drinks at a bar and someone was like, man, I think we should have an insurance policy against Trump, that'd be pretty different than like an official FBI email, for example.
Why?
Because people can talk about whatever they want casually. That doesn't mean it affects
So you're
their work.
fine with people at the FBI that are tasked with investigating...
Having an opinion about the president?
Having an opinion! Having an opinion! The people that are literally investigating both candidates acknowledging off the record, we need an insurance policy to prevent this guy from winning. And you're like, hey, he's allowed to have that opinion. That you're comfortable with it. That's fucking asinine. Here's what he says. Quote, I want you to believe you threw out the path for consideration in Andy's office, Andrew McCabe, the FBI director, for that there's no way he gets elected. But I'm afraid we can't take the risk. It's like an insurance policy in the unlikely event before you die before you're 40.
Okay.
I'm hoping that it's... he said it in a text message to his lover, who also was a lawyer for the FBI, Lisa Page.
Okay, so it was a text message between two people privately.
So I just want to be clear.
That were intimately involved.
If Bill Barr in his private text messages to an FBI employee said, we need to do whatever we can as an insurance policy to make sure that Bob Mueller's report doesn't take down Trump, you would say, I'm perfectly fine with that. He said that not in his official Department of Justice website. He said that in his private text. Perfectly reasonable. He's allowed to have his own opinion.
Yeah, I would want to see some proof that he actually attempted that.
Okay, so here's the question, right? If we see a bunch of shit that Strzok did that we could say, well, that's shady, but I guess it might be incompetence. And in addition, we know that he was talking about an insurance policy to prevent Trump. You don't think we could put two and two together?
I think you're going to need more than that.
What would you need?
Some evidence that they tried to actually accomplish what they were talking about in their fucking
What
text.
would that evidence look like?
Through work.
So the argument is this. So Peter Strzok and the FBI, we have all this shit that they did. Like, for example, we know that one of the agents falsified evidence. We know that almost all of them knew that they never went to the primary subsource before they got the warrant. We knew that they knew that the primary subsource was Russian and was an alleged Russian spy. We know that when they talked to the primary subsource who was an alleged Russian spy said all of this is bullshit, and they went to the FISA court and said, we think he was telling the truth, but didn't say that he was telling the truth about it all being bullshit. We know that they allowed Hillary Clinton's team to delete subpoenaed evidence and didn't charge them, right? We know all of this. And the I can't think of the guy's name right now, but the guy that investigated, he said there was 17 errors and omissions in the FISA warrant that a special counsel investigated and said that happened, right?
You already said those warrants are a joke, so who gives a fuck?
Well, okay, who gives a fuck? Why was the warrant directed towards spying on Donald Trump but not Hillary Clinton? Mm-hmm. The fact that they're a joke doesn't mean that the FBI wasn't selective in their application. Just because they're a rubber stamp, the entire argument is the FBI's corrupt, gets this rubber stamp and goes after people that they want and doesn't go after people they don't want. So they went after Donald Trump and they fucking knew.
I'm saying the rubber stamp doesn't fucking matter.
Okay.
If they let through 98% of the warrants, then it's irrelevant.
Why would that be irrelevant? So your argument is it doesn't matter if they falsify evidence to get a FISA warrant to spy on the president.
The part with the warrant.
Why? That's the most important part.
No, it's not the most important.
Why would it not be? They knew that they were spying.
The important part was that they were targeting one team and not the other.
No, the important part is they falsified a warrant in order to spy on the President of the United States.
It doesn't sound like any of those warrants are legitimate to begin with, or many of them. So,
okay, so fair enough.
It sounds like a problem with that warrant process.
They falsified a warrant to spy on you. That's bad. They falsified a warrant to spy on me. That's bad. They falsified a warrant to spy on Donald Trump, the president. And you're like, same thing. They spied on Rob. They spied on me. Same thing. The FBI is horribly corrupt all the time. So who gives a fuck if they were corrupt this time? Ha ha! That's your argument. Just because it's a rubber stamp most of the time doesn't mean when we could see that they falsified a warrant and used inappropriate evidence that they never bothered to verify to get that warrant to spy on the President of the United States.
Yeah, but that sounds like a problem with the process with that warrant.
No, it doesn't.
Not so much the FBI.
No, it doesn't. So you're telling me this. Let's say there's a particular judge.
It doesn't sound like those warrants are...
Let's say that there's a particular judge in my city, right? And he signs off on every fucking warrant. All of them, right? You know what I mean?
Right.
Okay? Everything. It doesn't matter. And then I'm a cop, and I'm like, even though Judge Creel signs off on every warrant, I'm just going to make shit up on this warrant. Just for fucking shits and grins.
And I'd be like, gosh, if they looked at that warrant for 3 seconds, they might have seen all the wrong stuff.
Your
Maybe
argument
it's a problem with the
I understand. You know how ridiculous this is, so you're trying to talk. Your argument is perfectly reasonable. It's okay that cop lied and made shit up in the warrant.
No, that's not my argument.
Because he would have got the warrant anyways. So it's okay. It's okay. I would love to see that trial. Oh, it's fine. It's fine. Your Honor, this judge would have signed off on the warrant anyway, so it doesn't matter that we lied and falsified information. It doesn't matter.
No, that's not my argument.
Then what's your argument?
My argument is that if that was the case, we have this judge that signs every single warrant that goes through. It sounds like, hey, if you'd have looked at that warrant for 3 seconds, you'd have seen that there was something fucked up about it. Maybe we need to address the process of handing out warrants.
Sounds great.
If he's just
I agree.
sign off on all of them.
Now, let me ask you this. Do you think the FISA court that knew that this warrant would be used to investigate the President of the United States, do you think that they should have said, holy fuck, we better make sure that this is in order?
It sounds like they should have done a lot of things.
Okay, so great. So now you're saying that the FISA court's corrupt. Great. Got it. Okay. Agreed. Yep. There's another institution that was corrupt.
I'm not saying they're corrupt. No.
Okay. You're saying they're corrupt or grossly incompetent because they signed off on a warrant to spy on the President of the United States and didn't do a cursory look at it. That's
Sounds
what you're
like
saying.
It's
great. I'll take that admission.
Entire warrant system.
Right. Now let's go back. Now let's go back to the example with the police officer. You said that it sounds like had that judge looked, he would have seen. Okay, fine. We're critical of the judge. Gotcha. Are we critical of the cop who falsified evidence?
Sure.
Which is exactly my point. So your argument...
Yeah, and it sounds like the guy that falsified the
here
evidence
we
got
go.
fucking charged.
So your argument, that I don't even understand why you're talking about lying on the warrant. I don't understand. It's a rubber stamp. Yes, you do understand. You just admitted it, because although you might look at the judges in the FISA court and say, dude, you guys need to do a better job, it's still fucked up to falsify evidence to spy on a president.
And it sounds like he got charged for that.
That guy did. What about the rest? 17 errors. What about the rest of the people? 17 errors and omissions on that warrant.
I don't know how many people touched it.
230 something violations of the Woods procedure.
How many people? Do you have their names?
We do have most of their names. That's actually true.
Responsible?
There was about 8 people. There was Andy McCabe, Rod Rosenstein, James Comey, Peter Strzok, Kevin Clinesmith was the lawyer, and there was about 3 or 4 other people. I forget all their names off the... But yeah, there was only about 7, 8 people involved in the investigation. Yep, we have all their names. Yeah. Okay. Now, one of those guys that accidentally...
One of them was directly responsible for typing this up?
One of them, the person that was the point person for both the Hillary investigation and the Trump investigation, was talking about an insurance policy to prevent Trump from winning. And he just accidentally...
And was this the guy that was charged?
No.
Okay.
Peter Strzok, right? So you're saying, well, that's not proof. You're like, I would need to see... Okay, it sounds bad that he said insurance policy, but I would need to see evidence that something shitty happened. Well, we have evidence that something shitty happened. But what happens is people like you are like, well, he was
sounds like somebody was charged for that.
One person was charged for one part of that. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. And 17 errors and omissions on top of that.
Okay.
Largely by people that vocally hated Donald Trump, including a lead agent.
Sounds like they could have gotten that warrant if they had wiped their ass with the application.
What the fuck does that matter? Okay, the FISA courts are incompetent or corrupt. And... the application process on this particular issue, 17 errors and omissions that were grievous, including never talking to the primary subsource before they used it as a reason to spy on the president, and then once they talked to him, basically misleading the court about what he said through omission.
And again,
by a guy who said, I want an insurance policy. One guy was investigated, right? Is your argument, is what you're trying to tell me, all of these errors and omissions that the special investigator found, it was just that one guy, Kevin Clinesmith. Now, they only bothered to charge him with the one, but it was just, he did everything. Everyone else, James Comey and Rosenstein and McCabe and Peter Strzok, they're talking about insurance policies and shit like that, but they didn't do anything. They were just duped by this one evil actor. Oh boy, that Kevin Clinesmith, what a dastardly fellow. Duped the entire FBI that just didn't be biggest investigation in the agency's career. Investigating the President of the United States. They're like, we're not going to check anyone's work. It's just this one bad apple. That's it. It's him. Never mind the fact we were talking about insurance policies to stop Trump from getting elected. It's just that one guy. No big deal. By the way, he was given probation. He didn't even lose his license to practice law. Pleading guilty to falsifying evidence to spy on the President of the United States. Didn't serve a day in fucking jail. Never lost his license to practice law. That's what happened. And you're like, I don't see a problem with that. It sounds like one guy got charged with minor crime. Sounds good to me. It's asinine.
Cool. You got any proof about those other guys?
Well, I just told you. What proof would you like?
Sound like that was enough.
What proof would you like to have? Proof of what? We have proof that they, at best, when it's not Huber, what the fuck's his name? When the special investigator was asked, he said that there's only 2 explanations: gross incompetence or corruption.
You've not proved corruption.
Okay. So let's say that you assume it's gross incompetence. And
sounds like there's some evidence, or maybe there was. It sounds like somebody was charged for it after an investigation.
One guy was, right? So
yeah,
here's
you
where we're left.
Here's where we're left. Here's where we're left. But you haven't proved why.
Here's where we're left, right? You acknowledge that this could have influenced the 2018-2020 elections.
What?
The FBI's gross mishandling and spying on a president. The leaks to the press. Right? The constant investigation.
Potentially, yeah. It could have
led to the special counsel. It hampered
I don't know
Trump
how much,
for 4
but
years.
yeah.
Hampered Trump for 4 years, right? And your defense of it is like, well, you can't prove it was corruption. It could have just been gross incompetence. But you're a crazy conspiracy theory type guy if you're criticizing the FBI. They're just really stupid. They're dumber than even you.
And you have no evidence for it. Like,
what do you
that's
mean no
fine
evidence?
If you want to have all these
What do you
theories,
mean no evidence?
We need evidence.
What type of evidence would I need?
I don't know. You tell me, man. The FBI didn't charge anybody. The DOJ didn't charge anybody beyond that one guy. So it sounds like they didn't have enough evidence to connect everybody else.
The FBI didn't charge themselves. Huh. Yeah, good enough for me. Sounds good. Are you fucking kidding me? Well, if the FBI did something, the FBI would have brought charges, so the fact that they didn't proves that nothing wrong happened. Do you see how stupid you sound? Every single topic that we've talked about, from immigration to kids in cages to COVID to the hack of the 2016 election, to people, Democrats claiming that election was stolen, to corruption around Russiagate, you've got absolutely fucking blown out. And you know what the worst part is? There isn't even a part inside your brain that's going to do any self-reflection. You're not going to say, maybe he kind of had a point. I'm going to look into this. Holy fuck, that's amazing how much he was right about. You're not even going to reflect. You're right now saying, I know this guy's full of shit. I know he's a conspiracy theorist. He's just spinning shit the way he's spinning. You got blown out. You know that, right? Or do you dispute that? All right, man. If you're done talking, you're done talking. You still there? I can't hear you. Maybe you're muted. You there? Well, I'm not trying to be a dick.
Oh, I'm still here.
Oh,
okay.
I'm sorry. I was
sorry. I accidentally hit the mute button on my thing.
I was going to say, I'm not trying to be a dick, but if you're not talking, I got to let you go.
No, I was saying it's amazing how much you know about me.
I do. Am I
wrong? Were we like friends in middle school or something?
No, I know your type. You're an NPC.
Well, your claim is that I was blown out, so I can't really say you were wrong or right. That's your subjective opinion.
It's my subjective opinion.
I'm sure your chat would agree with you too.
I agree. I wouldn't just trust my chat. That I agree with. But you were blown out. Like everything of a factual
If you say so.
Everything of a factual nature that we had to go and look for proof of, I was right. Democrats did say the election.
If you say so.
2/3 of Democrats did say that tallies.
No, I didn't see a lot of Democrats saying it was stolen.
Would you like me to play the video again?
Like sitting Democrats.
Would you like
I saw a lot of like people
like
in campaign mode saying that they
play
didn't
the video
trust
again?
it. I saw a hell of a lot of claims that Russia interfered. They didn't specifically say it was stolen.
They said Trump was an illegitimate president, that the election was stolen, that Russia hacked the
Yeah, it was mostly Hillary Clinton.
For example, Karen Jean-Pierre said that. She's the current sitting spokesperson for the White House. She said the election was stolen.
On that matter.
Oh, you don't care. She's a member of the executive, and you don't.
I'm
care.
saying she's just the press secretary.
You set
Her
an arbitrary
irrelevant.
example. You set an arbitrary example, which is, well, if they're not in office now, I don't care if previously they said the election was stolen.
She's
but then
not
when I show
she doesn't really have any power.
She works
she's just
for the
press secretary.
You don't think the press secretary helped shape the narrative of this country?
No.
Really? You don't?
I think the secretary says what they're told to say.
That's it. Okay. So then you're told by who, by the way?
Whatever the fucking messaging from the White House is.
Oh,
they just,
okay. So the person that does what the White House says that the 2016
I'm saying they have
election
no
was
real
stolen.
power. What are they going to do?
You're right. They don't have power. They're just repeating what the people in power say. And she says the 2016 election was stolen.
So what? She's entitled to that opinion.
She's entitled to that opinion, but she's just saying what the people in power want her to say.
She's some random fucking press secretary. Who cares? She's not a congressman. She's not the president. She's not a senator.
It's so pathetic. You set these bars. Well, it's no one that's still in the White House. It's no one that's still in.
Yeah, what the fuck did you think I meant?
Okay, well, I point out the first person that is, and you're like, well, that doesn't count.
The cabinet. Maybe not the press secretary.
If I find one Democrat congressperson that's still in office that has said that the election was stolen, will you eat shit on this?
I'm sure one of them has.
Oh!
I'm just saying, what you showed me, I didn't see anybody. I'm sure there's someone that has.
So then you acknowledge that it exists and you're just fighting for the sake of it.
No.
No. What was the whole point of that?
There was no, like, united rhetoric or anything around it. You had random private citizens, people in the news saying it, There was no
Chuck
concerted
Schumer.
effort from the Democratic Party to say this election was stolen.
Chuck Schumer.
Okay, what about him?
Said it was stolen, said Trump was illegitimate.
Okay.
He's still basically... I showed you in the video that I played.
I don't remember Schumer.
Well, he was there.
In there. I might have missed him.
Okay? Head of the
Pelosi
Democrats in the
hates
Senate.
Trump, so.
Democrat head in the Senate, Chuck Schumer. He's still there.
Okay.
Okay, now what?
That's his opinion. Again, that's not the opinion of the Democratic Party.
No one in office said it. No one in office said it. Oh,
I don't believe
the most
this.
prominent
It's like
Democrat.
Chuck Schumer
Oh, the
saying
most
it?
prominent Democrat in
When? Under
Senate
what
said it.
context?
The most
You're not
prominent.
showing
Well,
me
it's
anything.
just. It doesn't even matter.
What were his exact words?
I'll play it again for you if you want, but it doesn't even matter based on what you just said, because you just showed that if I show his exact words, you've already moved on to the next bullshit excuse. Even if he didn't say it, the mere fact that you thought that it was a possibility that he said it, and you're like, well, that's just his opinion. It's okay. So you said this. I showed you Democrat after Democrat. I showed you Democrat after Democrat saying. I showed you Democrat after Democrat saying the election was stolen.
Show me Democratic candidates.
I showed you person after person in the Democratic Party, Democratic media apparatus, Democratic politicians saying that the election in 2016 was stolen and that Trump was an illegitimate president, and you moved the goalpost.
Right, and I
moved the
said
real quick. You moved the goalpost. You moved the goalpost, and you say no one. You said. I'll just mute you. I don't care. You move the goalpost. You go, well, it's no one that's still there. It's no one that's still there. And I'm like, Karen Jean-Pierre, press secretary.
I said I hadn't
well, that
seen
doesn't
anybody.
count because she's not elected.
He's the press
then
secretary.
I say Chuck Schumer. You say, oh, okay, well, it's just his opinion.
Yeah.
There is no amount of evidence.
Chuck Schumer
There's none.
was one.
Right.
Okay.
Right. And you
Under what
immediately
context?
fucking moved the goalpost.
You didn't even show me.
You immediately moved the goalpost. You were like, well, if he said that, that's okay. It's just his opinion.
You said Democrats were saying it. It doesn't sound like the Democratic Party was saying that.
What did you want? The official
It sounds
DNC?
like a couple of people had the opinion, and most of them weren't even in government.
So then it was, I don't see anyone in office doing it. Then I do, and you're like, well, of course people in office did it, but it wasn't the official Democratic Party. It was just their opinions.
Yeah, they're allowed to have an opinion.
Okay, so it's fine for
It's
the
different
leader,
if you're making
the de facto
those statements
the de facto leader
directly as a member of Congress.
The de facto
man.
leader of the legislative branch Democrats saying that he thought the 2016 election was stolen, and you're like, that's fine. That's not the actual party stance. Even though he's the leader of the legislative branch of the Democrats, that's fine. It's just his opinion.
Show me the context that he said it under.
What does it matter? You said if he said
Was
it,
he
it's
on
okay.
the fucking Senate floor?
What does it matter?
That would matter.
So if he said it,
in just the
so I
privacy
just
of
want to
his
be
home?
clear.
Was he
If
eating at a
said
restaurant?
it, so like if he said it, but it wasn't on the Senate floor, then it's okay.
No, I need to know the context.
I'm asking you.
There's a
If he
context
said it,
that he potentially.
Why does it matter? Here's why I'm asking these questions.
Context matters.
No, because you're a fucking shitty shitlib, right? And no matter what, no. Here's
Let me point out. By the way, I have not insulted.
I don't give a fuck.
Time.
Your mistake. You have nothing to insult.
I'm showing you what
like
kind of person you seem to be.
I'm a person that's tired of bad faith actors like you. That's who I am. I have not been bad faith for you. Now let me tell you what you do. You slippery fuck.
I've been honest this whole time.
No, you haven't. No, you haven't. No, you haven't. And let me tell you why I'm insisting
this conversation's over, brother.
All right,
you don't get to talk like that.
I bet I do. See you later. I can talk however the fuck I want. See ya. I'm not like you. I don't support people that advocate for censorship and shit like that like you do. I know you feel entitled as a fucking lefty to say you have to talk like this or you have to talk like that. We'll see you later. I'm glad that everyone could see how duplicitous and shitty. A great example there. I had a great time blowing that fucking idiot out of the water on every single topic that we talked about, right? So this is why I was insisting on this, because you could see what they do, right? They'll be like, they'll just move the goalpost till the end of time. I could show literally 200 Democrats in Congress today signing a letter from yesterday saying we officially feel that Russians hacked voting machines and stole tallies in the 2016 election. And if I showed that, he'd go, well, that's just their opinion. That's not a big deal. And, you know, they're not doing anything corrupt. It doesn't matter. That's why you have to get on record. You could see the whole way through that discussion I was doing things like that. Do you think that, if the FBI thinks that a presidential candidate is colluding or talking with a foreign hostile power, that it would be negligent for them to not investigate? Yes, he says. Of course, that would be negligent. Okay, that's what Hillary Clinton's team did with Igor Danchenko. And he immediately moves the goalpost. If I wouldn't have asked that question beforehand, when I said, well, wait a minute, if we investigated Trump for allegedly connections to Russia, why wouldn't we investigate Hillary, seeing as how her team was working with Igor Danchenko? He would have said, that's different. This is why that's different. So instead, you get them to admit, my standard is, if we have a presidential candidate that's working with, possibly working with state actors from a hostile foreign government, then it would be negligent to not investigate. And you're like, okay, here's a criteria that meets that exact situation. And then watch them walk back their words, right? Just like he said, they hacked voting machines. I say, no, they didn't. That's bullshit. Well, when I say hacked, I didn't really mean it. But no one said, that's all they were saying. They said, the Democrats were saying they hacked machines, not that they switched tallies. No, that's not. Here's the poll. It says that they changed vote tallies. Well, it says they changed vote tallies, but that doesn't mean that they thought they stole the election. No Democrats were, thank you so much, Tokahanis, I appreciate it. No Democrats were saying the election was stolen. Here's 4 minutes of video saying that Democrats saying the election was stolen. Yeah, but none of those people are in office now. Here's Chuck Schumer. He's in office now. He said it. Yeah, but it's just his personal opinion, and as long as he didn't say it on the Senate floor, it's okay. Now, what I was going to do was be like, okay, so your argument is, had he said it in official capacity on the Senate floor, then you would have a problem with it, right? And this would have been his answer. I can answer for him, right? He would have been like, well, it depends. It depends on what the context was. Like, why was he saying it? Like, was it just his personal opinion and it happened to be a flippant question on the Senate floor? Or did he pass laws of blah, 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 blah? And you notice that I wasn't as aggravated calling him names until we got further and further into the night. I gave him every fucking chance in a long time on this platform till fucking 3 a.m. talking about these issues. Sorry, I was just responding to something. Am I concerned about foreign powers on United States democracy? Sure, it's a concern. I'm more concerned about domestic powers such as unelected bureaucrats in the FBI colluding with people in the tech industry and the mainstream media to influence elections. Russia tries to interfere in our election, influence it. So is China, so is North Korea, so is Iran, so is the UK, so is Spain, so is France, so is Australia. Every country in the world that has any sort of diplomacy with the United States probably tries to influence our elections to position themselves with leaders that they think would be most beneficial to them. All of them combined can't interfere in our system 1/100th of what the FBI could. The most powerful intelligence and law enforcement apparatus in the history of the world, with the power to completely spy on you, investigate you, literally putting their thumb on the scale for the candidate of their choice. So much so that the elected leader of the opposition, Chuck Schumer, admitted that Trump was a fool to ever criticize them because the most powerful elected leader in the free world, the President of the United States, must live in fear of criticizing the intel agencies because they will attack them if they do. And yet no Democrat has a problem with it. Perfectly fine. If being concerned about the influence of foreign powers is such a big deal that justifies all this, why aren't we investigating Hillary Clinton for colluding with Igor Danchenko, a Russian spy, or alleged Russian spy? I hope that you see, and just understand, that guy that I just debated, there are literally millions of people like him. Millions. Millions of people. It doesn't matter what proof you provide. It doesn't fucking matter. It literally doesn't matter. Their conclusion, you heard him say it. I don't feel that the FBI is corrupt. That's it. That's good enough for him. There is no amount of evidence. None. Joe Biden could come out tomorrow and say, okay, it was true. I was the big guy in that email. And I did get the money. But trust me, it was for a good reason. And that fucking guy would be like, good enough for me. He said he didn't do anything wrong. The FBI investigated themselves and didn't charge anyone, so. No, I don't think they're ignorant at all, Plucky Hero. My stance is quite simple. I find that corruption is the biggest issue in our system. Presidents come and go. Individuals come and go. The institutions that shape our culture and our politics remain. One of those institutions is our intelligence apparatuses. If our intelligence apparatuses are putting their thumb on the scale for preferred candidates, that is 100 times more dangerous than any foreign influence, anything Russia's been accused of. Alls I want is a system that is equally applied to people from all sides. That's it. If we're going to arrest Paul Manafort for failing to register as a foreign lobbyist, that's fine. I don't have a problem with it. But we should also arrest John Podesta and the Podesta Group, who the Mueller investigation showed literally committed the same crime with Paul Manafort, Hillary Clinton's campaign managers group, and Donald Trump's campaign managers group in 2013, while Hillary was at the State Department, and while Trump wasn't running for any office, were lobbying unregistered for a foreign entity. Manafort's charged with the crime. Podesta Group's allowed to retroactively file paperwork. If Hunter Biden was lobbying for hostile foreign interest unregistered, if we're going to charge Paul Manafort, then charge Hunter Biden. If we're going to charge Mike Flynn with lying to the FBI because he said it could have happened, I don't remember, I have no problem with it. But then charge Hillary Clinton and James Comey and Eric Holder and all the lefties that say, I can't remember when they're testifying in front of Congress or the FBI. Fine, no problem. If we're going to arrest and raid Donald Trump for improper handling of classified information, I have no problem with that. But Joe Biden did it too. Mike Pence did it too. Bill Clinton did it too. Arrest them all. Joe Biden's done a good job. That's right, Lindsay. Joe Biden's done a good job. Hey, so this is what the Democrat narrative is. You ready for this? Russia cultivated Trump as a president, right? They helped install him as president. Even from his time at The Apprentice, Russia had been working, cultivating Donald Trump as their man on the inside as president of the United States, right? And then he became president, and he was benefiting them the whole time. But instead of invading Ukraine when the leader of the United States was their ally, they waited until the hostile Joe Biden was elected. I wonder why. Proportional representation, I'm not sure quite what you mean by that. Yeah, the two-party system sucks, but it's pretty much inevitable and entrenched at this point. We should not go after president's kids, says the people that wanted an entire investigation because Don Jr. met with Veselnitskaya. I don't give a fuck about Hunter Biden. It's something, you could hear the talking points from that guy I debated, right? You could hear them. Oh, just pictures of Hunter Biden's hog. I don't give a shit about that. I don't give a shit that Hunter Biden was doing coke. I don't give a fuck that he was banging hookers. I don't care that there's nudes of him. I don't give a shit about any of it. I give a shit that he improperly attempted to get a gun when he was not allowed and that wasn't prosecuted. I give a shit that he mishandled a gun and basically the Secret Service or the FBI or whatever had to cover it up for him. I give a shit that he failed to register as a foreign lobbyist and he's not charged with it, but people connected to Trump are. I give a shit about all that, but that's small potatoes. What I really give a shit about is Joe Biden lied about the business arrangement that his son had, trading off the name of Joe Biden with people that we were told were hostile entities to the United States government. Like, and I'm quoting now, the spy master of China. And I give a shit that 10% of the money is going to the big guy, which possibly could not be Joe Biden. That's true, it could possibly be someone else, but no one in a position of authority seems to give a fuck to investigate. That the President of the United States may have gotten money from his son working with our biggest adversary, and then Joe Biden lied about it. That I give a shit about. The same people that breathlessly wanted to see Trump's tax returns under the small sliver of hope that it would show that he had a business arrangement with anybody in Russia, all of a sudden doesn't give a shit that the president's son was working with the spy master of China and with Russian oligarchs in the Ukraine, saying, I'm giving 10% of money to the big guy, and no one gives a fuck. All of a sudden it's, we shouldn't look into that. Absolute lunacy. That entire debate you could see. We started off, by the way, talking about kids in cages. He has no defense. None. No defense. He tries the same slippery shit that you hear Don Lemon or Rachel Maddow do. Well, the problem is the policies are the same. So the kids that Trump had in cages, that was different. Those kids, fuck these kids now. Who cares? They're in cages. Then when you walk them through it, he's like, oh, yeah, I guess. Yeah, lefty, right? So it's tough. Labels are tough, right? One of the most pedantic, nonsensical arguments I hear is an argument like this. There are no real left-wingers in the United States. How so? Well, I feel that we have a far-right party in the Republicans and a centrist right party in the Democrats. You hear lefties say this all the time. And I'll be like, okay, I feel we don't have any right-wing parties in the United States. And they'll be like, how could you say that? I'll say, I define right as fiscally conservative. Hardly anyone in Washington is fiscally conservative. They all want to spend money. So I think we have a far-left party and a left party. That's what I think. It all depends on how you define these things. When I'm talking about lefties, I'm talking about people. There's two types of lefties. The sort of Democrat and the traditional Democrat that sometimes I'll use lefty interchangeably with that. And then there's the people that are incredibly progressive that espouse the rhetoric of things like transgender politics, Black Lives Matter, systemic racism, feminism, etc. Do I really think Joe Biden would risk everything for a measly 10%? I can't see this being true. What do you mean risk everything? I don't understand. Do we give that benefit of the doubt to Trump? Right? Were people saying, hey, this whole Mueller investigation of Trump, do we really think Trump would risk everything just from a couple pieces of dirt on Hillary Clinton from Russia? He would commit treason? Do we really think Trump would risk everything by intentionally mishandling classified information? Do we really think that? Yes, I think Biden would risk everything because he's not risking anything. Because he knows how corrupt the investigators are. And after seeing what the Clinton Foundation got away with and the money that came through there, he knew goddamn well, as long as he played ball on the right side of the ledger and didn't criticize the investigators and the intelligence agency and so forth, that they weren't going to do shit about it. They haven't. So he was right. So he didn't risk anything. He knew that a sycophantic media would cover up for it. Typical Gasket, thanks so much for the follow. Really appreciate it. Would he risk everything? It's court. They know nothing will happen. They fucking know it. There's no risk. You know what the risk was? The risk was the insane corruption that the mainstream media, tech companies, FBI, Democrats, etc. had in colluding against Donald Trump in unethical ways the entire term of his presidency. That was a risk because it showed their corruption out in the open. But it was a risk that paid off because people like these fucking lefties are perfectly fine with it. And so they don't give a shit. They say things like this. Well, I'm glad the lab leak theory was censored. I'm glad. It would have just helped Republicans anyways. I'm glad they raided Trump. I'm glad that the FBI had the Mueller investigation. I'm glad. That's fine. Well, I'm glad the Twitter files show that there was censorship. I'm fine with that. That's good. It's a good thing. That's what they say. So the risk paid off. Oh boy. We're allowed to be corrupt because our fucking idiot friends think as long as we say, or supporters think as long as we say, look, here's a trans person. Here, there's a trans person. This guy wears a dress and he's in charge of nuclear power. And they're like, oh, God, they're good. They're good. And they hate Orange Man. Look how diverse it is. Yay. I'm glad they're bombing children in Afghanistan. Whoopee. Yay. It's great. Rainbow-colored bombs. Ooh, it's good. We used to protest the intelligence agencies, but now we believe everything they say. Oh, until the FBI says they think that COVID came from a lab in China. Oh, shit, we don't believe that. But everything else, Orange Man, bad. Yay! Yay! Are you serious, Plucky? You're more concerned with Cambridge Analytica, where data and social engineering could be or is being employed against populations. Unreal. Why'd nobody complain when Obama used Facebook data? Chicago Tribune, March 23rd, 2018. Remember the breathless speculation less than a year ago whether Mark Zuckerberg would run for president? That was then. Oh, how the mighty have fallen amid scandalous revelation about social network allowing consultants for Donald Trump's presidential campaign to personal information on millions of users. Former White House strategist Steve Bannon told CNN Thursday that he doesn't remember purchasing personal information from Facebook while working for Cambridge Analytica. But Bannon did express a novel version of the often-used Trumpian I call BBOF, or blame Obama first. In 2008, it was Google and Facebook that went to Barack Obama and met with him in San Francisco airport and told him all about the personal data. Yet the great opposition party media never went after the Obama campaign, never after the progressive left. They've been doing this for years. And in 2013, when I thought a data company might be important, all of a sudden it becomes global news. Huh. The Guardian. The Guardian's the same newspaper that broke the Cambridge Analytica scandal. They said, oh boy, can you believe how corrupt Republicans are? See, what they did was they found a company that was using a portion of Facebook data in order to mine data that they would better be able to reach out to people. That sounds really bad. The Guardian said that's corrupt. Here's a Guardian article from 2012. Shall we see what it says? Obama, Facebook, and the power of friendship. The 2012 data election. A unified computer database that gathers and refines information on millions of potential voters is the forefront of campaign technology, and it could be key to an Obama win. Oh boy! See, the problem is this. You get it, Plucky? You get it. I get you're real concerned about this. This is the Democrat narrative. See, it's really bad and unethical. If Republicans took a portion of the data on Facebook from a third party, and they took that data and used it to find a database of how to target ads. That's what the Cambridge Analytica scandal is. And the Guardian says, oh boy, that's corrupt. But in 2012, with instead of using a third party using a portion of Facebook data, the Obama administration used Facebook itself and talking with Zuckerberg and the CEOs to use all of their data. That was perfectly fine. That was shrewd campaigning. That's very shrewd. It's okay when the Democrats do it more, but if the Republicans do a slight portion of that, oh boy, what a corrupt scandal. Is that weird, Plucky? You probably never heard about that story, did you? Here, I'll post the link. Take a look for yourself. I think it's concerning that the Democrats and the media only gave a shit when one party did it, and did it less than the other party. Fuck, my streams would be fire if I just had lefties on every night. It's one of my favorite streams I've done in a while, and sadly, I'm probably going to have to delete it off YouTube. I fucking love wrecking people like that. Not this Plucky guy, but a Creo. Just absolutely stomped. Absolutely stomped. On every single point. I gotta head to bed. No. No, Plucky, you're wrong. The both sides do it. You're actually worse. You're worse than just a Democrat supporter if you're a both sides do it people. That's bullshit. Both sides do it people are actually the best defenders of the corruption, right? It'd be like saying this, right? Imagine that circa 1998. Let's even go further. 2010, right? Let's say in 2010, right? You were to say, man, there's an awful lot of Republicans in office that are too critical of the homosexual community. They're against gay marriage and shit like that. And I said, now, both sides have people. Both sides have people critical of gay marriage. You'd be like, right. But 99% of them are Republicans. But that technically means both sides do it. Technically. Nah, fuck all that. No. Completely disagree, Plucky. I reject the premise of the, you're right, you've proven something, and that shows both sides are bad. A Creel was the name of the guy I was banning. I say, be hot or cold, be ye lukewarm, I will spew you from my mouth. Shit or get off the pot. Absolutely ridiculous. The both sides narrative is one of the dumbest, least intellectual narratives that I ever hear. Doesn't mean that it's not technically true on almost every issue, but name something that you couldn't say both sides do. Name anything. Anything. That's right. That's what it is, Wicked Wally. That's all it is. Right? So, for example, I could say, political violence. Both sides do it. Right? That's the argument. Even if we see hundreds of days of left-wing violence, and the other side commits violence one time, it's like, then when we see, like I started this video showing that Antifa, that we were told was just an idea, when they attack police in Atlanta 2 nights ago now, this is what I hear. Well, both sides do it, Then when the right does it, they're like, oh my God, call the National Guard. I don't feel safe. There was an insurrection. The country is almost overthrown. We need the largest FBI task force in in history. Tens of thousands of National Guards. Arrest blue-haired grandmas. Do anything you can. Censor people online that talk about anything remotely what Donald Trump talked about. We have to stop it. We have to. No! Then when lefties commit violence, well, both sides do it. What can you do? Both sides, both sides do it. That's bad. Both sides. Cambridge Analytica. Oh, man, that troubles me. That's very troubling. That Cambridge Analytica shit troubles me. Really? Well, here's it occurring 4 years previous to that in a far massive scale, and the same media that's troubled by the Cambridge Analytica absolutely praising Obama for doing it. Yeah, you're right. Both sides are bad. No. Nope. Donald Trump is something we talked about heavily tonight. Donald Trump was human rights abuser for having kids in cages. Then when we had 4 times more kids in cages under Joe Biden, well, that's different. And by the way, both sides do it, so. Yeah, I hear you. So Victus. And I'm not shitting on you, Plucky. I understand, but it's just, what is the utility of that argument? Jeffrey Dahmer murdered people. Well, all people sin. Everybody does it. Everybody has done something bad in their life. Right. That's not an unreasonable point, Plucky, but it ignores the selective nature and the application and how that's all going one way. For example, in theory, with what you're saying about technology being able to influence people on a mass scale like that, we could see the Twitter files show the mass censorship of people that were conservative, people that were talking, politicians that were Republican or surrounding Donald Trump, etc. Right? It absolutely is troubling. It's something I talk about often. If you're able to control the flow of information in the narrative, then you basically can have any election result that you want, right? But just saying that technology exists and that's the problem, while ignoring that it's prevalently used by people of one political persuasion to abuse people of a predominantly another political persuasion ignores the real story, right? It's like saying, I'm not concerned that this particular group of people is executing people more. What I'm concerned about is the existence of guns. And so, yes, while it's true that, ISIS is killing people with guns, I don't really like to focus on ISIS. I'm just the gun. It's the gun that I'm concerned with. It's like, right, that's not an unfair position to have, but it ignores the problem. We focus on the tool. We could argue whether or not the tool exists. It does. It's being used corruptly, predominantly by one side, and we ignore it. And when the other side uses it, even a portion, even so much so, Plucky, I bet you didn't know about that Guardian article from 2012. I'll bet. But when brought up corruption and stuff, the thing that worried you the most was a little tiny story, Cambridge Analytica. And when I showed, did you know, right? Now that's the real problem. When you talk about the flow of information, the problem is the narrative's controlled so much that the one issue that you were most concerned about that you brought up in my chat, you didn't even know that the very organization, The Guardian, that wrote the headpiece on that, 4 years earlier was praising Barack Obama for doing the same thing but only bigger. They were praising him. 2012 it was a shrewd strategy. 2016 it was corruption. That's more powerful than anything that Obama or Trump did with Facebook. The fact that you bring up that story shows just how deep of control of the narrative the pro-establishment people are. Because you didn't even... The fact that people don't even know that Democrats on May 30th and 31st, 2020, or left-wingers, took Molotov cocktails to the White House, lit a church on fire, burnt down a guard station, and attempted to break into the White House to remove Donald Trump. The fact that almost no one knows that story shows you how insidious and corrupt the control of flow of information is. The fact that that guy Creel that I was debating said with a straight face as I was mocking the idea that Russia hacked voting machines, which has been thoroughly debunked. The reason that he believes that is because he heard it uncritically re-explained or re-talked about verbatim by Democrats and media people for 4 fucking years. Even though it was bullshit and there was never evidence for it. But it's stuck in his brain. You could feel I'm jumping to conclusions, and maybe I am, but... Yeah, you can share a YouTube video. You're probably not going to get my thoughts on it. I'm going to bed. Let me put it this way, Plucky Hero. Imagine in the Jim Crow South, right? That there was a black man like, let me tell you the insane racism that's coming from my local police department. Right? Let me tell you. And just starts going off. You know? They're embezzling all this money. They're corrupt. They're screwing over the black community, blah, 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 blah. And then someone walks into the conversation's like, okay, yeah, I'm hearing this. And they say, yeah, but you know what troubles me? Remember that one black guy that was on city council that we found out took $20? That's what's troubling me. That person's going to be like, what? That's how I feel. Every major incident. It's like when I debated this fucking vegan gains guy the other day on the Tyre Nichols thing. He gets absolutely crushed. He's accusing these cops of racism. He has no proof of it. He himself admits, well, there's only a 20% chance that they were racist. That's his words, not mine. Right? And I'm like, then why are we fucking talking about this? And he's like, because no one ever talks about race and police. Literally, that conversation happens thousands of times a day. Everywhere. Twitter. Mainstream media. The halls of Congress. And so I'm sitting here, the narrative is so fucking controlled, right? When I'm talking about all these levels of corruption, and constantly what I see is bad faith people that come in and go, but what about this? Isn't it true that both sides do? I hear it all the time. Like I started off today. My personal belief is I don't think that Democrats' rhetoric is responsible or they should be held accountable because a bunch of fucking Antifa lunatics attacked police in Atlanta 2 nights ago. I don't believe that. But it doesn't matter what my belief is. What matters is what do the people in positions of power believe. And they believe anytime there's right-wing violence that people like Ben Shapiro or Tucker Carlson or commentators like me, well, we're responsible. We incited that violence. So, based on their standards, they incited the violence last night. And inevitably, when I say that, someone will come in and go, oh, so you're a hack. Oh, I see. Oh, here we go. Rob said that it was stupid to say that. Now he's doing the same thing. Here he is. Here he goes. He's doing the same thing. Oh, here we go. I knew it. I knew you. And it's like, no, you fucking dolt. I'm not doing the same thing. I'm showing how fucking ridiculous it is to hold these people to the same standard that they want to hold those they disagree with. Right? Then inevitably, there's a small shot that someone comes in and they want to be like, but isn't it true both sides do it? And maybe you're totally acting in good faith. But can you see my frustration? Can you see me be like, are you fucking for real? Like, every major narrative is coming through institutions that are all going the same way. And then if I say something that pushes back to that narrative and someone comes in and who's good faith and reasonable and says, but can't we talk about things on the other side? It's like, we don't get enough talking points that are filtered through the Biden administration or the FBI or the mainstream media or the tech moguls or corporate America or Black Lives Matter. We don't get enough of their point of view. Can't you give a 50-50 perspective on your show? Isn't it true that both sides do it? No, I'm not saying that you I'm not dissuading people from engaging. I'm just saying you could understand my perspective, I hope. I hope people engage. But I'm giving what my perspective, especially at 3 a.m. when I'm fucking tired, or almost 4 a.m., that's my perspective on this. That it's incredibly frustrating from my point of view. Just like if you were someone who's living through systemic racism and you're like, I want to talk about my issues, and everyone's like, yeah, but what about issues of other people? And you're like, yeah, I'm not saying those issues don't exist, but right now I want to talk about my issues because we're always talking about other people's issues. Well, yeah, it's good you say that, but I wanted to talk about this issue over here. It's like, and I'm not saying that's what you did, Plucky, but I'm just saying at some point, that's how it comes off to me, even if it's unintentional from people, because it's just like, I don't know what the fuck to say. Yeah, it is very frustrating. It'd be different. It's like this. It's like, I don't mind that people shit on the politicians or the ideology that I like. I actually have a very good sense of humor. I remember when Stephen Colbert said that Trump's mouth was Putin's cock holster. I thought that was a funny phrase. I laughed. I was like, oh. So I don't mind that. You should pick on Trump. You should pick on Republicans. You should pick on me. The problem is that's all anyone does. So if I turn on late night comedy here in the United States, it's literally the same political perspective on every fucking show. James Corbin, or fucking Conan O'Brien, or Jimmy Fallon, or Jimmy Kimmel. It's all the exact, Seth Meyers, the exact same. Stephen Colbert. So if one comedian stands up and is like, I'm going to make fun of Joe Biden, right? And someone in the audience is like, but make fun of Trump too. It's like, what? Really? That's how I feel about it. It's like, no. You're right. I do criticize. In fact, what's funny is I actually criticize Trump better than almost any lefty. Yeah, I get you, Plucky. It's all right. I'm a terrible typer, too. I criticize Trump all the time. But it's always frustrating to me when it's like, what's not enough? Why don't you split your time? You didn't say this, but I've had people say, why don't you split your time in half? Really? You calling in Vaush's show or Destiny's show or Don Lemon's show or Rachel Maddow's show going, now, why don't you split your time in half? Come on, Stephen Colbert, split your time in half with your jokes. Like, no. Well, the problems you see mirrored... shit. I'll see if I can find that video again. Damn. I don't know, man. It'll take me a while to find it. By the way, I think this is it. YouTube restricts video of Dems critics saying 2016 election was hacked. So YouTube removed the video and then was forced to backtrack.
So if we're all...
Yeah, imagine if I had to be up at 7 a.m. for work. That'd be fucked up, wouldn't it? All right. I got to go to bed, man. I'm not even going to bother to raid anyone. I should be streaming tomorrow night unless something comes up. Fuck, we didn't even get to talk about the second topic I wanted to tonight because I ended up debating a moron all night. Look, one last thing I'll say, might as well go fucking another 5 minutes, is this. First off, as the night goes on, I do get surlier, and I swear a little more. That's true. And maybe there's an argument to be had that I shouldn't be as animated. Such as, my voice is high-pitched and whiny, it's antagonistic and overly aggressive to call people names and shit like that. Those are fair criticisms. But I guess I just don't give a shit. Ultimately, I don't give a shit. I feel that I was more than fair with the guest today. I was obviously hostile from the beginning. This was a guest that previously I felt was trolling me in my chat, and so I made it so I didn't ban them, but I couldn't see them in my chat. I still haven't banned them. And I got tired of the slippery bullshit going all through the night and told him how I felt. I don't think that being an unethical, bad faith, slippery shit that makes excuses for your side's corruption over and over again means that you're a more ethical person that tells you, fuck off, you're a shithead. And I'm tired of pretending otherwise. It's like a, right? Like a Joker. You think that's funny? I do, and I'm tired of pretending it's not. That's how I feel. I'm tired of pretending like, oh, I gotta sit here and, I gotta listen to this person say, oh, well, no one in office said that. And I'm like, yes, they did. Oh, but that was just his personal opinion. He didn't say it in the Senate floor. Yes, he did. Well, he said it in the Senate floor, but it wasn't a big deal. Like, I'm tired of that. I'm just fucking tired of it. I'm tired of, I debate, supposedly prominent left wings, like Destiny, that's supposed to be smart, right? And I debate them, and we're talking about corruption and shit, and I'm like, why would the lawyers for this corrupt oligarch be meeting with the Obama State Department, 3 days after their assets were frozen? And he says, maybe they wanted to talk about how to spell the name Burisma. Or, Hunter Biden seemed qualified. Everybody smokes meth and crack. It's just, at some point, you just have to say, go fuck yourself. Fuck off. Fuck you. That's what I have to say. Fuck it. I will play one more video. Just because I heard it tonight. And it's, for me, I need to be reminded of this. Sometimes I waffle. I'm like bipolar. Sometimes I think I'm too nice. Sometimes I think I'm not nice enough. Maybe. Now, why is this video hard to find? There we go. We'll play this from a huge influence on me, Andrew Breitbart.
All the people that have gone out there against the mainstream media and said, you're going to call us racist, you're going to call us potential Timothy McVeighs, fuck you. War.
That's honest to God how I feel. Fuck you. I'm so tired of pretending that you give a shit about me, that you're operating in good faith. You're fucking not. Not any one individual here, but this establishment apparatus. Fuck you. I'm tired of jumping through every fucking shifting goalpost. I'm tired of people making excuses for every fucking double standard and every fucking piece of corruption that you can see right before your eyes. I'm fucking tired of it. I'm tired of having to pretend that I have to say both sides do it and argue about the other side. I don't have any fucking love for the establishment Republican Party. I criticize them all the time, but I'll be fucking damned if I listen to left-wingers tell me. Fuck you. I ran for Congress, Plucky. I'm pretty heavily involved in politics here in Pennsylvania. Yeah, exactly, Victus. I'm over it. I'm over this fucking pretending. I'm just over it. I'm one of the nicest guys you ever meet. I have left-wing friends. I don't treat them like shit in my everyday life. I don't give a shit. And Lindsay, you have to be a troll. I don't give a shit that Trump was traumatic for you. That's because you're a fucking sissy. That's why. Right, air shots, exactly. In Canada, Jesus, if your daughter dresses up as fucking Pocahontas or Black Panther for fucking Halloween, they'll shit their pants. But the Prime Minister wearing blackface is more time than he can remember, and it's like, well... I was talking about something earlier today with a good friend of mine, Carlos. You guys know Carlos, some of you. A good friend of mine. And I was explaining the Christian nationalism. I'm not a Christian nationalist. I'm not. I think they go too far in a lot of issues. Basically, they don't even believe in the First Amendment, which I'm fucking terribly against. And even though I consider myself a Christian, the Christian nationalists would say I'm not really a Christian. They'd say I'm a phony because I don't follow the letter of the law to the extent that they do. And I disagree with them on topics such as gay marriage and things like that. And, I've never really said this. I don't even know if I should say this, but I'll say it. And it might piss some of the people on. One of my best friends is a gay guy. He is going to be the godfather of my child. I don't give a fuck. I like him. I'm happy that he's happy in his relationship. It's not for me. It's probably a sin based on, the religion that I loosely, admittedly adhere to, but I don't give a shit. I sin all the time too. I think the pendulum will swing too far. I do. And you know what? I don't give a fuck. I don't care. I just don't care. My moderate left-wing friends will someday be upset when they see people rising to prominence in some wings of this country that they think go too far with the combination of religion and politics. And they'll say, Rob, what's happening? And I'll say, I don't give a shit. I'm sorry. You guys stood by while they sexualized children. You didn't do anything. You stood by while they censored people that disagreed with you on the pandemic. You didn't give a shit. You didn't care. You didn't give a fuck when they were censoring me. You didn't give a fuck when you knew that I could be fired at any given moment for a litany of political opinions I have, even though I'm one of the nicest people, never advocate for violence, never advocate for bigotry whatsoever. No one gave a fuck. None of my moderate left-wing friends gave a fuck. They don't care. They tell me they do. They say like, oh man, I can't believe this corruption. In Pennsylvania, I can't believe what they lied to us about John Fetterman. I'm like, you gonna vote Democrat next time? Yeah. Okay. Then you don't give a shit. You don't care. Are you saying anything publicly? Are you changing the way you vote? No? Okay, fuck off. I'm sorry. I don't give a shit. I don't care. I tried to toe the party line. I spent 3 fucking years arguing against cancel culture, saying we can't do what they're doing. That's absurd. Eventually, cooler heads will prevail. It won't. They won't stop. The people that use cancel culture are insane and high on the thrill of it, and they're starting to eat each other. And the millions of people that vote the same way those people do are afraid to speak up. And so the only way it stops is when They suffer the consequences that they wish upon other people. It's not going to be me. I'm not going to do cancel culture. But I'll be damned if I'm very much going to stand in the way of it. I'll just be like, it's a shame. Shame. The old Seinfeld meme. That's a shame. They didn't give a fuck. You know how many times I've reached out to people that were left-wing that got community strikes on YouTube and shit? You know how many times any of them have ever reached out to me? Yeah, I hear you, Crisco. Why even go to bed? 3 hours is good enough. What am I going to do? What am I going to do? Oh, well, I'm on the Crucible and there's a bunch of Christian nationalists there who I agree with on 90% of shit. But I think some of it's too far. So I'm going to push back on them and continue to leave the fucking insane people that want third trimester abortion, sexualization of children, censorship of those they disagree with, forever wars, etc., etc. I'll leave them keep winning because I have these small disputes with the ANCAPs or with the fucking Christian nationalists or whatever. I don't care anymore. I don't give a shit. Your concerns fall on deaf ears with me, my fellow moderate Democrats. I just don't give a fuck about your concerns anymore. Sorry, that'll suck. Man, you might have to live through potentially being canceled on social media because of your political opinions. Imagine what that would be like. Oh, wait, I don't have to imagine. Geez, you might have to live in fear that you could constantly lose your job and people are doxing you and hacking your accounts and contacting your employers because they don't like the political opinions you have. Boy, that'd suck. That'd be real shitty, wouldn't it? Well, that's my life. Your job might be deemed non-essential and you won't be allowed to work. Whoopsie daisy. Whoops. I'll keep fighting the good fight. I know I will. When the pendulum swings back too far, I'll be there to say, no, it's too much. It's too much. But I don't want to hear one fucking lefty or moderate lefty who stayed silent over all this shit say a fucking word. They could fuck off. Just like I don't want to hear any left-wingers bitch to me about political violence. For those that don't know, I did a video on January 6, 2020, calling out the violence. Literally as it was happening. And I end that video by saying, I made this video because of my deep felt conviction that political violence is deplorable. But I'll be damned if I'm going to listen to one left-winger that made excuses for the violence we saw that entire summer say a goddamn word. Those people could shut the fuck up because they were more than happy to excuse or ignore the violence when it was coming from people that shared their political ideology. They did not give a shit. And I told them over and over, if you play this game, if you say that this sort of political violence is acceptable, inevitably the other side will play it. And when they do, you will flip your shit. And that's exactly what happened. So I don't care that lefties that I debated over and over on Twitch and YouTube from 2019 to 2020 all of a sudden were very upset about January 6th. I don't give a fuck about their feelings at all on the subject. Fuck you. You don't care about violence. You care about violence if it's directed at the people you care about. If it's directed at the people you disagree with, you're perfectly fine with it. And so I don't give a shit. Because you're not good faith. You're not condemning violence because violence is wrong. You're condemning violence because you see it as a threat to you. But as soon as it's an advantage to you, you will use it. That doesn't mean I'll ever condone political violence. I won't. I'll speak up against it. I'll speak up against it when it's directed at the same left-wing people that would have been more than happy to speak out for violence against me. I'll still condemn that violence. But I'll be damned if I'm going to listen to their input. They could kindly shut the fuck up. BK Messiah says, I'm an autistic, mentally challenged Republican conservative, and I believe anything a white, capital W, conservative tells me. You know what's funny? My job is dealing with autistic people, and they're 10 times funnier and smarter than you, BK Messiah. Isn't that funny? Here's a big-hearted leftist that will use the term autistic to imply some sort of mental deficiency that would probably be the first person to try to fucking cancel you if you used an incorrect pronoun. A special little snowflake who only people that they feel they can position better than, that they can mock, are people that they deem with some sort of mental deficiency like autism. A person that will claim that they're somehow smarter than me, that would get blown the fuck out at the simplest of any conversation of a choice of theirs. No, Plucky, don't you get it? Left-winger BK Messiah here thinks that you must be intellectually inferior because you have some form of autism. Is it not that you're stupid if you're autistic? No, it's not, you fucking idiot. Not at all. Some of the autistic people I work with are some of the most brilliant people I've ever met. They process inputs differently. I don't love people that are easy to manipulate. In fact, I consider myself a populist more than a Republican. I love plenty of people that are left-wing. The people that are completely towing hook, line, and sinker the party line are you lefties. That's why you need to indoctrinate them as children. That's why you just repeat slogans, and when you actually have a discussion, you have nothing to say. That's why you have to come in and troll, because you know if you actually tried to have a conversation talking about the specific issues, you get blown the fuck out. All you have is a cult of personality. You'll literally lick the boot of anyone who's in a position of power as long as they say things that agree with you. You'll pretend that corporations like Nike that uses slave labor in China really give a shit about minorities because they say Black Lives Matter. They're cool, they're hip. I'm fighting the revolution against the man, enjoying my Starbucks, voting for the same people that the evil corporations that I complain about tell me that I should vote for. But I'm an individual. I did it. I'm hip and cool. My political opinions are agreed upon by 90% of everyone in a position of power. I'll have inherent contradictions that I'd be ashamed to see when it came to my fellow left-wing supporters, like the fact that I'm mocking autistic people is stupid. Oh boy, if that ever got out, instead of me using my anonymous name here online, I'd feel like a real shithead, because my progressive left-wing circle might say, well, that's a real shitty thing to do. You're not honest about your mental disability. There's a 95% chance that you're not autistic, that you just used it as an insult, because you're a sack of shit. That's what you are. Plucky, I very rarely talk about my intelligence. I think that I'm a person of average intelligence. I think that I'm above average in debating and sort of speaking skills, but I think I'm really fucking below average in a lot of other things. I really do. Pretty much averages out. But you'll notice that a lot of these people, particularly you see on the left, like to brag about their higher education. We're more educated than you. These backwards Republicans that are less educated, blah, 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 and we're so smart. Okay, let's put it to the test. Then when I debate the people, they don't have shit all to say. All of a sudden, that vaunted education and intelligence goes out the window for memeing and cheap slogans. I hear all the time about the big-hearted people on the left. They're inclusive, blah, blah, blah. They can't wait to make denigrating comments about people's intelligence, their mental disorders, hell, even their race, as soon as it benefits them. I'll get hate for being a white, straight conservative. I don't give a fuck. But it's nowhere near the hate a black conservative gets, or a disabled conservative, or a Muslim conservative. Because people like BK Messiah are actually the very prejudiced bigots that they accuse others of being. They assume everyone operates in the same framework as them. Because he likes to mock autistic people, because he's probably a bigot and a racist, he assumes the people that disagree with him might be the same. But the truth is, many of us on the left and right don't operate within that framework. Many of us have legitimate disagreements and are fed up and exacerbated in the direction we see things going. But we don't automatically assume that the people that disagree with us have all the worst attributes that we ourselves have. But as always, you see projection from these fucking people. It's all it is. Oh, and see, I know you're a troll. Sometimes it's kind of funny, but... Yeah, Plucky, it's one of the things that I talk about a lot. when I was a debate coach, I think my strong suit was that I was able to communicate my message in a way that average people could understand. I grew up in a rural community where almost everyone was farmers and welders and shit like that. What good was it if I came back and was like, the problem is your axiomatic idioms that you're trying to develop here doesn't really have the epistemology of what normal people would understand. And so if we see vis-a-vis the comparisons that you make with the postmodernists, say like Michel Foucault, you can see that the what that you're focusing on doesn't really exist. Because according to the postmodernist, everything is a power struggle, and you could see that when two people are comparing each other, it's really just a power struggle. The idea that truth exists is non-existent, and we have to look at we have to look at people's demographics and things like that to be able to find the deontological framework that we'd be able to evaluate this. What fucking good is that to talk to someone that's like, huh? I just asked if you wanted to help me come over and work on my car tonight. I don't think I could see who you guys are talking to. $10 words, 10-cent message. That's how so many of these people are. Makes them feel good. Oh, I sound impressed. That's what Vaush is. It's just a fucking sophist. Yeah, I know. I gotta get to bed. I have no idea how the old person I was debating was. I didn't ask him. I assumed he was younger than me, but someone on here saying 36? I don't know. But, alright. Well, I hope you all enjoyed the show. Maybe I'll be streaming tomorrow night, I hope. Maybe I'll go to bed early. I don't know. It's a late night. But I enjoy those sorts of debates. I do. I wish, Plucky, you didn't get off on the wrong foot. I'm tired and was just being irascible. That's all it was. You're fine. I appreciate that you stuck through it and didn't just leave because I was being a little bit of a dick. Alrighty. I should be streaming tomorrow night, but I'm not sure. If I'm not, forgive me, I'm sleeping, but I'm going to try. Wednesday, I'm taking off. Thursday, I'll be streaming. Friday, it's up in the air. I might do a panel on Connor's show or a debate. Hey, thanks so much, Chapman, for the follow. I appreciate it. And then Saturday's the arena. The topic is, should we have a national divorce? So it's a topic that I have a very nuanced position. I completely understand the people that say that we should, but I still would seek to do our best to continue to maintain a union even with people we disagree. So it's complicated, but I look forward to seeing people debate on both sides of the issue. I think it'll be interesting. So thank you so much. Hopefully I see you tomorrow evening. Thanks for staying with me. Thanks for all the donations. Thanks for all the follows, the subscriptions. Thanks for all the kind words. And even from the bottom of my heart, even though he's a slippery sack of shit that should be made fun of, I do at least thank the guy that called in a Creel for a lot of content, and I enjoyed the conversation. I did. If he wants to get butthurt about some name calling after he's being a slippery sack of shit, that's on him. But I sincerely appreciate the call. I really do. So, all right. Thank you so much, everyone. We'll talk to you soon. As always, have a good one.